We are live. All right. I'm gonna give it a few moments to see if we get some people in. But I'm definitely about to cook. So if you don't catch this live, you will be able to catch it on the replay because it will be up. I know I did have some lives that I put out recently that I took off because I knew I was going to do this one and I didn't want to basically overlap the work. So if you haven't caught those lives, those recent lives, um, the deal was the conversation was that I had a brother that I was working with that when I first met him, he let's see something. Yeah, so when I first met the brother, he would I don't even know why. I don't even know. I mean, I guess because that's what religious people do, right? They uh they spark these conversations and they try to get people to think how they think, right? So he just out of the blue, he just started talking to me about religion. So I'm just like, okay. I try not to have these conversations in public because they tend to be inflammatory. They tend to cause division, and that's not what I'm here for. I'm here for the opposite. I'm here to help free people from the snares of religion, and they don't even know that they're, of course, in this predicament. But you can't force nothing on nobody, right? You can't make somebody think how you think, believe how you believe, so on and so forth, right? I'm more of a proponent of, live and let live. Let people think or believe how they want to believe. However, that don't stop me from speaking the truth. That don't stop me from uh, doing my own research. Okay. So anyway, the brother, I don't know if he watched my videos or not. I sent them to my videos because usually when people want to have these conversations in public, I'll let them know like, hey man, I got a few videos, that will probably give you some better insight to how I feel, or not just better insight, but this is also based on my own personal research, right? So the brother apparently he went and he watched the video or a couple of the videos, and he came back and he was like, "Man," uh, he said, he said if uh, if what you're saying is true, then it's all bullshit. And I'm laughing. I'm like, yeah, basically it is all bullshit. And so he goes, he's like almost like confused, flabbergasted, shocked. He goes through all these emotions, different emotions, and he's just like, wow. So now, after that, every day he sees me, he wants to talk about religion. Well, me and this guy, we see each other in passing. He's coming to work, I'm leaving work. So I don't want to sit up at work and talk about religion when it's time for me to be off. So a lot of the times we don't really get a chance to talk because I'm like, bro, I'm not about to sit up here and talk religion about you. Either my wife's picking me up from work or I'm leaving, I'm headed out. So I'm just like, I just don't be having the time to sit up there and have these 30 to an hour, 30 minute to an hour conversation about Jesus and the Hebrew Israelites or whoever, right? So he told me that he had some information, right, that he felt like would convince me or that would show me that, Jesus was real, we are the Hebrew Israelites, that all this information was facts. And so with him saying that, I'm like, okay, cool. I'm the type, you send me a link, I'm gonna read through the link. You send me a video, I'm gonna watch the video. So I'm like, okay, send me the information. Well, it took him almost 2 weeks to get me the information. So I'm like, okay. So after, a few days, I just forgot about it actually. I was just like, whatever, like it's probably the same old bullshit that we've been hearing for the last, 10, 15 years about, Jesus and the Hebrew Israelites and so on and so forth. So I wasn't even worried about it because I'm already knowing that whatever information he finna send me that has him convinced that Jesus is an actual historical figure and that the black people in America are the actual Hebrew Israelites that the Bible speaks of, I'm just like, whatever, if he's sending me that, I'm already knowing that it's gonna be some shit that's gonna be really easy to debunk. So I really wasn't worried about it. So one day he comes to work, he's like, "Man, I still ain't forgot about you, man. I was gonna send you that information, but I sent it to the wrong guy and this and that, and blah blah blah." I'm just like, okay, whatever. So I just told him, like, bro, I'm not even worried about that. Like, real talk. So he sends it. So I finally get it, and I wanted to do a live addressing it because at first when he sent it to me, I thought he was like, I don't know. I just kind of felt like I was like, bro, why are you send like, bro? I got videos debunking this information already. Like, why would you send me some information that I've already given you the debunk of this information? Like, it's like going in circles. It's like you tell me something, I debunk it, and your rebuttal to me debunking the information you told me, it's just repeating the information again. And that shit it's annoying, to be honest. And it's a waste of time. It's like, why waste our time when in all actuality, you're gonna believe what you want to believe. And this is something he told me. He said, verbatim, he said, I'm never gonna convince you, and because you're gonna believe how you want to believe, and you're not gonna convince me because I'm gonna believe what I want to believe. And I had to stop him. I was like, no, that's wrong, bro. That's wrong. One thing that I would have to say in my defense is, I'm not telling you what I believe. I'm not even telling you what somebody else says. I'm giving you research, my own personal research for the information that I'm telling you. You know what I'm saying? So how is it that how is it's just be funny to me, and sometimes like I'll be like, man, like, bro, y'all can't be this slow, bro. Like, seriously, and I mean that, with all due respect. It's just like, bro, it's just like, bro, I'm not telling you what I believe. Okay. You're coming to me and you telling me you believe X, Y, and Z, but you don't have no proof of it, right? And I'm telling you, I don't believe X, Y, and Z, and here's why. And I break down, because you said this, but you said this is in the Bible, but I'm showing you that this is in the Bible. And it for me, it's absolutely insane and asinine. Um, and sometimes, man, I just be like, yo, I don't want to hear this crap, bro. I just get sick and tired. I just get sick and tired of going around in circles with these guys. And here's the deal. Um, at the end of the day, and the truth of the matter is, they ain't never going. I ain't gonna. You know what? I'm not even gonna say that. I'm not even gonna say that because I feel like if I said that, I'd be wrong. You know what I'm saying? So, so with that being said, I'm not going to sit up there and say that somebody's never going to get it, because at the end of the day, I got it. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, man, I am like, I used to be. I grew up super Christian. You know what I'm saying? I grew up in a Christian home to the point where, look, you couldn't think something else. You, man, you better not say nothing against Jesus in the household I grew up in, or they would put they put you out on the street. If you don't believe in Jesus, because their thing was, if it wasn't for Jesus, we wouldn't have a roof over our head. So if you don't believe in Jesus, then you go out there and you make your way on your own, which eventually I did. Eventually I did. I just left, because I just got tired of the bullshit. I got tired of the hypocrisy, and I left. And it wasn't, and even then, yeah, of course I believed in Jesus. That's all I knew. So with that being said, with that being said, it's just like I just got to the point to where I'm to the point now to where our complex. What's up, my brother? Come on up, man. Let me drop this link real quick. Let me drop this link real quick. I got my brother in the house. Let's see how this works. Okay, there we go. Okay, let me see. Our complex. Yo, here go the link right here. You just click on that link and it'll bring you right on to the live, brother. Right on to the live. And maybe you know what I'm saying, you can help me break some of this down too, man. Because this is gonna be a wild one right here, Brody. This was gonna be a wild one. I don't know if you heard uh the little monologue or whatever I was saying, how a brother sent me some links to some information that he says, you know, would debunk my Bible studies. And I'm so glad you're here because he actually sent me a Hebrew Israelite joint. And yo, we finna break it down. You know what I mean? We finna break it down like a shotgun. So, but yeah, you know, I just wanted to get that little monologue, get some people in, and I'm so happy that my brother showed up, man. We've been trying to link up for weeks and weeks and weeks now. So when he come on here, you know what I mean, it's gonna be even that more live, no pun intended. Let's see. Okay, okay. I'm just trying to make sure I got everything lined up because I'm kind of new to this John. But at the same time, hey, we finna get it in. We finna get it in. Uh, yeah, you know, and you know, if that brother watching or if that brother, you know, brother Jeff, if I if I snapped at you, I really do apologize. I'm gonna show y'all what I said in a second. Hold up, hold up, wait a minute. Show y'all what I said. Because man, it be really frustrating, bro. It gets real frustrating, bro, when s- you know, I don't, you know, these videos, man, I put so much time and effort into making these Bible studies and making sure that not only the information, hold on real quick, let me get my brother in before we do the screen share, or we could do it like this. Boom. So, I put so much time and effort into making these freaking Bible studies, right? And when somebody come to me and they say, "Hey, I want to challenge you on the information X, Y, Z, yada yada yada, whatever the case may be," right? Let me make sure I'm doing this right. And they want to challenge the information. They want to say their piece or whatever, right? I want to make sure I'm not putting this brother's information out or any of my information out. But anyway, they want to say XYZ, I want to challenge you, or listen, I watched your video. I thought you did a great job of presenting the information, but here is some other information that I watched or saw or read or whatever, and I wanted to get your opinion on it. You know what I mean? So, and I don't have no problem with that. I had no problem with that whatsoever. So, what you're seeing on the screen right now is the information that he sent me. Right? He sent me. This apparently supposed to be a spear that Jesus has got stabbed with. This is supposedly a Roman soldier. I mean, listen, man, this is what this dude sent me, right? He sent me a freaking little toy figure of a Roman soldier, right? Like, come on, bro. Like, I honestly, I felt like my intelligence was insulted because this is the proof that Jesus was pierced in his side. And, you know, he goes on. I don't know where he got this from, right? I really don't. But apparently, uh, uh, this was the proof, the information, right, that gave this man what he needed to believe that Jesus was the Son of God, that Jesus died for his sins. It says right here, this is the head of a Roman javelin that pierced the side of Christ on the cross, made a hole large enough for Thomas to place his hand. That's John chapter 20, verse 27. Then he said to Thomas, "Put your finger here, see my hands, reach out your hands and put it into my side." It's just like, so what? Like, okay, y'all repeating, y'all like to repeat Bible verses in order to prove Bible stories. Like, oh, Jesus was stabbed in his side. Yeah, because he told Thomas, like, bro, stop it, bro. Stop it. That's not proof. You can't prove something with the thing. All right. And he sent me a bunch of other stuff. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna wait for the brother to step up, right? I'm trying to see how my screen. Okay. I'm gonna wait for the brother to step up, and we're gonna go over it together. We're gonna go over it together. Get a brother about a minute or so. If you can't see, I got the link I got the link in the comments, right? Boom. Let me do this. I got the link in the comments. If you wanna chop it up, step on up. Let's see. Let me see here. Yeah, anybody can click that link. What I'm doing right now is attempting to pin that link so I don't have to keep posting it over and over again, and it'll be there for anybody who want to jump on. Let me see. I'm trying to get on YouTube so I can pin this, John. Boom, boom. Yeah, so you got to get on YouTube. Boom. See what I'm saying? I'm learning, y'all. I'm learning. I see you all complex. I see you, baby. I think I don't know. I don't even mess with the Mac Jones. So I don't even know what to tell you other than if you click that link, it should. You say you can't get on there through Safari. I don't know why. I mean, it's just a link. It don't have nothing to do with Chrome or whatever. But with that said, we're gonna go ahead and move forward in the interest of keeping this live interesting, because I know nobody want to hear me just sit up here with my monotone voice talking. So let me get back on the screen share. Boom. And then let's get into this information. You know what I mean? Let's look at it. And hey, they say, this is what they saying. This is what the Christians is putting out. This is what the Hebrew Israelites is putting out. This is the information that's got them believing all this joint. So what I want to do is we're gonna go through these videos, right? And we're gonna discuss the information. All right. So anybody that got any objections to any information that's portrayed here, or if anybody got any objections to any of my rebuttals to any of the information, feel free to comment. Feel free to hit the link. I'd rather you hit the link, come up, and we chop it up. We talk about it, and it's all due respect. We're gonna keep it respect. I don't want to, take this into another realm, because I know some people, when they can't, when they get upset, right? When they get disproven, they're proven wrong, right? They get upset, get mad, want to start threatening and all that. We know we're dealing with people from all over the world, all different walks of life. So you never know who's going to click the link or comment or whatever. We're going to try to keep it, respectable around here. All right. This I'm new to this live stuff, so please bear with me as we get through this information. So, without further ado, we're gonna hit on this first video, right? It said, did Jesus really go through all that seriously, right? Look at this guy. Look at this guy, man. I'm sorry, bro, but I mean, at the end of the day, man, I'm as humbly as I can say this, man, bro, bro, you can't tell me nothing, bro. Seriously, I mean, I'm saying that because listen, man, I do this, man. But anyway, let's I'm gonna preface this by saying to y'all, this is a propaganda piece for the church, right? So I don't know who this guy is. He probably just some YouTuber, right? Trying to get views, and it's easy to get views to just click on, click on a camera and start talking about Jesus. Let me know if y'all can hear this. Now y'all heard what the man said, right? He said, many of you know. Oops. Said many of you know. See, I had to stop it right there, and that's why I pointed that out. He said, many of you know, right? He's presuming that the information is already a fact. You know this, but you don't know this. You believe this. This is not what you know, this is what you believe. Your entire faith is based off of beliefs, not knowledge. All right. Can if you cannot hear if you cannot hear the dude talking, let me know. Let me know in the comments if you cannot hear this man talking, so I can fix that. See, they need a movie in order to prove this propaganda. The first historian, he just said the first historian, Josephus, right? Now, Josephus didn't come along until 30 years after Jesus was dead. Let me see something. Oh, that's why it's doing that. Okay. Hold on. I got to fix the settings on this. Let's see. I'm gonna do it like this, right? I'm gonna start it over. Now, please, if you guys cannot hear, if you cannot hear the video, let me know. because I'm learning. Share system audio. Let's go. Let's go.
Hi, many of you know that before
Are
Jesus was
you in here,
crucified, he
Complex?
was scourged.
Hold up. Let's get the brother in. There you go. R Complex.
Yo,
What's up, my brother?
hey, how you doing, bro?
Finally, we got in here, bro.
Yeah,
I'm doing great, man. I'm glad to have you on here, bro. Is there anything that you wanted to say before we get started? I don't know if you heard my little monologue or whatever.
no. You know what? Yeah, you go along with what you're doing, and then afterwards we'll talk. Let's watch that video, no?
I bet.
And then we go.
So
Yeah,
we're gonna get right into it. So here we go, family. I'm starting the video over again.
yeah.
All right. So that because I don't know if people could hear the video or whatever. So let's go. If it's anybody that's in the chat watching, if you can't hear the video, just comment and let me know so we can get that situation figured out. All right, so here we go. Now this guy's gonna tell us what we know about Jesus.
Hi, many of you know that before Jesus was crucified, he was scourged.
You hear that, Complex?
Yeah.
Okay. So this guy's telling us we know that Jesus was crucified. When in
Okay.
all actuality, we don't know that. People believe that Jesus was crucified. So reason why I'm pointing that out is because this is what religion does. It presumes that it puts it in your mind. It's a brainwashing technique. We know Jesus was crucified. No, we don't. That's a belief. You can't know it because you wasn't there. You only believe it because you read it in the Bible.
Hi, many of you know that before Jesus was crucified, he was scourged or flogged. The Gospels have such a short description of this that it's easy to forget. You hear long descriptions of the crucifixion, medical analysis from doctors and historians about the torture that Jesus went through on the cross, but you don't hear much about the flogging.
Now, so what I want to stop and say here is that somebody sent me this, right? And I mean, this is obviously a propaganda piece for Christianity. Like like this guy is not spitting no facts. He's just telling you he's just giving you the story all over again. He's just like giving you this information, just basically force feeding you this brainwashed propaganda, something that he's probably reading off cue cards or something.
Even the Jesus movies show Jesus getting whipped, like with the Indiana Jones whip. Painful, yes, but torture? Maybe. It wasn't until the Passion movie by Mel Gibson that we really saw the agony, blood, and torture of the flogging. And some people said, well, that's Hollywood exaggeration. Was it? Historically, the first century historian Josephus writes that some prisoners died from the scourging even before the crucifixion. They would bleed to death. They were not just whip marks on the back. No, the back would be torn to pieces. You see, the scourging wasn't meant to kill. You could kill faster with a sword. It was meant to inflict maximum pain to extract information. If you don't want any more lashes, tell us the truth. Tell us where the rebels are hiding. And most would tell the Romans what they wanted to hear. Because
This is going to be important later on in the conversation when we get to the Hebrews. And I'm not going to suffer y'all to go through this too much of this, but we're just getting through this because it's only a 6-minute video. But at the end of the day, this is what the brother sent me that convinced him that Jesus was real. Now, remind you, this dude is not giving us no facts. He's only telling us the story, right? He's only telling us the story and then he's validating it using historical facts about the process, right? But he's not tying this into actual reality.
Romans didn't stop until they died. At least Jewish law had a limit of 39 lashes But some prisoners didn't last that long. One description from a 3rd century historian writes, Christian martyrs in Smyrna were so torn by the scourges that their veins were laid bare and their inner muscles, sinews, and even entrails were exposed. Joel Donahoe.
Hold on, where's this guy?
This
This
was
guy's
a
a
Roman
pastor.
flagrum sent to me by Joel.
This guy's a pastor. What I tell you? He's just doing a Christian propaganda piece. He probably got this on YouTube, getting millions of views.
For sure.
Donahoe. He really makes the best ones. I'll put a link in the description below so you could order one.
Yep,
it's actually
on
the
YouTube.
best I've ever seen. Thanks, Joel. The ones you find on eBay or Amazon are cheesy or dumb, so you definitely want to get your hands on this for your next sermon illustration. These are the most accurate reproductions of a whip used by a Roman lictor, and you really can't find anything close to this anywhere else. The Roman flagrum, or as incorrectly called, the cat of 9 tails. You see at the end of each strap, there'll be sharp glass or nails or jagged bone embedded in the tips.
Now, what I want to know is, what does any of this have to do with proving for a fact that this man Jesus went through this? What does any of this have to do with it? It's just something that it keeps people captivated. People are like, oh my God, because he said in the beginning, well, Jesus was crucified, but he was also tortured, right? So he got all of these props, and he's gonna go through this whole scenario with all these props, and he's gonna whip all of these different things to show the damage. I mean, come on, bro.
As you can see, any one of these 9 straps, historically they range from as few as 3, like this one, to 12. They don't hit each other.
What does any of this have to do with proving that Jesus went through this?
Actually, this
It's like, bro, like I was so annoyed because I was just like, bro, don't send me this bullshit, bro.
Historians say there were usually 2 Roman soldiers, one on each side, taking turns.
But no historians are saying that Jesus went through this. Just the Bible. Go another prop. More props.
How muscles seen through the rib either change his story.
So look at this box, right? Now what man gonna survive that? Come on, man, stop.
Tell the truth. If Jesus was just faking that he's the Messiah, or if Jesus wasn't 100% sure he was who he claimed to be, you bet he would have changed his story. But the Bible tells us Jesus did not back down. He didn't take back his claims. That's why after the scourging,
he said Jesus did not back down. Okay. So in the Garden of Gethsemane, what was that? When Jesus wept. Was that when Jesus said, God, I don't want to go through this. You can do whatever you want. I don't have to die. You could just forgive people. They say Jesus didn't back down. If Jesus didn't back down, then why did he get up on the cross and say, God, why have thou forsaken me? Come on, man. It's just propaganda, bro. And that's why I'm like, man, let me go through this live. And I know this stuff to a lot of us, it's like elementary. It's redundant. But bro, I had to do this live because I got a brother who in his late 50s. I asked the brother, I said, do you believe that a man took a staff and waved it in the air and the sea opened up, the Red Sea just opened up for him and his people to walk through? You believe that actually really happened in real life? He said, yeah, I do. And I almost broke down into tears. I said, bro, you got kids, right? I said, you got grown kids, right? He said, yeah. So you've been married for 15 plus years, right? He said, yeah. I said, bro, here it is. You are a leader in our community. And you believe this bullshit. That's sad.
100% sure he was who he claimed to be. You bet he would have changed his story. But the Bible tells us Jesus did not back down. He didn't take back his claims. That's why after the scourging, Pilate was afraid because Pilate knows any other criminal after this would confess to his wrongdoing. But Jesus sticks to his story. So Pilate knows Jesus is innocent. Even worse, what if Jesus is who he claims to be? So Pilate's like, I wash my hands. I don't want any part of this. I didn't kill him. Oh, Pilate. But you did. We all did. Now you see why Jesus couldn't carry his cross to the crucifixion site less than half a mile away.
I see you, Gaspar.
Cyrene carried because Jesus was bleeding.
Shout out to you, bro.
The scourging was
Appreciate you for showing up.
Anyone, but they also put it.
What's up with this music?
It's very sensationalized.
I mean, that shit is distracting, bro.
And that demonstration.
And it's loud as hell too. It's like it's louder than him. Oh, here we go with the nails and the.
That's for another video. But be reminded, why did Jesus go through all this? Isaiah 53:5 says, by his stripes we are healed. And Jesus knew that he was the only way to the Father. Salvation is found in no other name. So he took
all of his proof is in the Bible. But of course, he's a pastor, right? This guy's a pastor. So all this crap is just propaganda, man.
The pain, all the torture, the spiritual agony, the separation from the Father, taking on the sins of the world. And that's how he died. He did it for me. And he did it for you. So, how do you respond?
By asking questions. That's how we respond. We question everything that you just said. Calling in a question and we ask for proof. Complex, you got anything on that, brother?
Well, to be honest, I'm not a Christian, so
right.
I'm not anything. I'm not any religion, to tell you the truth. But yeah, you know, I mean, I think most Bible stories are exactly that, stories. They're not to be taken literally, you know. Like, if people really believe that Moses parted the Red Sea and stuff like that, then I think they might be missing the point slightly. You know,
right.
but I'm not gonna say that everything in the Bible is false or true, but for sure, like, you need to have some kind of critical thinking. And in regards to that video, it just seems like that guy is, yeah, it's like a propaganda video. It's like a politician, man, you know?
Yeah, that's what it seems like to me.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day. So, are you ready? You ready to get on these Hebrews, bro? Because I got this dude sent me a video of the Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah, sure. We can do it.
It's the IUIC or whatever, however the hell whatever acronym the IUIC.
The Israelites United in Christ, I think it is, no?
Yeah. So this is supposedly be I think this is the most popular one because they pander to more so to the Christians, because you got a lot of these other factions that you know, some of the Hebrews don't even believe in Jesus. Some of them don't even believe in the New Testament at all. They think that the New Testament is lies, right? So so let's see what these IUIC guys got going on.
Let's go.
Let me make sure my screen is right.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm on. Here we go. Let's go with the propaganda. You already see. Before I put this, I'm gonna say this. These Hebrew Israelite guys, you see, they're very professional with their presentation.
They put they have a Jewish symbol there, and a Hebrew symbol, and then they have Christ, and it's all a bit
right. They all over the place.
Yeah, it's a bit wild, but let's see what they got to say.
Here we go. That's dope.
gave my back to the smiters, and my cheeks to them that plucked off the hair. I hid not.
So when you see a picture of the white man on the cross,
Say that again. You say something?
No, I said nothing, man.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just watching.
So yeah,
I'm just watching. But if you want to like talk about anything, just stop it and we'll talk about whatever. You know, let's just roll with it.
Right on. So what I wanted to point out here is y'all see how they use the black plight in order to grasp the heartstrings of the people.
That's a lie. So when you
see how they're using they're using our plight.
It's funny how that's the first thing in the video as well. No, not even nothing else. The first thing is that. It's crazy.
And listen to the verse. Listen to the verses that he's reading.
Plucked off the hair. I hid not.
So when you see a picture of the white man on the cross with his beard all groomed.
So their whole point in showing this is the title of this lesson that they're bringing forth is that Jesus died a black man's death. So they're showing black men in America, all right, in the late 1800s and the early 1900s, being beaten, whipped, and flogged. And present day, they show the brother being shot by the cops. You know, they're using this is what their propaganda is all about. Jesus died a black man's death.
That's a lie. Number one, he's a black man. Number two, there should be no beard. It should be plucked, ripped, patches ripped out of his face. They don't show that.
I may tell all my bones. They look and stare upon me.
He can see the bones in his body because they beat him so bad, the flesh tore. You can see the bones. They don't show that in movies.
His visage was so marred more than any man.
The Bible says his visage, meaning his countenance, his peaceful appearance, he was more marred than any man. You couldn't compare what he went through with nobody else.
For that which had not been told them shall they see, and that which they had not heard shall they consider.
That's where you brothers come in. This teaching has to go out into the earth. Okay, that a black man is the one that shed his blood for us, not a white man. You will never find a white man to sacrifice himself. That's white supremacy.
So right now, I'm gonna bring this point up because later on there's gonna be a point that's gonna contradict what he just said. Now, right now, he want to talk about how the black man died for us and shed his blood for us and so on and so forth, right? The black man did this and the black man did that. Well, just keep watching. We're going to see how he really feels about the black man.
They had not heard.
Out, not a white man. I saw a brother's posted a poem. Sister did a poem, and it was very insightful, very inspirational. Before we show the poem, I want to read two basic scriptures that we all know, we all love, but many times we take it for granted and don't realize the power behind it. Let's open it with the color of Christ, Revelation chapter 1. Very basic scripture.
So I don't know for the people who've seen my video about the Israelites and how their doctrine is. If you remember in the beginning of that video, I taught what I tell you. I said the first thing they're going to go to is Revelations 14, chapter 1, or Revelations 1 and 14 to try to prove this, right? Now watch how he chops this up and jumps all over.
Everybody says, yeah, I know it. But what I'm going to show you in this is something that, you ready?
Yes, sir.
He looked like he about to lie.
Revelation chapter 1, verse 14. His head and his hairs were white like wool.
So the key word you want out of there is the wool word.
You caught that?
The classic one. This is the classic one, isn't it? White like wool.
So he's talking to people he's talking to a flock, right? He's teaching this. Now, what I want to point out is when the brother read the scripture, right? He skips over the white part and just goes straight to the wool. He says the key word to this is the wool.
Come on.
Yep.
Revelation chapter 1, verse 14. His head and his hairs were white like wool.
So the key word you want out of there is the wool word. You want to stress and emphasize the word wool.
Why?
Uh-huh. And if I can make a point,
Sure, go
um,
ahead.
uh, Middle Eastern people also have woolly kind of hair. It's like,
They do.
not only African people, So
That's a fact.
like that's very ambiguous statement to make. It could mean either, and in the case of geographically where it is, it'd be more likely to be Middle Eastern people. No.
And it's so funny because, like I said, I wanted to point this out that
Mm.
he don't want to talk about his head and his hairs being white.
Of course.
He just want to talk about wool.
Yeah, he wants to
Yeah,
because they want to get the Afro texture. The texture is what they want to. Is what he's trying to point out. But yeah, like you say, he's omitting the fact that it does say white.
it
You know.
says his head
Yeah.
and his hair was white. So this man had a white head and white hair.
Uh huh. Uh huh.
Not stringy hair. Not that there's any wrong with stringy hair, because
It didn't say he had woolly hair. And that's the crazy part. It does not say he had
Yeah.
woolly hair. It just said his head was white like
Like
wool.
wool. Right. Yeah.
Remember, they're talking to sheep herders. So,
True.
you know what I mean? In the Middle East.
Uh huh.
So, of course, this is the only way that they can think to describe to these people. These people are around sheep all day. So when these people think his head and his hair was white like wool, they're not going to think of a black man with a white afro and a white beard. They're not
Of
thinking of that. They're
course.
just looking at the color white.
Yeah. Like an older male, probably.
Right.
You know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
and don't
But
know the power behind it. Let's open it with the color of Christ, Revelation chapter 1.
The
Very
color of
basic.
Christ.
Yes, sir.
Come on.
Revelation chapter 1, verse 14. His head and his hairs were white like wool.
So the key word you want out of there is the wool word. You want to stress and emphasize the word wool. Not stringy hair. Not that there's any wrong with stringy hair, because I know some brothers and sisters have stringy hair. But the point is, Christ did not have stringy hair. He had woolly hair. So the truth is what matters. Come on.
And a white head.
As white as snow.
So it's fully white.
uh
That's not a white head.
huh. Uh
That's a brown head.
huh. Yeah. Indeed. Indeed, it is.
His eyes were as a flame of fire. And
Was he
his
drunk much wine? Come on.
He drunk much wine. So your savior is a drunk. He's a
Uh-huh.
wino.
Uh-huh.
I mean, the way they try, they think they're uplifting the black
Mm,
disposition, but they're
mm.
really putting us down.
You're making it worse.
They're making it worse, bro.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, even if you want to try to put this all into context, so you telling me that some drunk wino
Uh-huh.
was our master teacher? Come on, bro.
and his feet
Now it gets to his feet. Come on.
like unto fine brass.
Fine brass is brown. Come on.
As
Now, here's what I want to do because he just said fine brass is brown, right?
Uh-huh. No,
Now,
when you burn brass, it's not, is it?
all brass is not brown.
Nope. It's more light, if anything. Yeah.
All brass is not brown.
Yeah, exactly.
Some brass comes silver
Yep.
color.
And when it's burnt, it's actually makes a chemical reaction which makes it actually closer to white.
It bring it make so okay. So in the Hebrew Israelite debunk video,
Yeah.
okay, I demonstrated and showed them
Yeah.
that the the connotations that they were talking about in
Mhm.
that verse
Uh-huh.
was how shiny the brass was.
Of
It had
course.
nothing to do with setting some brass on fire and letting it burn till it's black to the
No,
crisp.
no, no.
You put
And that,
if you put some brass in a furnace, it's gonna be black and crispy and charred, right?
of course.
It's gonna melt down and it's gonna be
Uh,
black crisp, a
uh,
black crisp. dude, that's not a black man. Like, like
Yeah,
the
for
way
sure.
they come with their logic, it just be so out there. Like,
Yeah,
As if
yeah.
they burned in a furnace.
So his feet looked like it was burned in a furnace, letting you know he was a dark-skinned man with woolly hair. Now give me the one of Daniel, please. Now we
so now he finna go to Daniel. I got some
Mhm.
comments. Let me go through these comments.
No
I got
problem.
the brother Gaspar in the comments. He come through from Facebook. Shout out to you, Gaspar. He say Christianity is based on stuff like this. They follow Saul more than Jesus. Saul only saw Jesus in a vision. Oh, I already caught that, bro. I see he corrected himself. So they think one guy telling you something is real is perfectly acceptable. And
Mm.
then his next comment was the Bible. What the Bible does often is take actual people and events from history and mix it in their story. Then people think it must be true since it
Mm.
mentions a real person. That's right. You say the purple black Hebrew Israelites told the Jesus in Bible line. Yep, that's a fact. That's what we were saying
Mm.
earlier.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Shout out to you,
And
Gaspar. Appreciate you for showing up, bro.
this guy, Bishop Nathaniel, is something very suspect about him, no?
It is.
You just gotta look at the guy and you think, nah, there's something not right there.
I mean, look at him, bro. Like, what is this on his wrist, bro? Like,
Uh,
I mean, come
uh,
on. Like these people. I mean, he's on
some
some Power Ranger shit.
yeah,
Like straight, straight, flat out. Like,
yeah.
take this many times brothers go to camp. I'm not reading. Everybody know it already. You'd be surprised how many people don't know that. Come on, Daniel 10, 5, and 6.
Daniel chapter 10, verse 5. Then I lifted up mine eyes and looked, and behold, a certain man clothed in linen, whose loins were girded with fine gold of Uphaz.
now, it said a certain man. Is that
Mhm,
Jesus?
mhm.
Did it say it was Jesus? No. But they're gonna superimpose Jesus into this verse and say this is Jesus.
Yeah.
Uh huh.
His body also was like the beryl.
So beryl means green. It means he had a green garment. Go ahead.
Now it says his body. It says his body was like the beryl, right?
Mhm.
And he just said that beryl is green. So he had to, man, y'all don't understand, man. He had to propagandize and say that it was talking about his clothes. But the verse says his Bible.
Okay.
I mean his body.
Yeah, his body. Yeah. Okay.
It
Okay.
said his body was like the
Mhm,
beryl, not his
mhm.
clothes, but dude, this is what I mean by how they play these tricks and these games with this
Well,
Bible.
well,
Mm-hmm.
if I have something to say, you see,
Mm-hmm.
like I've studied a fair amount of like Jewish history because if I just put myself into this, like I'm African Jewish mixed, you see, yeah. Like I
Okay.
have Jewish parentage and African parentage, but
Okay.
that, but from like the Israelites, what these people want to say, like the Israelites, what people call the Israelites, that society in history. Like if you look at the geographical location of the Israelites, yeah, they were in a place that is in the middle of Asia, Africa, and let's say Europe, yeah, some part of Europe, or the Middle East. So it stands to reason that the Israelites were a mixed people. They were probably every color. You know what I'm trying to say? They probably had influences from Africa, they had influences from Asia, they had influences from Europe. So some of them, that's what I'm trying to say. But
That's facts.
the way that these guys spin it, like all the Israelites were black. How can that even be possible? If you look at geography and you have any knowledge of like the world as it is, it's not possible. You know what I mean? Like
It's in the
obvious,
Bible.
yeah. You know what I'm trying to say? It's in the
In,
Bible,
in Isaiah chapter 14, verse 1, it says,
right?
strangers shall be joined with them, and they shall cleave unto the
Right.
house of Jacob.
Right, like Moses had a Cushite wife, right? Who was
Right.
he was Ethiopian. So obviously that would suggest that the Israelites did mix and they weren't all white or black. But that's the thing. This is about separating people based on white and black.
It's crazy because the same brother who sent me this, I asked him
Yeah.
about the story of Jacob and Esau.
Yeah.
and how supposedly Jacob and Esau
Uh-huh.
was white, Jacob was black, but they were twins out of the same womb. So you telling me that white people and black people came from the same mother?
Exactly. It's not very it's not very clever, really, is it? But
No,
yeah.
it's not. It don't make no sense, bro.
Uh-uh.
It don't make no sense.
Uh-huh.
Plainly put.
His body
Uh-huh.
also was like the beryl.
So beryl means green. It means he had a green garment.
It means he had a green garment. Now, where does it say he had a green garment?
Mm.
He just threw that in
Go
there.
ahead.
He threw that in there because people not going to even question it because he's sitting up there. He's got the leather
Yeah.
wrist. The I don't know what that's for. Like where you gonna fight? You fighting in a war or something? Like you're in a medieval war or
Yeah.
something? Like come
Yeah.
on, brother.
Something like that. Yeah.
Clownish, man.
And his face as the appearance of lightning.
So he had a glow on his.
His face as the appearance of lightning. That's
Yeah.
white. Lightning
Exactly.
is white.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Yeah.
okay.
But what they'll do, what when I've contested these people online, what they'll do is every time it says white, they'll say, "Oh no, they're not talking about color." But
Right.
every time it says black, all of a sudden they're talking about color.
Right.
You know,
Right.
you know,
Exactly.
you know, like
Exactly. And I get it all the time too, bro.
yeah,
I
yeah,
get it all the time. It's like, well,
yeah,
you can't have it both ways, And they
exactly.
don't realize that when they're doing that, what they're doing is they're actually debunking their own theology.
Yep.
Because you can't say that white is not a color, but black is a color.
Exactly.
Especially when I can go, especially when like I have done in my videos, go into the strongs, go into the connotations and so on and so forth, and show people what it's
Mm,
talking about. I don't
mm,
just tell you that it's talking about black. I go in and I show on my videos
mm,
where it's
mhm,
talking about their continents. They're talking
mhm,
about how they feeling at that time.
mhm,
But when he's
mhm.
talking about white, white as snow.
face, like a
Uh-huh,
glow emanating from him. Go ahead.
And his
mhm,
eyes as lamps of fire.
He drunk
More drinking. So
mhm.
whoever this dude is, he drunk as hell too.
wine in moderation. Come on.
In moderation. Ain't no drinking no wine in moderation and your eyes bloodshot red like fire. Come on now.
He drank the whole bottle.
You know what I'm saying? You got to drink the whole bottle. Your eyes bloodshot red. You
Yeah.
drunk, partner.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And his arms and his feet
So Daniel saw his arms and his feet.
like in color.
That's the word you want to stress. The color right there. Color. You want to stress that word. Come on.
Color to polished brass.
Meaning a brown skinned man. Now it says polished brass, which means brass burned in the furnace. Come on.
And the voice of his words like the voice of a multitude.
So now I want to show us a video. Yeah, hello. I want to show a video. It's entitled Belief Blog. Belief Blog CNN.
More propaganda.
You see it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's a CNN video. This goes for all of y'all that think everybody knows and believes that Christ is black.
Uh-huh.
When I saw this headline, I kind of laughed and I said, oh, this is so ridiculous. Yet another person claiming it's racist to have a white Santa, And by the way, for all you kids
You remember
watching
this,
at home,
bro?
Santa is white,
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
arguing that maybe we should also have a black Santa. Just because it makes you feel uncomfortable doesn't mean it has to change. Jesus was a white man too, but it's like he was a
How was Jesus a white man in the Middle East?
Exactly. This is what I'm saying. An interesting thing is, I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but there's something called British Israelism. Yeah.
Mm-mm.
And British Israelism is actually, because I grew up in London. It doesn't really matter where I grew up, but British Israelism, yeah, is basically exactly the same as the Hebrew Israelites in America, except it's white British people who say that they are the real Israelites. Did you know that?
Wow.
Yeah.
No, I did not. I'm not
Yeah.
surprised.
You can check it up. There's loads of them. And they all think that, and they do the same stuff that these guys do. They take cherry pick verses. They say, "Oh, this name." They try to say that Saxon is somehow, because it's similar to a Hebrew word. they tried to say that the Saxons, Anglo-Saxons, are the real descendants of the Israelites, just like these guys are saying.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's a
That's
little bit of
crazy.
knowledge. Yeah. So these aren't the first guys to do it.
That shit is wild. I'm just like, how the fuck you get white out of fucking Middle East?
Exactly.
That's a verifiable fact, as is Santa.
That's a verifiable fact.
Hmm.
Fucking Fox News. I just wanted to. I really wanted to show this part so people could, because this is old. I remember when this was new, and it was news when they first did this. I can't remember what year it was or whatever, but
Hmm.
I remember when they first did this, and it was just like, what?
Hmm.
Like she just made a complete idiot of herself.
I just want the kids watching to know that.
Pause right there. Stop. Now, this went out to millions of homes that Jesus is white. He's a historical figure. You would be surprised. Millions of people still believe that. Now, that's why I said we cannot get complacent thinking everybody heard Revelation 1:14. They know that already. No, they don't. They don't know it. If they knew it, guess where they would be? Up in here. But they ain't in here because they don't believe that. They're still in a Baptist church, still in a Catholic church, which means they don't believe it.
Exactly. Although it's written in here. Now, can I say something?
Now, remind you, these people love to shit on the Catholic Church. But if it wasn't for the Catholic Church,
Hmm.
they wouldn't even have a Bible to
Hmm.
read. They got their Bible literally from the Catholic Church. And I love to ask them, where did you buy your Bible from?
Real quick
Interesting.
about the attitude. Could you just play that part where she said that? Go back to what she said about Christ being white. I want y'all to pay attention to her demeanor as she said that.
When I saw this headline, I kind of laughed and I said, oh, this is so ridiculous. Yet another person claiming it's racist to have a white Santa, you know? And by the way, for all you kids watching at home, Santa just is white, but this person is just arguing that maybe we should also have a black Santa. Just because it makes you feel uncomfortable doesn't mean it has to change. You know, I mean, Jesus was a white man too, but you know, it's like he was a historical figure. I mean, that's a verifiable fact, as is Santa. I just want the kids watching to know that.
Stop. The way she said it like she had the authority to say that. She said it with conviction. Although it's not in the Bible, she said it like we always say. If white folks say it, we just go along with it. The way she said that, as if we're just going to blindly follow. She said it with the conviction, like she knows she's going to get the support behind what she said. Y'all checking out what I'm saying?
And it's so funny that all the information that they come with, they literally got it from white people. Like everything that, you know what I'm saying? Like their whole
Exactly.
the whole foundation of their whole belief system is based upon what white people have presented to the world. Shit is wild.
Yeah, exactly. And he's actually doing exactly what he's accusing her of doing.
Right.
You
Right.
know? Doing
Yeah.
exactly the same thing. He's accused.
Yeah.
I'm not saying she's wrong too, but they're both. He's doing the same thing.
Right.
You
He
know?
doing the exact same thing,
You know?
telling lies with extreme conviction as if this
Yeah.
is absolute facts. And it's so
Yeah.
funny. Dude, you took the white man's Bible
Mhm.
and you went into it and found an identity for your people.
Mhm. Well, if you think about it, the Christian Bible, you know, I haven't really read the Christian Bible. I've read the Torah, you know, which is the
Hmm.
Jewish Bible, you know. So
Hmm.
I don't really know like the Christian Bible like word for word or whatever. But I know the Old Testament better than I know the New Testament, let's say.
Hmm.
So, the New Testament was written in Rome, and Rome is white people, you know.
Facts.
You
I
know,
mean,
you know.
it literally was written in Greek.
Yeah,
It's funny,
exactly. Yep.
but they don't want to talk about that, and
Mhm.
they don't realize that's why a lot, like I said, a lot of these Hebrews they don't
Mhm.
like the New Testament because it comes with there's so much criticism of the New Testament
Mhm.
that they can't answer all these questions.
Mhm.
She didn't say it like it was a question. She didn't say it like, you know what, I know I'm going to get checked on this. She said, if I just say it and say it with conviction, I know that the people will believe me.
That's the same thing y'all do.
So now we're going to watch the sister Crystal Valentine.
Just like I forget his name, Emmanuel, whatever his name is. Just like he just says, it says that his body was like the burrow. Well, it means he had on green clothes. What? Like,
Mhm.
dude, you just making stuff up. Like,
Mhm.
nobody on that panel. You sitting up there, you got all these grown ass men up there. Bro, I couldn't sit up there and stop them and say, wait a minute, they don't say that right there.
Mhm.
You
Mhm.
just added that. See, I
Mhm.
couldn't, that's why I couldn't be in any of these organizations, because
Yeah.
if I wanted to sincerely and humbly sit down under these teachings,
Mm.
they would not be able to handle the questioning.
Yeah, of course. And they will just deflect it and probably just out kick you out or
Yeah,
something.
they would kick me out. They would say
Yeah,
he's a
yeah,
reprobate, or the
yeah.
brother didn't want to listen, and this and that, and yada yada
But-
yada, and do anything they can to discredit. Oh, he just want to live wild. He just want to live
yeah,
unholy. That's why he want to ask all these questions.
yeah,
You
exactly.
don't get your
Yep.
weak.
Yeah.
Valentine, who makes the point, and the poem that she does is wonderful, is beautiful, is inspirational, and she addresses this what we just saw.
And the news reporter says, Jesus is white. She says it with a smile on her face, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. So sure of herself, of her privilege, her ability to change history, rewrite bodies to make them look like her. She says it the same way politicians say racism no longer exists. The same way police officers call dead black boys thugs. The same way white gentrifiers call Brooklyn home. She says it with an American accent, her voice doing that American thing, crawling out of her throat, reaching to clasp onto something that does not belong to her. And I laugh to myself. What makes a black man a black man? Is it a white woman's confirmation? Is it her head nod? Is it the way she's allowed to go on national television and autocorrect the Bible and God Himself tell him who his son really was? What makes a black man a black man? Is it the way reporters retell their deaths like fairy tales? Is it the way they cannot outrun a bullet? How can she say Jesus was a white man when he died the blackest way possible? With his hands up, with
Yo,
mother watch.
Yeah.
you know what? Yeah, like coming from my perspective, like not from America. When I see American stuff, sometimes this is no offense to you, obviously, but this kind of American stuff that I watch sometimes, like race is so polarized in America, man.
Mhm.
Everybody's either you white or you're black. There's no like, you know, there's
Yeah.
loads of in between and different races. You know what I'm trying to say? It's not just
Yeah.
white and black people. You know what I
That's
mean?
how it is, bro. Like,
The whole world. Yeah. So
over here, bro,
yeah.
you'll see that it don't,
Yeah.
it don't matter
Uh,
where you from, bro. When you come out here, with
uh,
all due respect, bro, you just a nigga. You just another nigga.
uh,
And white people
uh-huh,
they will definitely do their best to make you feel that way.
uh-huh,
It's just
uh-huh,
crazy. It
uh-huh,
is like that. It's like that, bro. It's
uh,
and what's funny is, I'm gonna tell you some real talk.
uh-huh,
When you see them in public,
uh.
they pick and choose who they're gonna treat like that.
Yeah, for sure.
See,
That
like when
makes
I,
sense.
yeah, they don't fuck with me.
Uh-huh,
Because I mean, I have a demeanor about myself. I'm 6'2", I'm 280 pounds, I'm
uh-huh,
athletic built. I'm not like a big sloppy 280. I'm a big bulky 280.
uh-huh,
So when I see them, they hold doors for me. They speak to me. How you doing? You know, and it be the same motherfuckers I know that when they online, I'm
uh-huh.
all kind of, I'm Pookie, I'm Ray Ray, I'm Dindu, I'm all of these racist epithets
Oh,
online.
okay. Yeah,
But
like
when
they
they
do
see me
they
in
do it
person,
behind your back.
yeah. When
Yeah.
I'm in person, they want to they'll hold the door for me. I might be 30 yards away from the door. They holding it for me. And you know what I
Mhm.
do? I keep walking and make them hold it and wait. Because I didn't ask you to hold the door for me. Shit. I
Nah,
mean,
first,
yeah, it's bad out here,
first.
bro.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've in the US, I'd be called light skin, innit? That's what they'd call me, you know.
You a light skinned brother. They
Yeah, yeah,
they
yeah,
might they listen, they might show you some love,
yeah,
but
yeah,
they but if they hear your accent,
yeah,
they're gonna be like, "Oh, we gotta put this nigga in his place," because they're
yeah.
gonna say he's a uppity Negro.
Uh-huh,
He's
uh-huh,
uppity, meaning you're intelligent and you
uh-huh,
speak well and you
uh-huh,
speak the Queen's English and so on and
uh-huh,
so forth.
uh-huh,
Yo, It's crazy out here, bro.
Yeah.
But what she's saying to what she's actually saying, and she's talking now. I don't want to, the sister, she feels how she feels. I'm not trying to, shit on the sister's poem or whatever. She did a great job of writing it. It's a beautiful poem, but to what she's saying, to the content of what she's saying, the same way that white people are saying that Jesus is white, it's the same way that black people are saying that Jesus is black, and both
Right.
of them couldn't be no further from the truth.
Right. Exactly. That's it.
Crying at his feet. Her tears, nothing more than gossip for the news reporters or prophets to document, with his body left to sour in the sun, with his human stripped from his black. Remember that? How the whole world was saved by a black man? By a man so loved by God, he
The whole world was saved by a black man.
called him kin, called him black. Now, ain't that suspicious? Ain't that newsworthy? Ain't that something worth being killed over?
Well, all righty.
They love that. Woo!
That's some powerful stuff right
Yeah,
there.
they love that.
I know you. I'll translate for you later, Lava. But it was good, brother. It was good.
Goodness gracious.
I want to open up. So when I saw that just did it for me. Give me John 19. We're going to talk about Jesus died a black man's death. We often talk about the power and the glory of the coming kingdom. We never really discuss in detail the traumatic life he went through when he was put on the cross.
For anybody who watching and don't know, I actually have a Bible study on my channel that talks about did Jesus actually die? Where I show in the Bible that Jesus didn't die on the cross. And I break it down line upon line, precept upon precept. Now, it's funny, they holler about the line upon line, precept upon precept, but you never see them go through line upon line, precept upon precept. They just read you a verse and read you a passage, and then, like I showed you, they'll add their own ad libs and their own personal what they believe it should say onto it. More lies.
Never really get into detail on that. Well, today we want to touch on that and get into some details on that. I want to go to John chapter 19 and I'll start with verse 16.
The book of John chapter 19 verse 16. Then delivered he him therefore unto them to be crucified. And they took Jesus and led him away. And he, bearing his cross, went forth into a place called the place of a skull.
The place of a skull was a place of execution. It was out in Jerusalem.
Hold on.
And they took Jesus and led him
on that and get into some details on that. I want to go to John chapter 19. I want to start with verse 16.
The book of John chapter 19 verse 16. Then delivered he him therefore unto them to be crucified. And they took Jesus and led him away. And he, bearing his cross, went forth into a place called the place of a skull.
The place of a skull was a place of execution. It was outside the walls of Jerusalem. Okay, so they took him outside, and there was a place of the skulls where they had the dead remains there. So that's what was called Golgotha. Also, in some places called Calvary. Go ahead.
Which is called in the Hebrew Golgotha, where they crucified him and two other with him, on either side one, and Jesus in the midst. And Pilate wrote a title and put it on the cross, and the writing was, Jesus of Nazareth, the King of the Jews. This title then read many of the Jews, but the place where Jesus was crucified was nigh to the city.
So what you got to realize, when you were crucified, the custom of Rome was to put your crime over your head. They nailed it, what your crime was. So when it said King of the Jews, that was his crime. Okay? Treason. That they're saying he was trying to overthrow Caesar. Everybody understand that? Read on.
And it was written in Hebrew and Greek and Latin.
Those are the three prominent languages of the day in Jerusalem. Those are the three main languages. So and that's another, we always joke on it, but you get people that get bugged out.
That's so funny. Hebrew when in those days, Hebrew was a dead language.
Mhm.
They weren't speaking Hebrew. They were speaking Aramaic, and Greek.
Aramaic, yeah. And Abraham was described as a wandering Aramaean. You see, and
Right.
and and this is another really crucial point for debunking these guys is that he was an Aramaean, Abraham, right? And if you go
According
to
to the Quran, right?
yeah, and if you go to Israel, you can see Aramaeans who live today, and they're not black.
See, in the Bible,
You know.
right? In the Christian Bible,
Uh-huh.
Abraham is described as a nomad.
Okay. Okay.
He's just he
Uh,
so in so what people don't know is that in the
mhm.
Christian Bible, the
Right.
word Hebrew
Uh-huh.
means Hebrew it means let me see. I want to say it right.
Mhm.
It meant should be so this information be so old, bro. It'd be hard to remember all of this
Mhm.
stuff.
No
But
problem.
the word Hebrew literally meant like from the other side. It meant like you from the other side, speaking of like of the Nile. So
Mhm.
that it literally meant you
Mhm.
were a nomad, like you were a person of no land.
Uh-huh.
You were just a
Mhm.
wanderer, like
Mhm. Well, they have the Torah is written in something called Lashon Kodesh, which is actually not Hebrew. You see, like
right,
Hebrew is like, how would I put it? If I put it in a way that makes sense, Hebrew is like the language for the man in the street. You see,
wow, yeah,
and then they have like an original language which is not actually Hebrew, but
okay.
what but but what I'm saying is I understand what you're saying as well. You're right, yeah, because
So I found it.
okay.
So so when Abraham was called a Hebrew, they called him Abraham the Hebrew,
Mhm,
right? This is the first time the word Hebrew
mhm,
shows up in the Bible, and it's the first time anybody in the Bible was called a Hebrew. So they
mhm.
called Abraham a Hebrew. So that means his father wasn't a Hebrew,
Right, of
and
course.
his father wasn't a Hebrew,
Yeah.
and his father wasn't a
What
Hebrew, right? So when you
mhm,
look up the word, the meaning of that word Hebrew in in that context, it says uh, Abraham, Abraham the what the hell? It says from beyond. Let me see something.
right. Well, I mean, it's interesting what you're
A
saying.
refugee
Yeah.
is what it
Would
means.
a lot of the stuff that I've researched about Abraham and stuff like that, obviously I can't say for sure that it's 100% accurate because as you said, I wasn't there, so I can't. This is just opinion. Is that he was a Chaldean, you know?
Yeah, they were from
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Chaldees.
yeah.
Yes,
So he came from the Babylonian city of um, Abraham.
right.
So
Which was in
yeah, Mesopotamia. Let's say.
yeah, they came
Yeah.
from Mount Sinai or something like that.
Right. So it was kind of like they came from Iraq and they moved. It was Iraq really where Abraham is supposed to have traveled down from. You see, but Judaism as a religion is also a nomadic religion. So what you're saying makes sense because Jews actually are nomads by their religion. Their religion even says that they're nomads. It's like a nomadic religion, so it makes sense.
Well, I tried to break this down to a brother, to
Yeah.
the same brother who sent me this information. I tried to help this brother, and I
Hmm.
got some comments I got to go through with my brother.
No problem. No problem.
But before I do that, I want to just say that I was trying to show this brother when you do a study of Abraham and his father, who was it? I forget, Terah or whatever. They came from. They were cave dwellers.
Hmm.
They were nomadic. They were cavemen. They were in the caves. When God so-called called out to Abraham, he was in. When they say he was in his father's house, they were inside of a cave in the mountains.
Hmm. Hmm.
They were mountain men.
Right. Yeah. And the God, and this is another interesting point. The God, what they call God in Judaism, which is Elohim, right? That's the name of God, right?
Mm,
Yeah.
mm-hmm.
did you know that the Canaanite god was called El?
L. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's quite it's obviously like coming from from the Canaanites basically, you know. That's what I'm
It's
trying to say.
wild, man.
Yeah.
Yep. Hebrew, one who crossed over. Work as boy. I still got my boy in here. He
Oh, okay.
says, let me see what you say, Gaspar. Gaspar got some knowledge, man. We be going at it on Facebook with the Christians. The
Uh,
real Merkaba. If you don't know about the real Merkaba,
yeah.
he, have you ever heard of him? Complex,
No, but I know what
man.
I know what a macabre is though.
Well, the
Yeah.
brother, the real
Yeah.
Merkaba, he
Yeah.
has so many videos. Like this dude, now this dude here be traveling all over the world and going to these places and showing like different artifacts and so on and so forth.
Mhm. Mhm.
And he's a real highly intelligent brother. He be breaking down a lot on his channel. I do watch his channel, Gaspar. I know about him. He does a lot. He be in the group too, but under a different name. He said
Oh, okay.
religion is not about questioning. It says religion is not about questioning. It's about accepting.
Mhm.
Then he says, in order for faith to work, you must believe. Ask for understanding to be in the spirit, and
Mhm.
believe you are worthy of receiving wisdom. As you read, you use definitions in Arabic, Greek, and English. That's
Mhm.
facts.
Mhm.
Let's
Mhm.
see, and he says no. He got married, had children, and lived all his life and died in Egypt. But that's a different Jesus than the
Okay.
one in the Bible. Oh yeah,
Interesting.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I got one. I got a video coming out. I'm gonna do. I actually did a video. I did a video showing different Jesuses in the Bible,
Mhm.
and I forget the name of the video that actually talked about it. It's
Mhm.
I want to say who is Christ. Oh no, it says it's the other Jesus or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, where I talk about the different Jesuses, and I talk about the Jesus that actually got on the cross was a different Jesus than the one everybody think it is.
Mhm.
It says Hebrew means he who crossed over, which
Mhm.
means you know what I mean, you're nomad, like you crossed over
Mhm.
the river from where, you know what I mean, like where you came from,
Mhm.
you know. So when
Mhm.
these guys are calling us Hebrew, right, and they're talking about nationality,
Mhm.
right, because that's one thing they throw up in our face. The
Mhm.
word Hebrew literally means that you don't even have, you're displaced.
Right. Yeah. Well, that makes sense. And actually, you know, it's really Judea, isn't it? Judea is the real is the real um name of, let's say, that
The
particular
people,
well, Judea and Samaria, you know, was the Jewish land, if you want to call it, you know, right?
Jerusalem,
Yeah, all of those areas, right?
yeah.
But I actually had something to say about what
Go
you
ahead.
said, because it's basically, you know what happened when the Romans conquered Judea, right? What happened is the Romans conquered Judea. The Romans expanded across that part of the Middle East, and they
Mm-hmm.
conquered Judea. And
Mm-hmm.
when they conquered Judea, what they did is they took a lot of slaves from Judea to Rome. Yeah, okay,
Mm-hmm.
obvious. And then what happened at that time is, because I'm African, right? So what
Mm-hmm.
happened is there were Israelites, let's call them Israelites. There were Judean people who escaped, obviously, from the Romans, and they fled, right? And and some of them fled into Africa, right? Yeah,
Yep.
and then they ended up in South, because I'm from South Africa. Okay, I'm
Okay.
South African. Yeah, so
Okay.
so there are a tribe in South Africa that actually came from the Israelites fleeing from the Roman incursion, and they fled there, and they actually practiced Judaism. You see,
Now I have
right?
a question for you.
Yeah, sure.
Are they black?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but they're not. But it's not like Hebrew Israelites. It's not like the American Hebrew Israelite. These people, they do have an actual connection. This, like, in their history. You understand
Yeah.
what I mean? Like, they're
Yeah.
not just like suddenly saying, "Oh, I'm an Israelite out of nothing." You know what I mean? They're
Gotcha.
saying it because they've been
There.
doing it for,
That's their people.
yeah, they've been doing it for they've got genetic markers
Yeah.
that are the same as white Jews, right? These guys, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Some of
Yeah.
their genes are the same because they
Yeah.
come from the same people, right?
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is, and then some of them also went to Nigeria, where where you have the Igbo tribe, right? So
Yeah.
this is where the confusion starts, because when the slave when they took the slaves from West Africa to the US, they a lot of the people that they took were Igbos. So the Igbos do have some ancestry from there as well. However, it's not like what they're saying. They're saying everybody that came was Israelite. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas the real truth is there may be a few of them, or a small amount of them, that may have come from that incursion from Rome. Do you understand what I mean? But that would be maybe, like 5%. I don't know. That's just a guess. But it would certainly wouldn't be 100% of Black Americans. You understand what I mean?
Hmm.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah. Yeah.
they totally blow it out of proportion. You know
Yeah.
what I'm
They
trying
out
to
of
say?
there. They out
You
of
know?
line because
Yeah,
it's in the Bible, bro. Like it's in their Bible, like, and they just ignore it.
yeah,
Like literally. So
mm,
you ever hear you hear these Hebrews that like they spit on the Egyptian, right? And they
yeah,
spit on the African, right? Well,
yeah.
the Bible says, "Abhor not the Egyptian, for he is your brother."
Right, right.
So
Exactly.
it's a huge contradiction, bro. It's a huge contradiction. I just like sometimes I don't understand. Like I'm like, are these people literally like not reading this for themselves? Like
Mm.
I don't
Nah, they're
understand.
not. They're not. And the funniest thing is I had a conversation with one of them, and he was trying to tell me about, like, the Bible was the beginning of everything. And bro, my grandmother, she comes from an African tribe that goes back 20,000 years. You know,
Damn.
so I was like,
See,
You think the
and so
Bible is the beginning of everything? I tell
and
you, it's not.
right, and so
You know.
the funny part about it, and
Yeah,
what's crazy about it is us here in America, and
yeah,
I try to explain to these brothers when I see them and I talk to them, we've been ripped from our genealogy. We haven't had control over our blood and our genealogy for
for sure,
thousands of years. I don't even know who my great grandmother is.
for sure. Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like a
yeah.
lot of us, we don't even have
Mm,
contact to our
mhm,
slave ancestors, let
mhm,
alone
mhm,
30, 20, 30,000 years ago. You know what I
mhm.
mean? Like all the way, like dating back to like, where did
Yeah,
we really come from? Because I always question that we even came over here from Africa. And
yeah.
I always said that that was a ploy in order to, that was just another ploy to tear us away from our true history and our true heritage.
Oh, I mean, I don't know.
You
I
know what I
don't.
mean?
I
Like it's
yeah.
just for me, like
Mhm,
like I said earlier, bro. I don't trust nothing these white folks tell us.
mhm,
They're the ones who are telling us that they brought us over here from Africa. I
mhm,
don't believe that, bro.
mhm, mhm,
I don't believe that. Now,
mhm,
did they bring slaves from Africa on slave ships? Of course they did.
mhm,
I'm not denying that. What I'm saying is us
mhm,
as a people,
mhm.
did I don't believe that we all as just like a whole people that we all just came over here from Africa. You know what I mean? I believe
Well,
we were here before Africa. And
well,
there's proof, there's actually things that show and prove that we were
mm,
here, that there were black people here
mhm.
before the slave ships came over here.
Oh
We
yeah,
got
no, I definitely agree with that. I mean, that has got to be true. I'm not saying that, but
no, yeah,
the reason I specified the slave ships is because these Hebrew Israelites, they specifically talk
yeah,
about that group of people. I'm not saying that there wasn't black people in America before or whatever. I'm just saying that when these guys talk, they talk specifically. They say the people that came in the slave trade,
yeah.
all those people were the true real Israelites, right?
Yeah, I know,
You
and
know,
that
you
and
know,
and that's something that I
yeah,
that's something that I do. I like I said, and I gotta still keep going on the Hebrew Israelites as far as
mm,
dropping the Bible studies goes. But that's one thing that I tell them, and that's actually in that video. Like you don't even they don't even can't even show me
mm,
that they actually came over here from slave ships.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
you can't even like
Well,
you just told me like you just told me.
Mm-hmm.
You know your genealogy going back 20,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
These guys can't go back 2 generations.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, for
And
sure.
and so what they like to do is they like to go to ancestry.com, or they go to these
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
um these genealogy places that's just basically fleecing our people for
Mm-hmm.
money,
Mm-hmm.
and they again asking the white man, can you tell me where my blood leads to? It's just, for me, like I just don't got
Mm-hmm.
it's like we
Well,
have to start. Uh-huh. I'm
no,
listening.
no, 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 no. I hear what you're saying, and I think, but I also think that from my perspective, it's like, in Africa, for example, yeah, like
Hmm.
slavery, a big lie that's told as well. You see, is that white people have been slaves, and Arabs have been slaves, and Jews have been slaves, and there's and a lot of great African leaders, like, for instance, I don't know if you ever heard of a guy called Mansa Musa, yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
right, who was the richest man on the planet, right?
yeah. In
Yeah,
history.
right, yeah, and he was a massive slaver. You see, he took
Huh.
slaves with him from Mali, from
Right.
Timbuktu,
Yeah.
all the way to Egypt. When he went to go visit the Egyptians, he took an entourage of slaves.
Yeah.
You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So it's like
Read about that.
what I agree, what I'm kind of agreeing with you, what I'm trying to say is that
Hmm.
the thing I disagree with is the way that they try to put out like slavery is like a black thing. It's not a black thing. It's a people thing. This shit has
Yeah.
been happening all over the world to everybody.
Facts.
You know what I'm trying to say?
Facts,
You know?
bro. So with you
Yeah,
saying that, there
yeah,
was another point that I brought up in the conversation, because they like to use, like you said, they like to talk about bringing people from slaves and ships, and
yeah,
I always say the same thing, like, bro, slaves, slavery is not just a black thing. Like, they, like, I
mm,
was like, bro, they was they the word slave
mm,
is from a word that is short. It's called Slav. They used to call them
right,
Slavs,
right,
and that's when white people was so called enslaving each other. But
right,
it wasn't slavery. It was indentured servitude.
right,
So
right,
they weren't slaves like the way we were slaves over here.
right,
They were actually working their way towards freedom. They were
right,
actually granted freedom at some point, and not just freedom, but they were granted status
mhm,
as well in the
right,
community.
right,
That's not what we was going through, but they like to try to,
mm,
they like to try to tell us, well, we all went through slavery. But with that being said as well,
yeah, yeah,
chattel slavery, which is what we call it over here, what we went through,
mm,
chattel slavery, where we
yeah,
were,
yeah,
basically dehumanized altogether. We,
yeah,
you know,
yeah,
so I'll try to explain to the Hebrews, like, bro, slave ships have, you know what I mean?
yeah,
Slave people have gone out on slave ships all over the world. Like, this
yeah.
is that wasn't just like, some
No.
people are so ignorant
Uh,
and so
uh-huh.
lazy,
Mm-hmm.
intellectually lazy, that they just think that when you talk about slavery, you're just
Mm.
talking about black people that came to America, or that was a
Right.
slave in America.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So that was
Yeah.
one other
Yeah.
thing.
And that's not, and I don't say that in any way to dismiss people's trauma or pain.
Right,
I'm compassionate. You know what I'm saying? I understand
right.
that that did happen, and obviously anybody that happened to, whether they're black, white, purple, doesn't really matter. It's just it is what it is. You know what I'm trying to say? You
Yeah,
know,
that's a fact.
and the honest, yeah. So like even if you look at like the Mongols, like people like that, like Genghis Khan, like this guy went and he enslaved half of Asia. You know what I'm
Yeah.
trying to say?
Yeah.
And like, and
Man,
it's
they
like,
still enslaving people in freaking Asia,
yeah, for sure.
China.
Yeah, look at all those the kids that make your shoes and stuff. Like,
Right.
that's slavery. That's slavery.
Yeah, they
So
still
yeah,
got dictatorships over there.
all that stuff, man, all that stuff, and it's right what you're saying, man. It's right what you're saying. But the reason I brought that up is because I thought it was important. Because another thing, what they say is they tried to say that the transatlantic slave trade was. They tried to say that in the prophecies that they talk about, the Deuteronomy. That's what it is. It says that the slaves will be 400 years in captivity, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Now, in the Torah, it actually explicitly says that uh, the slaves were the Hebrew slaves were in Egypt for 430 years, right? Yeah.
Hmm.
So actually, the transatlantic slave trade didn't last for 400 years like they claim. It was actually less. It was like 250 or something around that time, right?
Right.
So they try to line up all the prophecies and try to say like this is it. Also, another one is it says they will be few in number. It says the Israelites will be few in number, right? Are
Hmm.
Black Americans few in number? No, they're not. There's loads of
Right.
them. There's millions and millions and
Right.
millions
I
of,
think we got like 40 million or something like that.
right, and that's not even counting all the other black people in the Caribbean, in South
Yeah.
America, in all those,
You got you got black people here that they don't list themselves as black. They might be from Africa, but you know what I mean. We have man,
yeah.
we have whole sections of cities out here that's nothing but African people and
Okay,
from
yeah,
different places.
okay, yeah,
Yeah, we
okay.
have like what we call it. We call it it's like they have like their own freaking part of the city, bro, where it's nothing but African people. Like
Okay.
they don't just like they got their own stores, their own grocery store. They do their own thing, and we don't mix with them. You know what I
Uh,
mean? And
uh,
they don't mix. Put it like this: they don't mix with us. You know what I mean? And,
okay.
and it's
Why do
just
you think
you
that?
know,
Why do you think that is though? What do you think is behind that?
I think
What's the reason for that?
I think it's brainwashing, bro. Like so, I just feel like the way we are down here,
Mm,
um, people from Africa, they look at us, as different. Like they'll tell
mm,
you, I'm not black, I'm African, I'm Guyanan, I'm Kenyan. They'll
mm-hmm,
tell you like where they from, and I respect that. You
mm-hmm,
know,
mm-hmm,
but honestly, I just think it's just brainwashing in a successful.
mm-hmm,
They have successfully divided us, and honestly, I think when they come over here and they get visas and when they come over here, they get taken care of by
mm-hmm,
the government, and
mm-hmm,
they're told if you mix with these Negroes, we're gonna
okay.
send you right back where you come from. You're gonna lose your benefit if you mix
Mm-hmm,
with these people. Don't
mm-hmm,
have kids with them. Don't marry them. XYZ. Like I think that they're
mm-hmm.
literally told that, bro.
Okay, that's
Um,
quite. That's pretty sad.
and it is what it is, and it's been like that since I can remember, bro. Like I remember liking this girl. I don't know if they. I just know they were African,
Mm-hmm,
and I used to just like go knock on her door and be like, you know what I'm saying? Like we used to like that's just how we was back in the day. You would just knock on somebody's door and be like, hey, can you come outside? Like, can I,
mm-hmm.
And then it
Okay.
wasn't even, male, female, we all it's just the way it was. Like if you cut for
Yeah.
somebody, you just go knock on their door and like meet
Yeah.
their parents, and this how we was down here. But when I knocked on her door a couple of times, and just like the second
Mm-hmm,
time she couldn't come outside, it was like, oh, she can't come outside. I was like, okay.
mm-hmm.
And then I came back and her daddy came to the door.
Okay.
Hey, you already know, bro. And he
Yeah.
was like, yo, if you come back if you talk to my daughter or anything, I will kill you.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay. And I left her alone.
Mhm, mhm, mhm.
But that's just how
What
it was. Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to point out, this GSR is this what's his name? Gasper, you said or something.
Yeah.
He said here after, I don't know if he's still listening, but he said that the Hasidic community.
Let me see. The
He said
Hasidic community.
what is he
I don't
asking?
I, I don't I don't I don't I don't know. I don't really know, bro. Like I don't know what they call themselves. I just
No,
know it's different.
the Hasidic community is not African. Hasidic communities are religious Jews, Orthodox Jews. Yeah.
And now I'm talking about Africans,
Yeah,
bro.
I
Like
know, I know, I
I'm
know.
telling him, I'm
But
telling him. He say they
he's
don't
been
want to. He say they don't want to share in the slavery history. That's why they
uh,
separate themselves. I
uh,
mean,
uh,
I feel that. He said, I'm
Okay.
not too sure about this part. I've got nothing but love for most African people in America. Dated a
Okay.
ton of them before I got married. And I'm not, I got one of my one of my brothers I served in the military with, we was in the trenches together.
Okay.
He's Kenyan. And I mean, I love
Okay.
this dude to death. You know what I mean? It's not,
Okay.
it wasn't like, it's not, I'm not saying it like that. I'm just saying
Yeah.
like,
Yeah. There's a differentiation between you can tell like something. Yeah. I understand what you mean. I
yeah.
understand that.
And what I'm saying is throughout all these years, I'm 41 years old,
Mhm.
they have managed to stay and maintain those areas where they are. Like
Mhm.
they've been there long before I got there. You know what I
Mhm.
mean?
Mhm.
But
What also, the thing is African people, like this is from my experiences. Remember, it's like in America, yeah, you have like black people, and they just lump all black people together as one people. You know what I'm trying to say?
right,
Whereas
yeah,
obviously in Africa, you have different tribes. So one African tribe is very different from another African tribe. You see what I'm
yeah,
trying to say?
yeah, for
So
sure.
so even if they're both black, they have different beliefs.
Right,
They might have a different language. They have different
yeah,
customs. They have different looks. Only stupid, like only white people will look at them and say, "Oh, they look the same." But if you actually look at different tribes, you look at a Nigerian, you look at someone from my country. If you are from Africa, you will know that they are not the same people. You know what I'm trying to say? You can see that
mm-hmm,
they're completely different. They look completely different. You know what I
yeah,
mean? They're all their facial features, their bone structure,
yeah.
the way that the way they carry themselves, the language, everything.
I've been saying that for
You know.
years, bro.
So in the white countries where black people are in Europe as well, it's the same. They lump people together. Okay, black, you're kind of black, you're light skinned. That's what I was trying to say. They'll tell you different stuff. What is a student? Sorry, reply to this comment. What is a student of right knowledge? I'm not. No, I don't even know what that is. If I'm honest with you, but maybe I'm sharing some of the same knowledge just by chance.
I mean, he's asking like, just the truth. You know what I mean? Like, do you study the
Okay.
truth? Like, right
Yeah.
knowledge, that terminology come from like the shake out the diops and the, all the old school, like the old school like teachers of the past.
Okay. Okay. Well,
Yeah,
yeah. I try to be. Look, I try to be as forthright as I possibly can. With everything I do. If I try to look for the knowledge. I got knowledge from all over the world. I put it together. I study history a lot. I study a lot of things. So yeah,
uh,
exactly. I mean, this guy is on point.
yeah. That's part of the truth, man.
Yeah. Like he knows what he's talking about as well.
I got a whole crew on Facebook, man. I be trying to get them over here.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. We're trying to get more people in on the talk. Yeah, cool. That's cool.
Oh yeah, for sure. We
Yeah.
want to have as much conversation as possible about this because now
Uh,
it's like
yeah.
now it's like it's about just having the conversation because
Yeah.
it stirs up. It basically, if we having the conversation, me and you just chopping it up,
Yeah.
somebody
It's
gonna get something out of this, bro.
yeah. It's nice. It's nice to hear the input as well. I mean, listening to watching what Gasper's
Right.
typing as well and stuff. It's all good, man.
Yeah, that's part of the
Yeah.
truth, man. He can
Yeah.
come up here, and school some, what I mean, put some
Yeah.
knowledge on there, bro.
Yeah.
Gaspar, you more than welcome to click that link, bro. I think it's still pinned to the top of the
Hmm.
chat, man. You more than welcome to click that link and come up. But let's
Yeah.
get back to this
Yeah.
video.
Let's go back. Let's get back onto
See
the.
more lies. There's only so much of this I'm gonna be able to take. This is like an hour
It's
long
cool.
video.
Wait, I,
He said the Jews read all three
I can't see
languages.
it. I can't see anything now. There's
Oh,
not
you
really.
know what? Can you hear it?
Kind of. Not really. No.
Oh, okay.
No.
My bad. I didn't have my screen share on.
It's cool. I can kind of hear something, but not
Okay.
can't actually make it out.
Oh, okay. My bad. It's on now.
You got to say it in Hebrew. No, they wrote his name in Hebrew, Greek, and Latin. And the Jews read all three languages.
That's a lie. Some people couldn't even read, bro.
Exactly. And Jews did not read all the languages.
That's
That's false. That's false. That's a false statement. You know.
and
Uh,
see, this is the stuff that they
yeah.
see. This stuff
Uh,
that
uh,
people who man, you got. Let me say this: you got people who are really actually spiritual, but they
right.
don't have any guidance.
Right.
So that's why a lot of people cling to these religions because these religions purport to be spiritual guidance.
Right. Right.
And so he's talking to these people. They don't know what he's talking about. When he said that, they were like,
Mm.
"Oh, he's so smart. He did his
Yeah.
homework."
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and,
Well,
and it
look.
just
Yeah. Look, the problem is as well is a lot of what he says is taken from the KJV, right? Which is a changed version of the Torah. So actually, if you translate the Torah directly from Hebrew into English, it does not say what it says in the KJV. You see,
right.
so
That's a
it's a
fact,
different book. It's a different book,
man.
you know. So that's why
But
that's
if you
how
think
they trick
about it,
people,
if
you
you
know.
think about it, when they do those translations, those many different translations, it's actually a different book. And I
Yeah,
always tell people that the Bible, in and of itself, it's a
yeah,
contradiction of
yeah,
the original text because the
right,
Bible tells you that you were not. This wasn't supposed to be translated into any other language.
right,
It was
exactly,
supposed to be. It was meant to be read and spoke in Hebrew.
right,
Period. It says
exactly,
it. You should not change one jot or one tittle. That's how
yeah,
they wrote words back then. Jots and tittles. That was their
right,
characters. So you're
right,
not supposed to change a jot or a tittle. You are not supposed to translate this.
right.
But
You're right.
they're not gonna tell you that. That's why I'll be telling them you wouldn't even believe in this stuff if it wasn't for this Bible.
Hmm. Hmm.
And I always ask them to show me the word Bible in the Bible.
Right.
That's why it's different. It's not what the
Yeah.
original people wrote, and they don't even have the
Yeah.
originals.
Yeah. Well, when I mean, I can understand Hebrew, like read it and stuff. I'm not so good at speaking it, but I can understand it. You know, and I can read it to a degree, and it, you know, and I showed many of these people, well, not many, the few people that I've had discourses with, I've showed them like this is the actual translation from Hebrew to English. And then after they're like, oh, you don't really speak Hebrew, you're just a liar. That's what they always say to me, you know? And I'm
yeah,
like, yeah, well, my grandfather was like a Jew, you know what I'm trying to say? So
yeah, yeah.
he read Hebrew, he spoke Hebrew, you know what I mean? And you know, so it doesn't make, you know, it's funny how they're telling me that, you know. And they
Mm.
also tell me stuff like another one that's funny is they say South African uh, South African language, so that the indigenous tribal languages of South Africa, one guy tried to tell me that we are descended from Hebrews, and I was like, man,
Oh yeah.
I go ask all my friends in the tribes, yo, are you descended from Hebrews? Do you think your language descended from Hebrew? And what do you think? How do you think? How do you think they respond to me? They all just laughing. You know what I mean? They're like, what?
Yeah. You know,
they,
it's funny because that's what I'm
yeah,
saying, man. They
yeah,
will like
mm,
just arbitrarily pick somebody. Because see now they're
yeah,
saying that we're the tribe of Judah, right?
right. That's it.
So then
Yeah.
they start going all over the world to try to pick other people and make
Mm,
them that tribe. Like, come on,
mm-hmm,
bro, please, man.
mm-hmm.
Y'all
Exactly.
tell these people are terrible. These
Hmm.
people
Hmm.
are freaking terrible. Let's
They
see.
blow it
Let's
out.
see what else.
Let's go.
Then
Let's
said
go.
the chief priests of the Jews to Pilate, write not the king of the Jews, but that he said, I am king of the Jews.
Right. Don't say that he was our king. Say that he said he was. Let's see what Pilate said.
Pilate answered, what I have written, I have written.
In other words, shut the hell up. That's what he's saying to him. Go ahead.
Then the soldiers, when they had crucified Jesus, took his garments and made 4 parts to every soldier a part, and also his coat. Now the coat was without seam, woven from the top throughout.
So this coat that Christ wore, it had no seams in it. You know how when you get a coat,
Boy,
you
was
can see where they
fly.
cut and sewed the pieces together? The coat that Christ had on, there's no cutting in this coat at all.
It was fresh
And the
to death.
soldiers wanted his clothing. So Christ wasn't running around Jerusalem looking homeless. You don't gamble and argue over homeless people clothes. Everybody understand that? Come on.
He's right about that. And one thing that I pointed out in one of my videos was that the guy that he ran with, Joseph of Arimathea, he was rich. He was a rich man. And then Jesus rode with a centurion too, which was like a soldier. You know what I'm saying? Like Jesus had a squad with him, according to the story. So says the story.
Come on.
They said, therefore, among themselves, let us not rend it, but cast lots for it.
Cast lots for it means let's gamble for it. Let's see who's gonna win this coat. So Christ didn't wear no bad, dusty, rusty clothes. Go ahead.
Whose it shall be that the scripture might be fulfilled, which saith, they parted my raiment among them, and for my vesture they did cast lots. These things, therefore, the soldiers did. Now there stood by the cross of Jesus his mother, and his mother's sister Mary, the wife of Cleophas, and Mary Magdalene.
So at the foot of the cross, like the sister was saying, weeping was his mother, and these other sisters standing there at the cross, crying as they hung him. Come on.
When Jesus therefore saw his mother and the disciples standing by, whom he loved.
Who was the disciple whom he loved? Who knows? Raise your hand. Raise your hand.
You don't know. You don't know who he was either, huh?
Nah.
Now it's funny they brought this up and they point this out. Now he gonna claim that it's John. Now, as far as I'm concerned, I don't care who it was. It could be John. Some people try to say it was a woman because Jesus. There's some suspect action between Jesus and this disciple whom he loved, which is going to be in a future Bible study that I'm going to do when I show people about the disciple who Jesus loved. And you can go look it up for yourself and you'll see that it was some real some suspect activity going on in there.
Who was the disciple whom Obadiah?
Oh yeah, they always talk about Obadiah, don't they? That's another
John.
one.
It was John the Revelator.
Nah, these people got Hebrew names, so he was pointing at a dude named Obadiah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they sick.
Okay.
He was known as the one that Jesus loved. He was known for that because anytime Christ was teaching, John had his head right here at Christ's side, like.
Now, what sense do that make? Now, look at that. Now remember, they didn't have tables and chairs back then, so he wanna try to make it seem like that the dude was leaning on Jesus like that. Listen, but the Bible said that the dude's head was on his chest.
Okay.
They ain't had no tables and chairs. They was sitting on the floor.
Especially leather chairs like that.
Right.
Like that. And they'd always say he's always leaning on Christ's bosom when he's talking.
See how he just blew through that, but that's suspect, bro. Who does that?
You're right.
Who does that? Who leans? I mean, what's going on, bro?
John was always by Christ all the time. Come on.
Whom he loved, he saith unto his mother, woman, behold thy son.
So he looked at his mother and said, woman, behold thy son, referring to John. Go ahead.
Then saith he to the disciple, behold thy mother. And from that hour, that disciple took her unto his own home.
So from that time, John took Mary into his own home to take care of her. Prior to that, like many people, you get some simple people. Did Christ have a place to live? Can we get that in John chapter 1 real quick? We're coming back here to John 19. I get so tired of these people saying Christ was homeless.
Who says that?
Verse 38. Yes.
John chapter 1, verse 38. Then Jesus turned and saw them following and saith unto them.
So I just thought about something, right? He said that the disciple whom Jesus loved was John, right? Now, if John wrote the book of John, why would John say the disciple who Jesus loved instead of saying I, me?
True.
I was leaning on Jesus' bosom. I was walking with Jesus. I did
Mm.
this. I said that.
Right. Strange. Mhm, mhm.
It's just,
Yeah.
man, people
Yeah.
just don't be thinking, man.
Yeah. It's the
What see?
truth. Yeah.
They said unto him, Rabbi, which is to say, being interpreted, master.
The word rabbi is a Hebrew word that means master. So Christ is known, which is the same. Go ahead.
Where dwellest thou?
Where do you live? That's the question. Where dwellest thou? Where do you live?
He saith unto them, Come and see. They came and saw where he dwelt
They came and saw where he lived
and abode with him that day.
and stayed with him that day. These
Okay,
people talk about
Jesus had a
birds
house.
have nests and okay. Let's go back now to John 19. Son, behold your mother, that one.
Yes, verse 26. When Jesus therefore saw his mother and the disciples standing by, whom he loved, he
Look, they're
saith
going
unto
right
his
into
mother.
it. Okay, now
Mhm,
if John wrote the book of John,
mhm.
why would he speak of himself in this
Son,
context?
behold your mother, that one.
Yes, verse 26. When Jesus therefore saw his mother and the disciples standing by, whom
It don't make no sense.
Mm.
But they, I
Yeah.
swear to God, man, I swear to
Yeah.
God, you will show them this stuff,
Yeah. I
and
know.
somehow, some way,
Hmm.
they will find a way to make it make sense to themselves.
For sure.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, you know what I'm
Uh
saying?
huh.
But
Uh
that's
huh.
just something that's more ammunition for somebody who, when you're talking to these people, and you can ask them a question. Ask a pastor, like I would know little stuff like that. And I would go to my pastor at the time. This is when I was
Uh,
first waking up, and I would ask him little questions like,
uh,
"Was Jesus Christ?" Or I would
mm,
ask him, who wrote the Bible,
mm,
stuff like that.
mhm,
When I knew the
mhm,
answer, and I knew that I knew more than him when he would like lash out, like, "Don't be
Of
asking all these
course,
questions,"
yeah.
right? You know
Of
what I mean? I
course,
was
of
like,
course. As
"Okay,
soon
not
as
too
so,
much."
yeah, yeah. No, you're right, man. As soon as someone gets angry and starts like throwing their
Yeah,
toys out the pram, then you know that they've already lost the argument, man.
you already know they ain't got
You know?
no leg to stand on. I'm like, hey,
Yeah,
I ain't trying to ruffle no feathers, man. I'm just asking questions.
exactly.
And I just knew then I was like, well, I'm not like my wife at the time. I would tell her, I'm not giving this man my money when I can't even ask him simple questions, and we can't even
Right,
get to the nitty gritty of this. You
right,
know what I
right,
mean?
right.
And
Yeah, if
and
you
it,
could,
it was, hmm
yeah, no, you're right. No, sorry, I'm following
yeah,
you. I totally agree with what you're saying, man. If you can't handle a question, then how can
yeah.
you how
How
can
you
you
gonna be
expect?
my spiritual leader?
Yeah,
This is what you trying to be. You trying to be my spiritual leader, but I can't
right.
ask you simple questions. So if I say, who wrote the book of John? Then why would John speak of himself like it don't even make no
26. When
sense?
Jesus therefore saw his mother and the disciples standing by, whom he loved, he saith unto his mother, Woman, behold thy son. Then saith he to the disciple, Behold thy mother. And from that hour, that disciple took her unto his own home.
Come on.
After this, Jesus, knowing
And
that
that's another thing that's very important. When you read the scriptures, women did not live on their own. There was no such
Boy,
thing.
don't nobody
Or a
care about
husband or a
that.
husband today is insane. We
Jesus, knowing that all things were now accomplished, that the scripture might be fulfilled, saith, I thirst. Now there was set a vessel full of
Hold on now. When Jesus said that, all right, he said all things were accomplished so that the scripture might be fulfilled. Meaning, up to that point, the scripture had been fulfilled. He'd done everything. So that at
Right.
that point, there was no need for him to die because the scripture had already
Yeah.
been fulfilled.
Yeah. Yeah. Mhm.
But they don't want to. I'm doing a study on Isaiah 53 right now because a lot of the smart, quote unquote, smart guys that I talk to, they leaning on Isaiah 53. So I'm doing
Yeah.
a study on Isaiah 53 right now. But
Well, I don't know if you know this one. It might be one that you might want to look at. Is Jeremiah 6:15. Yeah.
see,
Uh, Jeremiah 6:15. Were they? I'll read it out quickly. Were they ashamed when they had committed abomination? Nay, they were not all ashamed, neither could they blush. Therefore they shall fall among them that fall at the time that I visit them, they shall be cast down, saith the Lord. So what this Jeremiah part says is that they can blush, right? Yeah. So light skinned people can be seen visibly blushing, right? You know,
Hmm.
if you're darker skinned and you
Yeah.
blush, you blush, you go red. No
Yeah.
one's gonna see it. It's
Right.
not gonna be visible. The only way you can see it is if the person has light skin, right?
True that.
So how is it possible that the Israelites were very dark if it's saying I'm not saying they were or they weren't. I'm just saying according to them they are. You understand
Yeah.
what I'm saying,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. So in the scriptures they're using, it says that. So I said to this one guy, find me uh find me a dark skinned black man that you can see blushing visibly,
Right.
right? Yeah,
And
and
you
you
can't.
can't. You know what I mean? You
Yeah.
can't. It doesn't exist, right?
Right.
So that there is a clear one, and obviously they will say, the normal things will come out like,
Yeah.
oh, they're not talking about color, they're talking
Yeah.
about,
Yeah. Yeah. They're gonna
they,
fight back.
they're talking about something else, or that then it disproves their doctrine though. Jeremiah 6:15, Jeremiah 8:12, uh, all of these ones, yeah, they say
Yeah.
stuff like all it says all their faces turned into paleness.
Mm.
The black when black people, I mean, I'm light skinned, so yeah, you can see me when I blush. But in generally, did black people did their face go pale? Not really. You know what I'm trying to say? You know, if a light skinned person gets scared, you can see they will lose the color out of their face. Right?
Oh yeah.
But
Oh,
but
I
but
show 'em.
exactly, but you won't see that with a black person, will you? You see when they yeah when they you won't see
Well,
that.
Solomon is literally described as a white man. It says
Yeah,
it literally says that Solomon was white,
yep,
and
belly
he's
like
literally described as white and ruddy.
yep, and his belly's like ivory. Is ivory
Right.
black?
That's right. Straight up.
But yeah, okay, cool. So yeah,
So
so
yeah, let's keep it moving because we ain't but what.
yeah, true,
Man, we 15, 16 minutes into this video, man. I want
cool,
Vinegar.
so we're gonna
And they
skip through a
filled a
lot of this
sponge
stuff
with
because
vinegar.
they ain't
cool,
talking
cool.
about
Put
nothing.
a vinegar head.
So far. So now, the Gospels is very abbreviated. You have to go precept upon precept to find out what actually occurred. From there, let's go to Isaiah chapter 50.
Wait a minute. You said the Gospels was abbreviated, so you got to go through the Gospels to get the channel. Then you want to go back to the Old Testament.
Verse 5 and
Okay,
6. Isaiah chapter 50. Write these down. So you
Isaiah
get these
50.
idiots that say Christ is not spoken of in the Old Testament. Oh, how wrong you are, oh dumb one. We're going to show you that Christ is mentioned throughout the Old Testament. Isaiah 50, only one is verse 5 and 6.
Isaiah chapter 50, verse 5. The Lord God hath opened mine ear, and I was not rebellious,
Christ was not rebellious. Come on.
neither turned away back.
Christ did not go out the truth going backwards. Watch this.
I gave my back to the smiters.
So prophetically, Isaiah.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Hold on, man. What is this dude doing?
The Old Testament. Oh, how wrong you are. Oh,
He
dumb
said
one.
Jesus. He's saying Jesus is spoken of in the Old
One
Testament.
is verse 5 and 6.
Nope,
Isaiah
nope,
chapter 50, verse
nope.
5. The Lord
This is what
God
this
hath
this
opened
is another thing they
mine
say.
ear, and
This
I
is
was
another.
not
Another falsehood.
There's another falsehood. They try to tell you that in the Torah and in the Talmud, or in the Jewish books, that Jesus is mentioned. There's no mentioning of Jesus in any of those
And
books.
it's so funny. They
You
just
know?
say that. They'll just
Yeah,
say it. The Old Testament.
yeah,
I got a brother right now. He
yeah,
will say,
yeah.
he tells me that the whole Old Testament is all about Jesus.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's not mentioned. I can
and
assure
then
you, it's not mentioned.
and then that's why I say I'm doing Isaiah 53 right now, because when I ask him to show me the proof that the whole Old Testament is about Jesus, he goes straight to Isaiah 53.
I'm gonna bring it up and take a little. While you carry on playing, I'm gonna take a little read of that one.
Oh yeah.
Isaiah 53. Yeah,
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Check that
Isaiah.
out.
Christ was not rebellious. Come on.
Neither turned away back.
Christ did not go out the truth going backwards. Watch this.
I gave my back to the smiters.
So prophetically, Isaiah is speaking about Christ. He said, I gave my back.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Thus said the Lord, where is the bill of your mother's divorcement, who I have put away, or which of my creditors is it to whom I have sold you? Behold, for your iniquities have ye sold yourselves, and for your transgression is your mother put away. Wherefore, when I came, was there no man? When I called, was there no answer? Is my hand shortened at all that it cannot redeem, or have I no power to deliver? Behold, at my rebuke I dry up the sea, I make the rivers a wilderness. Their fish sinketh because there is no water, and dieth for thirst. I clothe the
Mm.
heavens with blackness. Okay, that's a black sky. People don't know that when the Bible talks about heaven, it's talking about the sky.
Yeah,
And
of course. Yeah.
I make a sackcloth their covering.
Right.
The Lord God hath me, and the Lord God hath given me the tongue of the learned, that I should know how to speak a word in the season to him that is weary. He wakeneth morning by morning. He wakeneth my ear as he have learned. Okay, so now that's Isaiah speaking of himself, right? This is Isaiah preaching to the people. All right, he said, "The
Mhm.
Lord God hath opened my ear." Now this is Isaiah, right, speaking to the people. Now he's trying to say that Isaiah is prophetically speaking, and the words that are coming out of his mouth is actually Jesus talking.
Mhm.
And now some people will tell you that Isaiah was actually putting himself as the savior of the people,
Mhm.
but that's a whole nother topic.
Is very similar to like I was saying to you earlier, man. Like if you do a bit of research on British Israelism, you will see there's a lot of similarities between these two things.
Yeah, I already know, because
The
basically it's basically the same books.
It's the same thing. It's literally the same thing, and they'll say the same thing about it. But
Yep.
it's very interesting. Yeah, cool. Okay,
So
so
let's keep it moving, man. I
see
just
what?
want to point. I wanted to read that, and what I for the people listening, I like to when so that's how I study. That's how I read. That's how I learn. I go all the way back. At least let me go back to. If I go back to the beginning of the chapter and I still don't understand, I go to the end of the last chapter, and I keep going back to. I understand the context of what's being said, and that's how you learn. That's how you know what I mean. I'm just trying to show the people that that's how you learn this stuff. So I had to read back to get the context, because he grabbed it at verse 5. Well, I'm like, well, what was being said before that? You know what I mean? Because what he's grabbing on verse 5, he's trying to push a narrative. So I had to. That's how you got to watch people, and that's how you protect your mind, because people will sneak in. Like, that's how they sneak in. That's why I was trying to
For
show
sure.
y'all earlier how he will just jump over stuff, or he will just say something as if it's a fact, when in all actuality, when I show you, when you looking at it for yourself, you're like, that's not what it says, or that's not true.
Mm,
He'll say something like you said earlier. The Hebrews ain't
mm,
speaking on three languages. The Israelites ain't speaking on three
mm,
different languages, so on and so forth. But he said it as if it's a fact. So
mhm,
that's
mhm,
how I protect my mind, and I don't let these type of people, like snakes. They like to sneak into your mental, to where
mhm,
they like, he's literally thinking to himself, they don't know the difference, and they ain't gonna listen to some, like, listen to me. You know what I mean? Some
mm,
hood. They don't listen to some hood from the ghetto. Ain't got
mhm,
no credentials. Ain't got no
mhm,
ain't got no churches, no nothing. Ain't nobody following this man. I got 30,000 followers.
mhm,
I can go
mhm,
line, like these the ones they like to line up and block all the streets
mhm.
and
Yeah,
march
no.
down. They like to march down the streets
Mhm, mhm,
singing American military songs. words.
Yeah. I've
Lordy,
seen.
Lordy,
I,
don't you? You seen that, right?
I've only seen them in videos. Like I've never seen these guys in real life because obviously
Man,
I'm not from America, so I've never seen
no,
them.
yeah.
You
I've
know.
never seen them in
But
real life either, and I thank God because when you do, they
yeah,
gonna have the whole street blocked off, and you gotta go a whole nother way because they got police escorts.
okay, yeah, it's weird, huh?
That is weird. They got the
Yeah,
police escorting them through the neighborhoods while they
but
trying to. Yeah, okay.
I have a question actually. I don't want to
Hmm.
detract too much, but
Yeah, go ahead.
this is my perception, right? It's like, what do you think? Do you think that like like Nation of Islam, right? Yeah. Okay. Do you think that this and Nation of Islam are two parts of the same tree?
Yeah,
Like,
because
it
yeah,
seems like
because
that to me,
the nation of Islam is they're Muslim.
but it's the same principle. They say the same thing. It's just
Yeah,
one's Muslim and one's claiming to be
right.
Jew,
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's
Jewish
all the
and
same.
Christian or whatever. You know what I mean?
It's all
Yeah,
the same, and they're worshiping the same God. Like they got
yeah,
the same God, so it's the same. They
mm.
just calling them Allah.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
And the
So yeah,
problem with it, and the problem with the Nation of Islam is they're literally, I mean, they're basically their whole model is like the Catholic Church.
right.
You know what I mean? So it's like,
Okay.
yeah,
I
they
always
literally.
found
Mhm.
I always found out I actually found out if you do some research on the Nation of Islam and stuff that I did research on the internet. I don't know this for sure, but from what I've researched, it's like a lot of those guys, like Farrakhan and all those leaders of the Nation of Islam, they are they're Grand Wizard Freemasons. You know,
I heard all that too, but
I don't know if that's like it means anything, but I'm just saying like it's
I'm gonna be
funny because
real with you. Down
yeah,
here, it really don't mean anything because down here, uh, um, especially back in the day, and I wouldn't be surprised because back then, a black man had to do certain things in order to get protection, and
uh,
a black man had to do certain things in order to get status, in order to,
okay.
you know what I mean. So it was like, if you, it's still like that down here today. Like if you become a part of one of their fraternities
Yeah.
or one of their societies, it gives you some type of privilege. It gives you some type of leeway, opens certain doors for you.
Yeah.
And
Okay. Yeah.
sadly enough, as the old saying goes, a black man got to work 10 times as hard to be five
Yeah.
steps behind the white man. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I agree with what I get what you're saying. All I'm saying, the reason I'm saying what I'm saying is not because I'm like on some kind of massive conspiracy thing. All I'm trying to say is that these lodges that these fraternities like these guys and NOI come from, it's like they sow seeds of uh they like controlled opposition. They tell you a half truth. You see,
Oh
like
yeah,
they tell you they're full of half truths, and the reason they only tell you a half truth is because they want to feed you something for you. It's like when you go fishing, you want to give the fish something to grab onto. You know what I mean?
right, yeah, oh
Like
yeah,
so they give you a half truth, and then you think, oh, because they've told me a half truth, that automatically means that everything they say is now true. That's how they catch you. You see,
yeah,
but
oh yeah.
it's
That
like what
is,
you were saying. It's like a snake that wants to get inside, and then when you actually study it yourself and you know what you're talking about yourself, then they got no way in. You know what I mean?
yep.
Yeah,
I mean, that's all religion, bro. That's
yeah,
what they do.
yeah, yeah,
That's what they do. But
yeah.
as I told the brother who sent me this link to sent me this video, as I told him, it's like this because he asked me once he once we got into our conversation. He said, "Well, because he's like, well, why read the Bible?" I said, "Because it's a great book."
Mm, mm,
I was like,
mm,
"Why would I read any book?" And he
mm,
said, "Yeah, but you don't believe it. You know what I mean? So why would you?" He said, "If I didn't believe in something, I wouldn't read it. I wouldn't waste my time." And I had to explain it to him like this, bro. I said, "Listen,
mhm.
the Bible, not only is it a great book, it's a great weapon.
True.
It has been weaponized
Hmm.
to enslave the minds of many people.
Yeah, it has. I
So
agree.
I feel like if I read it, if I know it, if I understand it, if I can decide, if I can do it for myself, nobody can trick me.
Mhm.
See what I'm
Mhm.
saying? So can't nobody just come to me and say, "Well, we're going to focus on the wool. Let's focus on that. Let's focus on the wool." You see what I'm saying?
Right.
You can't tell me that because I'm saying, "No, I want to focus
Yeah.
on the white
Yeah.
head. That's what I want
Yeah.
to focus on. I want to
Right.
focus on the part that said he was white as snow."
Right. No. No. You're on point. Yeah.
So that's why I was trying to. That's why. And trust me, I have a Quran. I'm not as versed in the Quran as I want to be, but it's because I've been spending so much time on the Bible.
Uh-huh.
But I bought. Trust me,
Yeah.
I bought me a Quran, so I have one because, like you said, can't nobody get nothing over me. And as
Can
far
also
as
can also get the Torah as well. Torah is good as well too.
I got the Torah.
Okay. 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 Cool. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I got all of those books. I wanted to make sure
Yeah.
that I had all the books. You know what I'm saying? Got me a Septuagint.
Yeah.
I got me a Apocrypha. You know what I mean? I wanted to get all the books. So
Uh-huh.
you can't, can't
Yeah.
put no wool over my eyes, man.
There goes that word, wool again.
The wool. We're gonna focus on the wool.
To the smiters. They was whipping him. Go ahead.
And my cheeks to them that plucked off the hair.
Now that's heavy right there, because they never show that in the movies. Anybody
They don't show it in the movies because it's not in the freaking New Testament. This is you all the way in the Old Testament talking about showing something in the New Testament that's not even in the story.
ever hold a baby
Did you check out Isaiah 53 year complex?
and the
Yeah,
baby
yeah, I checked it out. Yeah.
and you begin to curse
Yeah, they like to say that's Jesus.
and cry in the eyes, grabbing
Man,
his
shut
beaks?
up.
You know your face after all starts to swell when the hair ripped out of its.
Oh, you're so smart.
And my cheeks to them that plucked off the hair. I hit not.
So when you see a picture of the white man on the cross with his beard all groomed, that's a lie. Number one, he's a black man. Number two, there should be no beard. It should be plucked, ripped, patches ripped out of his face. They don't show that. Go ahead.
I hid not my face from shame and spitting.
So they were spitting. Our people were shaming Christ and spitting. You had Rome there too.
Our people.
Uh-huh.
So that's another part about their doctrine that for some reason, these brothers have such a disdain for black men, and I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about.
You had a wicked.
So their entire doctrine. That's another thing that I pointed out in the video, that their one of the tenets of their doctrine is that God hated us. God hated the Israelite. If you read the Old Testament, God absolutely hated these people. He made them eat shit. He made them starve. He starved them so bad that they were eating their babies. And he made them like eat mud pies. He hated them because they were stupid, like this brother. And they want to say that this is our God. This is what we get. So much so, even the slavery part where they talking about, brought you into Egypt with ships. So basically what they're saying is that it's not the white man's fault. It's our fault because we disobeyed God. So God made us slaves to the white man. So we don't blame the white man. That's what they tell. This is their message. But see, they're not gonna say that.
But it is what they're saying ultimately.
That's their message.
Yeah.
It's not the white man's fault. It was ordained by God Almighty that this be like this.
This was for a reason, basically.
Because we were disobedient.
Right.
Romans
Okay.
as well as wicked Israelites. Give me
Look,
chapter
wicked
52
Israelites.
in verse 14. Bear with me a second.
Psalms 22, verse 16. For dogs have compassed me, the assembly of the wicked have enclosed me.
The dogs and the wicked, yes, it's Esau, but guess what? Wicked Israelites fall in that too. Go ahead.
They pierced my hands and my feet.
So who that happened? Was that King David that had his hands and feet pierced?
I mean,
dumb is.
I mean, this Esau thing is funny as well. When they try to say you're an Edomite or something like that,
Yeah.
It's like, for me, that's that's crazy because Edomites are Israelites as well. So it doesn't make sense, you know. That like they're
It's
trying to make a differentiation between them, but Edomites is they're all
what
Babylon. They're all from Babylonian Mesopotamia. All these,
they're your family. At the end of the
yeah,
day, is what you're
yeah,
saying is
yeah,
that's
yeah,
your brother.
yeah. Exactly. It's just it's the same people. So I don't know why they're trying to make a huge differentiation between the two because it's the same people. You know what I mean?
I'm
You know,
trying to see.
it doesn't make sense. But you know, it's not really it doesn't really make sense to me. You know, because yeah,
And it's funny. I was looking at this point that he's trying to point out right now,
mm,
as if Jesus was the only person throughout all of history to be crucified. So when
exactly.
anybody talks about their hands being pierced and their feet being pierced or hung up
Yeah.
on a cross
It's got to be
or
Jesus.
it's gotta be talking about Jesus.
uh-huh.
When even in the story he was up there with two other dudes,
Uh-huh.
two other random ass motherfuckers. So
Uh-huh.
it's like, bro, Jesus is not the only person this happened to, bro. This
No,
was
for
a
sure.
common. This
Yeah.
was it was a very extremely common way of
Killing.
executing people.
Yeah, yeah. The Romans. It was the
Yeah,
Romans. That was the Romans' MO. It was like that. That was their. You know, that's what they.
facts.
That's how they. That's how they did it. The Romans.
Yeah. Who hate the New Testament and say, "Oh no, that's not what it says in the Hebrew." Watch them spirits that like to go to another language.
He
It's not
called him a
Israelites
spirit.
out there who hate the New Testament and say, "Oh no, that's not what it says in the Hebrew."
You
Now,
see? You see
you,
what I told
you
you?
see that?
Remember before?
Yeah,
I said he's like it doesn't say it in Hebrew.
right.
Don't go to Hebrew. Why do you not want him to go to Hebrew?
You
Because
see what I'm saying? I was
you
gonna
will
say the
you
same
will see
thing.
that it doesn't say the same thing. That's why, you
I
know.
was about to say the same thing, bro. Like now you don't want to talk. You don't want to talk Hebrew right now. You want
No,
to talk. You don't want to talk Hebrew right now. If you talk
now
Hebrew right now, the whole story change.
now you want to talk in English all of a
Yeah,
sudden.
we talking the Queen's English.
Hebrew. Watch them spirits that like to go to another language
Uh,
to bring doubt to your mind.
See, when he said that, I ain't gonna lie. I felt that when he said that. When he said, "Watch them spirits," he called me a spirit. I felt like he was talking directly about me, bro. I ain't gonna lie,
yeah, they're gonna
Watch them
call you like
because
they call you like a demonic entity or something
you know
like that.
what I mean. Like
Yeah,
because that's what I do on my videos, and I know they seen my video, bro. Because my video, people really reacted and responded to my video. That's how I met you. The same video that I met you on.
yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah. I remember.
I know he seen my video, and he don't like the fact that I be going into the Hebrew. Watch them demonic spirits. They want to talk in Hebrew. What you mean, bro? But then when they want to try to
Yeah.
argue or debate something, that's all they speaking all Hebrew
Yep, yep. The contradictions are
like to
crazy.
go to another language to bring doubt to your mind.
to bring doubt to your mind. But let me in. I'm good. I'm a good brother.
It's telling you what it's saying right there. Read that part again.
It's telling you what it's saying in plain English. I fucking can't, man.
Yeah,
Right
nah.
there. It's right there in plain English.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
No, that's King James
Yeah.
English.
For dogs have compassed me, the assembly of the wicked having closed me. They pierced my hands and my feet.
Come on.
I may tell all my bones. They look and stare upon me.
He could see the bones in his body because they beat him so bad, the flesh tore. You could see the bones. They don't show that in the movies. I mean, you might see a bad whooping like.
Well,
Come on.
shut up.
They part my garments among them and cast lots upon my vesture.
That's what did we just read that in the book of John, chapter 19? So what do people talk about? Oh, that Christ is not mentioned in an Old Testament. You're an idiot. Go to
Because Jesus was the only person this happened to.
And he's not mentioned at all. They don't
I don't know.
mention him at
Right.
all.
It didn't mention him at all. It didn't say nothing
Never.
about Jesus.
No, he doesn't exist technically in that testament that he's talking about. You know, there's
Come
no
on, man.
it's
Jesus
crazy.
wasn't even thought about. This was like 400 or 500 years before Jesus.
Exactly. So all that stuff is that's crazy. It's crazy.
Isaiah 52. I'm sorry I keep saying idiot, but they are Sodom children.
Who?
Sodish means stupid.
Uh,
Get mad and write a letter.
we stupid.
Sodish. What the hell does that mean? What language is that supposed to be?
The
I don't
bishop,
know what that is.
It must be that's the dead Hebrew language.
I have no idea what that is.
evil.
Never heard.
This dude name is Deacon Yawasap.
Oh yeah. You know what it is, yeah, with this is Yahweh. It's they're obsessed. It's
Ah,
Yahweh, it's the
oh
Jewish
my
God.
God.
It's what the
Oh
Jews
my
call
God.
God. So every time they use these names like this, it's like they're trying to get as close. Like
Yeah,
Yahashua,
yeah,
they try to tell you that that's Jesus, but
yeah.
Yahashua just means son of God, but it doesn't mean, it's not specifying Jesus. It means the son of God, as in we are all sons of God, basically. You know what I
I
mean?
mean, there's a
Mm.
whole character in the Old Testament named
Yeah,
Joshua.
exactly. Right. For
So I
example.
mean,
Yeah, exactly.
man, this dude done been through some shit, man. Hey, whatever, whoever, somebody popped his ass upside the head real damn good, made him straighten up.
True.
That tried to go into other languages and try to take you outside of the Bible for the purpose of changing your thoughts
Brother, I was
in
in
the
the
Bible.
streets.
That was your point, right, Bishop?
Mhm.
Understand, like what we
Wait,
go
hold
into
on. What
other
you just say?
languages. And the bishop made a point that the reason why you get some of these evil men that tried to go
I swear I be thinking they talking about me, bro.
languages and try to take you outside of the Bible, that
Other
tried to
languages
go into other languages and try to take you outside of the Bible for the purpose of changing your thoughts.
for the purpose of changing your thoughts. Why would I
It's
need to
crazy.
change your thoughts?
It's crazy.
Why would someone need to change your thoughts? It's they're
It's
afraid they're afraid of their parishioners to be exposed to,
mm,
you know what I mean, to some knowledge or some information that may contradict what they trying to tell you. This is why I wanted to do this live, and it's why this shit be so important
yeah,
that I come on and do it,
yeah,
because this is what they're teaching their parishioners. They got people sitting out in front of them.
yeah. A lot of people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's just hanging on every word they say. And
yeah.
not just that, but they're putting it out in video. So this is going out all over the
Mm,
world.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah.
And what they want to tell you is those guys are trying to get into your mind. Well, I tell you what,
Mm-hmm,
I'm gonna tell you just like I tell any other Christian or any other religious person. All right. You could take the information I'm putting forth, and you could do whatever you want with it. You could
mm-hmm,
debunk it. You could
mm-hmm,
you could read it. You could understand it. You could study it. You could vet it. You could do whatever you want with that information. It does not matter to me.
mm-hmm.
But this information is information that it helps me to be free. And I
Yeah.
welcome all debaters, right?
Sure. Yeah. And
So
that's good.
but look at him, right? Who's the one that's trying to impress you? Who's the one that's trying to
Mm-hmm,
impress upon you the information that they bring in? I
mm-hmm.
put it to you like this. Who's the one that you're giving money to? That's
Yeah,
the one that's trying to
yeah,
get into your mind. That's
yeah,
the one that's trying to
yeah,
get you to like him or whatever, do
yeah,
whatever and say whatever because you're giving him money.
yeah. Well, you know, this is another thing. There's a church called SPAC Nation in the UK, and they're Nigerians, right? They're from other African people, and they also con people into giving them money. They're doing a
Oh
slightly
yeah,
different. They're doing a slightly different way to these guys. They're not as how would I put it, as zealous,
aggressive.
and they're not as
Yeah,
aggressive as these guys. But they do it. All these guys are. They got this ulterior motives, man. You know.
look at him.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
purple freaking
yeah,
robes with gold trimming and
yeah,
all this. Man, come on, bro. Come on, man. You trying too hard, bro. Look at this dude with this leather thing on his arm, bro. Like,
yeah.
bro, where they
Mhm.
do that at, man? Come on, let's live in reality. Let's be men. Y'all look like
And
children up here.
the fact, the dangerous thing he's saying to me, the most dangerous thing is he's telling everybody you have to close your mind and not listen to what anyone else says, and
Oh man.
that is absolutely the worst advice you can probably give to anyone. You know what I mean?
You know
You
what I
know,
mean?
you
And
know.
that's the funny. That's the crazy part. It's reverse psychology. That's why they
Yeah,
call it reverse psychology. He's telling
yeah,
you that the man that's giving you and giving you other options is the one that is trying to corrupt you. But I got all the answers right here.
yeah, exactly. Which is, he's telling you to close. He's telling you to close your mind fully, basically. So what he's saying.
Look at them. They're literally sitting up on a pedestal above their people,
Yeah, for sure. You can see
telling
it.
their people, don't think for yourself.
Mm, mhm, mhm, mhm.
I got all
Don't
the answers you need.
Yeah, don't listen to anyone else. If you got a question, come to
Right.
us. We'll tell you everything you need
That's a
to know.
demon. That's
You
a
know?
spirit. That's a
Yeah.
devil. They're trying to come on, man. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
In the Bible. That was your point, right, Bishop?
Mhm.
Understand, like
Right,
what
Bishop?
we brought out a few times during the classes that we teach. Like when we made that point about watch your thoughts, for they will become actions,
Si
and it will
habla
eventually
español.
become
They
your
got the
destiny.
Mexicans on their team.
Mm.
By them changing your thought, their hope is to change your destiny as far as your belief in the Bible.
Oh,
So
by them changing your thought, their hope is to change your destiny as far as your belief in the Bible.
I have to interject there. That doesn't make any sense at all. Can I tell you why? One of the main reasons it doesn't make sense, right? Your destiny, how can that be if there is such a thing as destiny, right? Like he's
Right.
trying to say here, how can that be changed by a thought? Doesn't make sense. If you have
The
a
problem is he's not good at
doesn't
he
make any sense.
yeah he's not good
That's
at oration. He's
that's what
just
that's what you call a oxymoron. What he just said.
he's just trying to. That's why I say they have a low opinion of the people that they're talking to.
Yeah,
So what he's saying is you too stupid to think on your for yourself.
yeah,
You need the Bible in order to think, right?
right, right,
But you don't just need the Bible, you need me to interpret the Bible for you in order for
right,
you to be able to think.
right. Yeah,
Because you can't think for yourself.
right.
That's all. Don't think. They tell you,
But
don't think for yourself. That's when you get into trouble.
yeah. But did you see where I was coming from there? Like
Oh
he's
yeah.
saying he's saying a thought can change your destiny. The very definition of destiny is basically this is gonna happen to you no matter what you do. So how the fuck can a thought change it? That doesn't make sense, you know?
This dude here, man. This dude here. It don't make sense. And he knew it. He knew it didn't make sense. That's why he had to add on as far as your
their
beliefs.
hope is to change your destiny as far as your belief in the Bible.
So he knew that shit didn't make no sense.
That makes no sense.
He had to
Nothing.
clarify
Changing
that
your
shit
thought.
quick
Their hope is to change your destiny as
as
far
far
as
as
your
your
belief in
belief
the
in the
Bible.
Bible.
So they're not just doing it just because they're doing it. They have an agenda
Yeah, to set you free.
to
Uh-huh.
To set you free. Live your life here. Ain't no your God didn't condemn you to no slavery.
Mm-hmm.
The
and it's
hell?
really evil on these brothers' part by doing it. Go ahead,
The
Bishop.
brothers and sisters doing that. Isaiah 52, verse 14 and 15.
Isaiah chapter 52, verse 14. As many were astonished, as many were astonished at thee, his visage was so marred more than any man.
The Bible says his visage, meaning his countenance, his appearance, he was more marred than any man. You couldn't compare what he went through with nobody else. Go ahead.
And his form more than the sons of men.
And his form was beat up and torn up so bad more than the sons of men. Come on.
So shall he sprinkle many nations.
He's going to sprinkle many nations with his blood. Why? Because the Israelites are scattered where, brothers? Among the nations. Go ahead.
The king shall shut their
Another
mouth.
fail. Another fail. I spotted another fail there. He said the Israelites are scattered among every nation, but what they fail to understand is that means all over all four corners of the globe, not just America and South America. You know what I mean?
Right. And that,
So
but
so that's what they base their whole doctrine on, is that the Israelites got scattered all over the world, which may have been true or may not. But due to what it says in the Bible, that means that they went everywhere: Europe, Asia, Australia, every four corners of the
Right.
world. How is
Right.
the US four corner? How is going to the US four corners of the world? That doesn't make sense.
None at all. They just be making it up as they go, bro.
Yep.
That which had not been told them shall they see, and that which they had not heard shall they consider.
That's where you brothers come in. This teaching has to go out into the earth. Okay, that a black man is the one that shed his blood for us, not a white man. You'll never find a white man to sacrifice himself. That's white supremacy. That's like Santa Claus on the reindeer.
Now I gotta say
You wait
this.
for a white man to come to your house.
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. Let me say this.
Mhm.
What a lot of black people don't like to acknowledge. I'm not saying all. I'm just saying a lot of people, that there were a lot of white people that stood up against slavery.
Yep.
Okay. There was a whole half of this country that
Yep.
was not with that slavery shit.
Of course, man. Of course.
You know what I mean? And they got rid of it. And there were a lot of white people that went to war to end slavery. Now I'm
For
gonna
sure.
be real. I'm gonna keep it real. I do understand a lot of the politics of it. That it really wasn't about ending slavery. It was about taking control of the
Right.
country. So they
Right.
used slavery as a vice against the South and said, listen, if you don't comply, or if you do not, if you don't come together and join this union with the
Mm.
rest of America, then
Mm.
what they did was they outlawed slavery in certain states. So it was
Okay.
still legal in a lot of states.
Okay.
But you did have white people that sacrificed their life.
Yeah,
They
for sure.
hid, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
They hid black people, and they helped Harriet Tubman on the Underground Railroad to
Mhm.
get to freedom.
The same. The same. Look, the same in my country, man. In South Africa, it was the same. We had the apartheid
Yep,
system,
yep,
which was
absolutely.
very similar to the United States.
Yes,
It's not exactly the same, but there was a lot of similarities, and there was
yes,
many.
absolutely.
And there's many, like my grandfather. My grandfather, he was a white Jewish guy. He came to South Africa. He fought against the apartheid. You know. So there's many people that did it, and you
Yep,
can't say that all of those people did it for some kind of personal gain. A lot of
right.
them people did genuinely do it. You know, if I see
Yeah,
somebody getting abused because they are of a certain creed or how they look or what they look like, I'm gonna step in and be like, "Yo, man, leave that guy alone." You know what I'm saying? You know,
yep,
like most times I would. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, so people do step in. You know, people do step in, man. Yeah,
yep. I see you, Gaspar. He said Islam is nothing more than another version of Christianity.
right,
Facts.
right, right,
And then it says he says it's a shame what the spell of religion does to black people. It kills the brain, oh my
right.
god, and the soul.
Mm.
And it says they hate that you can fact check them with Bible Hub. I know, right? Like you can literally, I mean, you could just you a lot of the times it's so funny you can debunk them by going straight to the Bible.
Mm.
um let's see here. He says he has no choice in that. Really, it's all based on belief
Right.
must be pressed upon you. Facts and knowledge can be fleshed out and questioned. No need to press upon people with facts. That's right. And
Yeah.
I always tell them, man, I'm not gonna debate you. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna give you the facts, and you could do with it whatever you please. It's up to
Mm.
you.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, interesting. Yeah.
there's that. Yeah, I just
Well,
want to read the
well,
brother. Hmm.
you know, I was gonna actually point out something else. You know, like the whole concept of God. You know, like God as a creator, like the creator. Let's say,
Hmm.
yeah, the concept, the creator concept, right?
Hmm.
In Africa, before any of these religions came about, we have a belief in the creator, right? But it's not the same. It's not what it is. Is consciousness. It's more like a consciousness thing. Like God is consciousness. So everything is God. Do you understand what I mean? But it's
Right.
not. But what they did with the institutionalized religion is they changed the God from being that, which is not a man. It's not anything you can kind of depict. Really, you understand what I mean? And what they did is they put it in like, you know, if you go to like the churches in the Catholic churches and stuff, they have like a big white man on the ceiling, you know, angry,
Right.
a big angry white dude who's gonna smite you if you do something wrong or whatever, right?
Right.
But really, that's not what the original meaning of that consciousness was. The original meaning is that, you know, at a time where that's what coming out of Babylon is all about, because Babylon, everybody was pagans, right? And they were doing certain practices like, you know, child sacrifice and all
Yeah.
these things. So the religion came out of that as a consciousness to say, like, no, like, you know, raping people is wrong, killing children is wrong, like certain laws, you know what I'm trying to say,
Yeah.
came out. And but it was based on the level of consciousness. So it's like when I just looked at your that guy, the real macabre. Like, I'm obviously not watching what he said, but I can see the kind of angle he's coming from, and he's coming from that angle. It's like the consciousness is there. It just doesn't. It's just not in institutionalized religion. Is not where it's at. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
You
Yeah.
know, like that institutionalized religion is a fabrication of it. It's something that is actually hiding the truth from you. It's claiming to give you the truth, but it's actually hiding the truth. You see,
It's all about um
power,
yeah, money, bro. It's all
control,
yeah.
power, and all
It's
that stuff.
all yeah,
Yeah.
it's I mean, and so that's something that let's see what Gaspar says. He said pantheism was first. The
Right.
sacred wisdom
Yeah.
of the
Exactly.
Tahuti explains the concept of all. The
Right.
various gods are just things in all.
Right.
They're not the creator of all.
Right. Exactly.
So
No. Yeah.
but what I was about to say
Sorry.
is like the thing of it is, bro, is that
Mm,
religion it's all about controlling the resources.
right.
So I mean, I don't want to go too much in depth into this just to be belaboring the point, but
Mm,
people like poor people
mhm.
will bring the little that they have to the rich and just give it to them
Right.
in the hopes that the rich will take the resources and do right by them, the people. So people literally feel as though the rich know better what to do with their resources than they do for themselves.
Right.
And this was the whole why the whole concept of tithing came about.
Okay.
It was about the people that they remember they couldn't read, they couldn't write, and there's a passage in the Bible where when God tried to speak to the people, they were afraid and they said, "We don't want to talk to God. Talk to Moses
Mhm.
and let Moses tell us what God said because God is too scary."
Mhm.
Right?
Mhm.
God came to them in the form of a storm. It was a thunderstorm,
Mhm.
and there was all this thunder and all this lightning. And they was like, "No, we don't want to talk to God."
Mhm.
Right? Because
Mhm.
remember, there was a storm when Moses went up to the mountain. There was
Right.
a storm, right?
Mhm.
And so they looking at, okay, this is how God talks.
Yeah.
So they was like, we don't want to talk. We don't want to talk to God. That was the whole reason why Moses went and got all these commandments and so on and so forth.
Mhm.
So with that being said, now we have these modern people with the same mentality.
Mhm. Mhm.
That's like they don't know they're looking for it in search of guidance, and they don't
Yeah.
know
It's true.
how to survive. And this is what these people are telling them. You can't think for yourself. You need us to tell you.
Yeah.
And
They be.
don't listen to nobody else because I'm
Yeah.
the only one that's going to tell you the truth. I love you,
Mm.
brothers and sisters.
Yeah. They be praying on it.
To give
Hold
you a
up,
little
man.
black boy a toy.
Right. Just like he came to that church, the AME church,
Yeah, exactly.
and blew them people away.
Talk about Merry Christmas. From there, next chapter, 53, verse 1. Now it continues from chapter 52. It goes to the next one. Watch what Isaiah says here.
Isaiah 53, verse 1. Who hath believed our report?
When it says, "Who hath believed our report?" it goes back to the part above it. For that which had not been told them shall they see, and that which they had not heard shall they consider. Now 53:1 says,
Who hath believed our report?
Basically, what he's saying is, who believe this bullshit? Don't nobody believe this shit. He just talking. They said who ain't nobody believing this shit, bro.
And to whom is the arm of the Lord revealed?
Christ is the arm of the Lord. Who?
You see, he didn't qualify. Where? Show me where it says Christ is the arm of the Lord. Show me where it says Jesus is the arm of the Lord.
It's just like literally just making it up as it goes along.
That's why I wanted to do this video, because
It's improvising.
and look at his face. He just like, man, these people ain't nobody gonna question this shit, man. I got these people hook, line, and sinker. In a few minutes, I'm gonna talk so good. In a few minutes, I'm gonna get $100 out of each and every last one of these dumb fucks.
Yeah, for sure.
Who is Christ revealed to? Come on.
Who is he revealed to? I don't know. You
For
tell
he
me.
shall grow up before him as a tender plant.
Christ is the one that grew up before him as a tender plant. That's when you read Proverbs in chapter 8, where it says, I was brought forth first above all his creations.
What?
Yo, they be bugging.
What?
Yo,
this is crazy.
How did you jump from Isaiah 53 to Proverbs 8 to try to say that this is Jesus saying that he's this person in I mean, come on, bro. And see, that's why I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna say, okay, let's go to Proverbs. What do you say? Proverbs chapter 8. Can we find that? You know.
Right. He says he was the first of all the creation.
Look, I got this shit all the way highlighted too.
Yeah.
Damn, I got the whole Proverbs 8 highlighted. So apparently this is something that you know, they must have got me on this a while back, because I got the whole chapter highlighted.
He was brought up as one. Get that real quick. So y'all looking at me like I'm crazy.
Yeah, you do look crazy.
Proverbs 8. Let me find.
Look, he said some of y'all looking at me like I'm crazy. People looking
I
at
want to
him
look at this. I want to look at what he's talking about. Was he saying Proverbs 8? Is that what he's looking at now? Is that what he said?
Proverbs chapter 8.
I'm gonna bring that up real quick and see.
8:23.
8:23. Okay. 8:23. Oh man, why is it? Okay. Computer quickly. Okay, I've got it. Okay, let's see. Okay.
22. Start at 22.
Proverbs chapter 8, verse 22.
This is Solomon talking about Christ, the Savior.
I was set up.
See what I'm saying? See, I'll be having to read before that, because he just threw that in there and said, this is Solomon talking about Christ the Savior. And that's probably why I had highlighted the whole chapter. Do not wisdom cry, and understanding put forth her voice. She standeth in the top of the high places by the way, and the places in the path. She crieth at the gates, at the entry of the city. Now, this is talking about wisdom and understanding.
Right.
Unto you, old men, I call. So I mean, you know, this is wisdom and understanding talking. This is not Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean,
from everlasting, from the beginning, or ever the earth was.
Solomon says about Christ, he was set up before ever the earth was created. Christ was there. Go ahead.
Wisdom and understanding.
I was brought forth when there were no fountains abounding with water. Before the mountains were settled, before the hills was I brought
so
forth.
Cheesy.
While as yet he had not made the earth, nor the field, nor the highest part of the dust of the world. When he prepared the heavens, I was there.
When he prepared the heavens, I was there. That's why Christ said, he said, I am Alpha and Omega, the first and the last. Many times we read that and take it for granted, not realizing the in-depthness behind it. Come on.
When he set a compass upon the face of the...
Hold on, man. I wanted to stop right there and make a point, because he just said that Jesus was the first and the last, right? So hold on. if you go to Ezekiel 28, oh man, I love Ezekiel 28. It says that it says that it talks about a prince and a king. It talks about a prince who became the king, and and a lot of these theologians, Bible people, they don't like Ezekiel 28 because it throws a monkey wrench in their whole Jesus. This is all talking about Jesus thing when you read the whole chapter. But he says that he says, Son of man, say unto the prince of Tyrus, thus saith the Lord, because thine heart is lifted up, and thou hast said, I am a God, I sit in the seat of God in the midst of the seas, yet thou art a man, but not a God. Uh, though thou hast set thine heart as the heart of God, behold, thou art wiser than Daniel. There is no secret that they can hide from thee. With thy wisdom and with thine understanding, thou hast gotten thee riches and hast gotten gold and silver into thy treasures. By thy great wisdom and by thy traffic hast thou increased thy riches, and thine heart is lifted up because of thy riches. Therefore, thus saith the God, because thou hast set thine heart as the heart of God, behold, therefore I will bring strangers upon thee, the terrible nations, and they shall draw their swords against the beauty of thy wisdom, and they shall defile thy brightness. Now, let me see. When it goes down, okay, here it is. When it goes down, and this king, I mean this prince, becomes the king. It says in verse 13, it says, "Thou hast been in Eden, the garden of God."
Okay.
So this king of Tyrus was in the beginning with God.
Right.
It says, Thou art the anointed cherub that covereth, and I have set thee so. Thou was upon the holy mountain of God. Thou hast walked up and down in the midst of the stones of fire. So this prince, this king, was in the beginning in Eden. This king was an anointed cherub, was an angel, which is an angel, a beautiful angel. And then also it said, Thou was upon the holy mountain of God. It said, Thou hast walked up and down in the midst of the stones of fire. So this prince, this king, was in heaven, was in hell, was with God, was there with God in the beginning as well. Right? Is not hell the end? So this prince, this king has been the Alpha and the Omega. So who is this motherfucker? You know what I mean? And that's gonna be in a future video. And I'm gonna break all of that down.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. I
When he
Go ahead. You have something to say?
no. That was interesting what you said, man. I was reading it along with you. I had it pulled
Right.
up. I had it pulled up on my
Right.
computer. Yeah.
So I mean, what you think about that? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it would appear that it could definitely be talking about that, huh? The king of Tyrus. Yeah, king of
King of
Tyrus.
Tyrus.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know, but you cannot say they can never say for sure that it's talking about Jesus.
Right.
You know,
And
like
look at verse 13. It says thy covering, every precious stone was thy covering. Remember, they wanted to show you the beryl, and in that same verse it talks about all of the topaz and all of these different sapphire, and it talks about that in Revelation chapter 1:14. Talks about how he had all of these jewels and stuff all on him. Talks about that in Daniel. So if that is if that's talking about Jesus, then who is this talking about?
well, I guess you're gonna tell me next time.
That is another video.
he established the clouds above, when he strengthened the
Look. He said the mountains. Tyrus was in the mountains of God.
when he set a compass upon the face of the depth, when he established the clouds above, when he strengthened the fountains of the deep, when he gave to the sea his decree that the water should not pass his commandment, when he appointed the foundations of the earth, then I was by him as one brought up with them.
Right.
Thou hast been in the Garden of Eden. See, this is why, for the people, this is why my videos take so long, because they just revealed something else to me. Like, this is a whole nother verse that I don't have, and I'm glad I didn't do my video, because I would have been mad. I'd be like, dang, that would have been great to put in the video. And this is why this stuff be taking years, because somebody just sent me this a week ago, and I've been working on that video for 5 years now. Well, it's probably been about 3 years. I think my last Bible study was 3 years ago, so it's been about 3 years. But I've been working on that video for longer than that, because, like I said, I came across this Ezekiel 28, a year and a half ago. And I'm like, man, I can't do my video without Ezekiel 28. So I had to do a whole study on Ezekiel 28.
Right.
And I had to line all these verses up from different sections, from Isaiah to Ezekiel to the New Testament. Had all that stuff got to line up. Then I gotta, spit it out. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That lets you know. He said, "Then I was by him."
Then I was by him
Proverbs.
as one brought up with him.
Right.
Man,
that
see,
lets
I
you know.
got
He
to
said,
add
"Then I
this."
was by him as one brought up with him." What does it say? Brought up with him. He was the first of the creations. Before all the host of angels, Christ was the first.
That's funny, because in Ezekiel 28, in Ezekiel 28, verse 14, it says, "Thou art the anointed cherub that covereth all. I have set thee so. Thou wast upon a holy mountain of God." This is talking about the king of Tyrus, right? But they will have you. Now I'm showing you. Now see that. Now I get into it, because people that I talk to that I'm very close with, I'll give them this information, right?
Right.
And they'll be like this dude asked me. He said, "Well, who Isaiah chapter 53 talking about?" I said Ezekiel 28. So of course he goes and reads it, and he come back, "That ain't talking about Jesus." I was like, "Oh, okay. If you say so, buddy." But you read it, and you see the parallels in the story.
Right.
Daily his delight.
And I was daily his delight. Go ahead.
Rejoicing always before him, rejoicing in the habitable part of his earth, and my delights were with the sons of men.
Now let's go back to Isaiah 53, where we were at.
Isaiah 53, verse 2. For he shall grow up before him as a tender plant.
So he is Christ, shall grow up before him, before the Father, as a tender plant, because he was chosen. Come on.
And as a root out of a dry ground.
And he's going to be as a root out of a dry ground. The dry ground is us. Remember the valley of dry bones? That's us. The dry ground, that's us.
Remember the valley of dry bones? That's us. We the valley of dry bones. They just, man,
he has no form nor comeliness.
When it says he has no form, no comeliness, meaning he was not physically, he wasn't the most handsome looking brother. He wasn't the most dynamic in shape brother. Where you go, wow, look at this brother. Read the whole part again.
He hath no form.
Watch what he say. Watch what this dude say, man. He finna say some real suspect shit.
Comeliness. And when we shall see him, there is no beauty that we should desire him.
So Christ was not the kind of guy you would look at. You know, somebody you look at, but wow, damn, he might be.
You see this? You see this shit? Come on, bro.
What is going on?
That brother right there.
What the hell is you looking at, bro?
What is that? I don't know.
When you look at it, man, you say, "Wow, woo."
This shit is comical, man. It's funny.
Dude, listen here.
It's funny.
These dudes be tripping, man.
Wow, let's go see what he got to say. Christ was not neither of them things.
Okay.
He wasn't a Denzel. He didn't have a body like.
Look. Ooh.
Even he's laughing. He knows.
He pointed out a specific dude.
Come on.
Yeah.
He pointed out a specific dude.
He wasn't like that. Come on.
Look, all the other dudes laughing.
He wasn't a Denzel. He didn't have a body like Ezekiel. He wasn't like that.
So you've been checking this dude out the whole time. So you think this dude is beautiful? Whoever this dude is, Ezekiel, you talking about? Come on, man.
He is despised and rejected of men.
So on the contrary, it said he is despised and rejected of men. Come on.
A man of sorrows.
Right, because Israel made him sick. Go ahead.
And acquainted with grief.
Mm-hmm.
And we hid as it were our faces from him.
Our people were hiding their faces from Christ. This is what you see when he was on the cross. Many of the people were mocking him. Many of the disciples fled and left him. Go ahead.
He was despised.
Nah, nigga, they didn't want to get flogged and whipped and hung, nigga.
And was esteemed.
And we
esteemed him not.
Right. Come on.
Surely he hath borne our griefs and carried our sorrows. Yet we did esteem him stricken, smitten of God, and afflicted.
So what Christ went through, people
can't be talking about Ezekiel 28. Can't be talking about Ezekiel 28. Because that show what happened to that prince and that king.
Said, yeah, God did that to him because he was wicked. You ever hear people say that? You go through something, you're going through that because you're wicked. So this is what the scribes and Pharisees were saying about Christ being on the cross, that God did that to him because he was wicked. Come on.
But he was wounded.
And the proof is, remember when he said, Christ said, Eli, Eli, Laba Sabak, something like that. It says in Aramaic. And the people said,
I thought Hebrews speak Aramaic.
And then another one said, let's see if God will deliver him.
He can't even say.
Save him.
Come on, man.
And something like that. It says in Aramaic. Christ said, Eli, Eli, Laba Sabak,
Lama
Sabachthani. In Aramaic. And the people said, he's calling Elijah. And then another one said, let's see if God will deliver him. Come down and save him. Go ahead.
But he was wounded for our transgressions.
So now Isaiah comes back as the reason Christ went through that, he was wounded for our transgressions. What he went through, we should all go through. Go ahead.
No, you should go through.
He was bruised for our iniquities.
Come on.
The chastisement of our peace was upon him, and with his stripes we are healed.
All that he went through, that's what heals us. That's what brings the nation of Israel back. This is the sacrifice.
I used to believe this stuff, bro.
Come on.
All we, like sheep, have gone astray. We have turned everyone to his own way.
Like when people tell me that they never believed in Christianity, I'm like, man, you must have had a great life.
I never did. You know, I never really believed in any religion, to be honest with you.
But were your parents religious?
No, not really. No.
Man, you lucky, bro.
Nah, not really. My grandparents. Nah, no, not even my grandparents, man. Like, don't get me wrong. You know what they tried to impress upon me is, look, there's wisdom in everything, man. You can read something and you can take the wisdom from it. But they did impress upon me, like, don't take the Bible as literal truth, or you know what I'm trying to say. So, so I could read it from a objective perspective where I could say, okay, if it tells me I shouldn't kill people, yeah, I know I probably shouldn't kill people. You know what I'm saying? You know, like there's certain things that make sense, and like you said, man, like it's a good story. You know what I mean? Like some of it's a
book, man.
It's a good story. So it's
listen. I'm not a reader, right? I'm not a reader. I've never been a reader. I don't like to try to but when I started reading the Bible for the purpose of what I told you, to protect my mind, I fell in love with it as a book. I'm like, man, this is a great freaking book. And then not only that, people will take that and put it in a vacuum, but they don't see what I see. Like, I study astrology, I study sacred geometry, I study astrotheology. I study,
that's
biology.
I'm into that. Yeah, I'm into a lot of that stuff that you're talking about as well. I like it. Yeah,
so by me knowing all of these other different studies, I can tie that stuff all into the Bible. And it helps me enjoy the Bible even more because if I know, let's just say I know about a star constellation, right? And I'm reading the Bible and I'm like, dang, that's the characteristics of an Aries.
Right.
Well, I could say, dang, that's the character. That sounds like a Pisces. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense what you're saying, and that's what I was saying to you. Like the Bible and all these books, all these scriptures everywhere. Yeah, they have they have some truth, not truth. I won't say truth, but they have like something to teach you. You know,
Absolutely.
you know. So like you can get something from it. You know, and you
That's
can
why I
receive
tell
knowledge.
people.
You know, but you
That's why
but
I
the
tell
pro
people, don't throw your Bible away. Read it.
right, and but you
Don't
know
burn your Bible. Read it.
you're right, and you know the two pillars.
Do
There's
me a
two.
favor. Do me a
Sorry.
favor. Go ahead and cook, and I'm gonna take a little. I'm gonna take a little 2 minute break real quick.
Okay, cool. Right.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead and keep
It,
cooking.
yeah. No. So yeah, you know, I think understanding knowledge without understanding is very dangerous, and I think that's what a lot of these people are pushing. They're giving people a knowledge, but they're not giving them the wisdom. The people don't have the wisdom or the understanding to interpret that knowledge in the right way. So knowledge is very powerful, but knowledge can also be very dangerous. You know what I'm trying to say? So you have to be able to understand and have the wisdom to interpret the knowledge. Otherwise, you get people that will think they're gods. You get people that will like, you know, start to have delusions and stuff, and all those kind of things, you know. So I think that, you know, in regards to what um, Israel was saying, is, you know, um, all these other things. That's why I'm more into like the esoterical part of religion, you know, the stuff that gives you a blueprint for life. Rather than to read something in a book, I'd rather have a blueprint of my own existence, of my own makeup. I'd rather see what my abilities are in this world, rather than to just read a book and think, yeah, this book is gonna it's gonna change, it's gonna guide my life. No, I can't be guided by a book. What I can do is look at the book and find wisdom in the book, but only I can guide myself, you know? Like I can't be guided by an external source in that regard. Like I can listen to external sources and use them to develop my own personal me, yeah, but then I have to be able to I have to push myself forward. You understand what I'm saying? So the problem is a lot of people, or general people, like the masses of people, they want someone to do that for them. They're not willing to look into their own embodiment, their own blueprint, and understand how to move forward. Instead, they want to go to people like this and have them to explain it to them. You see,
Yeah.
and so that's so yeah. While you're gone, I was just saying that, you know, knowledge is powerful. However, knowledge without the wisdom and understanding becomes dangerous.
Very
You
much
see,
so.
because you need to have the wisdom and the understanding in order to actually perceive the knowledge properly. Otherwise, you can give someone, if you give somebody who's a mass murderer the knowledge of how to build a nuclear bomb, is that good? No. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? Right? Yeah. So you need to give the knowledge of these dangerous things, because knowledge can be used in two ways. Knowledge is a double-sided blade, right? You can use it for good, you can use it for bad, right?
Yep.
You know, you can
Yep.
use it to trick people, you can use it to uplift people, you know, like,
Yep.
you know, in Africa we have workers like what you could call witch doctors, what the church would call witch doctors, which actually, you know, they
Yeah.
understand a lot of these ancient ways of thinking, you know, and it's not about religion for them, but it's the same, you know, in any profession, in anything in the world, you'll find people that will use the knowledge badly, you know, right?
Absolutely. Like what
And
they doing.
yeah, that's what I'm saying in this context. But my point was is that, you know, you have to understand. I think you have to understand at some point, right, that this guy or whoever else is going to stand up on a pedestal and talk. All these people, they have an agenda, right? So what you have to do is you have to read the material yourself, then get what you get from the agenda, and then use it to develop your own self and move forward your own way. You know what I mean? You can't have like one connection and say, no, this guy is going to tell everybody in this room how they
Hmm.
must worship God. You know what I mean?
Then he got these other dudes up there next to him, and
Yeah,
they all laughed when he said that brother was beautiful and sexy and handsome and all of that.
yeah.
You hear all the men laugh. You didn't hear no women laugh. You
Nah,
just
I
heard
ain't.
all the men
It's
laugh.
like, Is there even any women there? I don't know. Maybe there are.
Man, maybe not. Maybe not, bro. I don't know. Because when I see them all pull out, it just be nothing but dudes. But, hey,
Yeah,
whatever.
Everybody
yeah,
want to be an individualite. That's what he's talking about. You ever seen them people on Facebook? I do my own thing. I don't like to gather with nobody. I do me. That's why it says we have turned everyone to his own way. Go ahead.
Don't think for
And
yourself.
the Lord
That's a
Mm-hmm.
sin.
hath laid on him the iniquity of us
You
all.
see that? And the Lord hath laid on him, which is Christ, the iniquity of us all Israel. Jump down.
Gotta be
Same chapter,
Christ.
verse 10. 10 down.
Verse 10. Yet it pleased the Lord to bruise him.
It pleased. That's why John the Baptist.
Just to pause real quick. I did a video about who is Christ. So you might want to check that out. I showed the difference. What they call in Christ is not Jesus.
Said when he saw Christ.
Still there, Complex? Okay, something happened. Is it my mic? Can you hear me, Complex? Oh, he muted. Okay. I got you, bro.
Christ, he said, behold, the Lamb of God, which taketh away the sins of the world of Israel he was talking about. Come on.
He hath put him to grief when thou shalt make his.
Oh, yeah, that's because salvation is only for the Jews. So they're actually so you can't be saved if you're not an Israelite. So that's another, that's something else they try to use to snare you into their religion. They say, hey, if you ain't an Israelite, then you can't be saved anyway, because salvation is only of the Jews.
Right.
Soul an offering for sin.
You know what? That part right there kills these Israelites that say God don't want no man sacrifice.
That's not what they say. That's what the Bible say.
Uh-huh.
But of course, we know the Bible contradicts itself. But it does say that no man can pay for the sins of another man. But then it also says that the children should pay for the sins of the father. So
I can also attest the thing that I came in a bit late there. Sorry, I went to the toilet really quickly.
No, you good.
When he said about the thing about the Israelites, only the Jews being saved, that's false as well. That's not in the Torah either. That's not what it says. It says that the nations and everyone is going to be saved. So that whole narrative that they spin about, it's like a Jehovah's Witness. You know what I mean? You know the Jehovah's Witnesses. Have you ever seen them before? Do you have them in America?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, they come to your door and they say, if you want to be saved, you have to become a Jehovah's Witness. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And this is the same principle. It's saying it's making you feel part. What they're doing is they're appealing to your trauma. They're trying to say, oh, because you've been through a lot or whatever, they're going to use that. They're going to use that trauma to say, okay, if you join this group, though, you'll be saved. No matter, even if you've been through a lot. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and then that's there. It's there, but it's not even.
That's
legit.
That's their whole thing. They're using your trauma against you. That's all religion.
Exactly, for real. Nah, yeah, that's on point there.
Man, we got hella comments. Let's see.
Hella comments.
Okay, yeah, I was talking about it. See, Gaspar says, what's the link? What's the link? Oh, what's the link for the video? I want to send it to this one Hebrew Israelite who tells me his Hebrew Israelites don't follow Jesus. You talking about one of my videos, Gaspar?
Yeah, I think he wants you to send this video, isn't it? That's what he's saying, no?
I think he's talking about the Hebrew Israelite video that I have, or because I said I was talking about who is Christ.
The way I interpret is he's it's this video.
Oh yes, this video.
I think what he's trying to say here is that he's talking to a Hebrew Israelite guy. Probably he's talking to one of the ones that doesn't believe in Jesus.
Hey Gaspar,
You know.
Actually, the post that I put in Facebook, I actually posted the link to this video, but here I'm gonna post it right here in the comments too.
There you go. Sorted.
Yeah. So let's get back to it.
Cool.
Yeah, bring a Hebrew Israelite up here. Bring them up here, put them on the panel. We can get some real action going on up in here tonight.
Uh-huh.
Let's see. So let's see what they got going.
They don't know the Bible. They say, "Oh, you need an animal." No, here is
They don't know the Bible.
The Lord made His soul an
You don't know the Bible.
offering for sin. Come on.
He shall see his seed.
He shall see his seed, meaning his people.
He shall prolong his
He
days,
shall prolong his days.
and the pleasure of the Lord shall prosper in his hand.
Come on.
He shall see of the travail
Man, what
of
they
his
talking
soul,
about? The pleasure of the Lord shall prosper in his hand. That sounds like some freaky shit.
and shall be satisfied.
Satisfied with the sacrifice that
Tell you, this Bible get freaky. I'm gonna do a Bible study. Um, if I get a lot more participation, I could do these videos a lot more. But at this point, it'd be, I have to prioritize my time. But I got a video showing the homosexuality in the Bible. A lot of people know a lot of this stuff. I'm not trying to say like this is some new information, but
Right.
a lot of people, I mean, I just want to put it all in the video to show all of the freaky stuff that's going on in the Bible, like the incest and child
No, for sure.
molestation, and these men, these great men in the Bible marrying other men and stuff.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
right. Well, actually, in the Torah and stuff, it's all that stuff is you can be, in the Hebrew society, you could, if you were found to marry another man, you definitely die. That's the punishment, right? Supposedly, yeah. But then these guys
but
are
what if you
kind of.
King David?
That's what I'm trying. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, yeah.
If you King David, who gonna kill you if you marry another man?
That's true. Yeah, no, that's a
I'm
very
just
very valid
saying.
point. That's a very
I'm just,
valid point.
I'm just saying.
You're
I'm
right.
just
You're right.
saying.
You're right.
But hey,
You're,
I'm gonna break all that down, man. We just
you're right.
getting through this video right now. But
Cool.
I will say that a lot of things that a lot of oh, he's talking about the link to this actual video that we watching.
Yeah. That's what.
Oh,
Yeah. He wants to watch that. He wants to show it to the
this.
guy who says that the Hebrew Israelites don't follow Christ. Well, obviously in Islam they do.
Oh yeah.
You
Oh,
know.
you could just point them into IUIC, and
See.
he'll,
Yeah.
you could
I see.
just point them to IUIC, and he'll be able to just. But this video was actually I don't know, I could try to get a link out of this, but this was like a file that somebody sent to me, so it wasn't just a video. It was not. I'm pretty sure this video is on YouTube somewhere. That's where he got it from. But somebody actually sent me a file, and
Yeah.
that's what we're looking at. We're looking at the file, but I'll find out. I'll figure out a way to get it to you, Gaspar. I'll shoot it
Israel.
to you.
Israel. He's asking there. Look, you never heard of it. It's Israel United in Christ. It's one of the Hebrew Israelite
Yeah.
fraternities. You can find their videos all over the place. These guys, man. This
Yep.
this Bishop Nathaniel dude is everywhere. You know what I mean?
If you ever seen Gaspar, if you ever seen those Israelites in all purple that they get information in the streets and block off, 10 blocks of the street and all march down the street, that's IUIC. They the ones that do that. But yeah, and this is their leader right here. This the leader. This the head, the main IUIC guy. But yeah, IUIC, Google them, got it. Israelites United in Christ.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So let's get back to it.
Christ gave us. Go ahead.
By his knowledge shall my righteous servant justify many.
Christ justified many of us. Why? Because many of the sins that we were guilty of under Moses.
See, now he's in full. So now he ain't gotta prove to you. He could just say, this is talking about Christ. He ain't gotta quantify none of this. He ain't gotta prove none of this. He could just say this like it's the facts and just keep moving, keep it moving. Because he didn't. So what he's doing now is he's talking over your head, is what I call it. He's just talking right over your head. Like, don't worry about it. This is we already proved to you that this is without a shadow of a doubt talking about Jesus Christ in the New Testament. So we're just gonna attribute everything that's said after this to Jesus.
We could never be justified for. But under Christ, the new covenant, we are now forgiven.
So here's what's funny to me, right? And this was an old point I used to use. This was way back in the day when I used to debate Christians. And I would be like, wait a minute. How can you tell me that this is talking about Jesus when this is the Old Testament? This was written beforehand. So why come they couldn't have written stories afterwards to line up to
Right.
all of these old so-called prophecies?
They surely could have. No.
Like, what would be
Yeah.
stopping them from saying, okay, now let's write the story saying
And
that it actually happened?
and remember when they wrote the Christian Bible, originally it was they're Roman Catholics, right? So it's
Yes.
the Romans that technically wrote the
Right.
Bible, So they could
Right.
have altered and changed whatever they want, really.
And said whatever.
They could.
And they
There's not
did.
much. I
Like
mean,
they
there's not much you could have said to the Romans. The Romans will
right.
kill you.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. Exactly. And you could, I mean, even if you wanted to disagree with this stuff, you could. Like we
Yeah.
would have our tongues cut out for saying the stuff that we saying today.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we'd be crucified.
Straight up. Straight crucified.
Yeah, exactly.
For he shall bear their iniquities.
For he shall bear their iniquities. Come on, meaning their sins.
Therefore will I divide him a portion with the great.
Right, you ain't gonna get no greater than Christ. Go ahead.
And he shall divide the spoil with the strong.
And that's Israel. Remember, he said in Psalms 2, you are heirs. He said, ask of me, and I shall give you the heathen for an inheritance. As my father hath given to me, so shall I give it unto thee. Come on.
Because he hath poured out his soul unto death, and he was numbered with the transgressors.
When it says he was numbered with the transgressors, remember he had two thieves on either side of him. So everybody considered him a transgressor.
He had two thieves on the side of him, remember? So he was numbered with the transgressors. Boy, I swear to God, boy, he just like, man, he good with this stuff. He good.
Go ahead.
And he bare the sin of many.
And he bare the sin of many. Come on.
And made intercession for the transgressors.
And made intercession for the transgressor. So he interceded on the Father's behalf, on our behalf to the Father. He interceded. Everybody understand that? All right. So now, let's look up the next one I want to show. I want to look up crucifixion on Wikipedia. I think I sent you the link.
Uh-oh. Now, I spoke about the crucifixion in one of my videos, and a commenter came on and made fun of me and, lambasted me, said I was stupid and all this stuff because I showed how the crucifixion, the word crucifixion, stems from the term crucify, asphyxiation on a cross. Now they about to talk about it. Now these people can just say whatever the hell they want, but when I say it, I'm just an old nigga from the hood. So why would I listen to you? But I was trying to show them the process of a crucifixion, and it wasn't just no one shot deal where they pierced him in his side, so he was dead, so that he was crucified. Jesus was not crucified in the Bible. Now I showed this. I got a whole video. I got 2 whole videos showing this, that Jesus was never crucified, because a crucifixion took days. It took 3 to 5 days to crucify somebody, because they were supposed to die a slow, excruciating death, where when you hanging up on a cross, it's different. It's different than just standing up. You're hanging up, so your whole body, the weight of your body, is basically crushing your bones. It's crushing your bones. What happens is you suffocate. Your lungs cannot continue to by themselves, move your body, because you're not standing. Like if you stand on the ground, your lungs can, they can, you got help. But if you're hanging up and all your weight is on your body, you'll literally suffocate. So in a crucifix, you're supposed to die of asphyxiation,
Right.
which is suffocation.
Right.
That was the death of the cross, to asphyxiate. And then after that, and this was because of the Jewish folklore of the Messiah, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, but after you die, so you were supposed to you were supposed to only last for like 3 days, right? And then
Mm-hmm.
after you die, they leave you up there so the crows can eat your body, feed off of you. So they make
Mm-hmm.
sure you were dead.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember, the Messiah was said to be dead and then raised up from the dead. So they
Right.
wanted to make sure you were dead. You had to die on the cross.
Right.
Because what people don't realize is that they took Jesus and the two thieves, they took them down because it was Passover, right? But the two thieves went back up on the cross.
Mm-hmm.
And they
Okay.
didn't put Jesus back up on the cross because they had given him away already, which was illegal. It was
Mm-hmm.
it was illegal to turn the body over to a friend or a family member. And we
Okay.
all know the story. He was turned over to his disciples, Joseph of Arimathea and I forget, Thomas.
Right.
And, you know what I mean?
Right. Okay. That's interesting.
So I
Mm-hmm.
broke all that down in videos.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We know that's Caesar Borgia.
Funny how
Explain
their
what cults
call
look like.
and response sounds
Okay,
just like any
let's
other Christian church. Facts.
the links up
They
and
they
down
be
whenever
preaching
you're
like a
ready.
mug.
Okay. Liam, can you read that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Crucifixion.
Some of them be
Crucifixion
preaching
is an
hard.
ancient instrument of capital punishment.
So that's the first thing we all need to understand, because we say the word crucifixion, not realizing it was capital punishment. Go ahead.
The method
Mm-hmm.
of slow and painful execution in which the victim is tied or nailed to a large wooden beam and left to hang for several days until eventual death from exhaustion and
What? Asphyxiation.
Mm-hmm.
And they hated on me for that. They were like, crucifixion don't mean asphyxiation. Man, come on, bro. It's common sense, bro. You don't need no degree to see this stuff, man.
Asphyxiation. I mean, he
asphyxiation.
couldn't breathe.
Yes.
Go ahead.
It is principally known from antiquity,
Antiquity.
excuse me,
Antiquity means
Dumbass.
ancient times.
but remains in occasional use in some countries. The crucifixion of Jesus is a central narrative in Christianity, and the cross, sometimes depicting Jesus nailed onto it, is the main religious
Mhm.
symbol for many Christian churches.
Bro, calm down. You ain't got to read like that, bro. We just reading a definition.
Let's go down now. Okay, read.
Crucifixion was often performed in order to terrorize and dissuade its witnesses from perpetrating particularly heinous crimes. Victims were left on display after death as warnings to others who might attempt dissent. Crucifixion was usually intended to provide a death that was particularly slow, painful, hence the term excruciating, literally out of crucifying, gruesome, humiliating in public, using whatever means were most expedient for that goal. Crucifixion methods varied considerably with location and time. Different forms of painful.
Hold on.
In Latin word.
What? Didn't we just say a few minutes ago that Jesus wasn't the only one that had to go through a crucifixion?
Uh-huh.
But everything that talks about a crucifixion in the Bible is talking about Jesus.
The Romans actually crucified whole villages
Come on, man.
at times, bro. They you know the Germanic tribes. I don't know if you know about them.
Yeah.
But the Germanic tribes, when the Romans went through, when they disobeyed the Romans and they didn't pay taxes to the Romans, they crucified sometimes the whole town, not just one person, everybody. You know what I mean?
Man, bro, that's what I was trying to explain. I did a live. I did a live on Facebook a couple of years ago with a brother, a Christian, literally Christian apologist, and you know, he tried to make a fool out of me, but he really made a fool out of himself But I tried to explain to the brother
Uh-huh.
how vicious and savage these people were.
Uh-huh.
And I
Yeah.
could not stress to him enough, you were not allowed to think anything different than what they told you to think.
No
If
way.
you said
No way.
anything different, they would
No way.
literally chop your head off where you stood.
100%. Of course. Yeah. There wouldn't be no second chances with with the Romans, man.
So
Yeah.
they can't grasp the concept when I say something. And I know it's a broad statement when I say you wouldn't be a Christian if it wasn't for the Bible. And they were like, oh well, how were other people Christians before there ever was a Bible?
Uh-huh.
Bro, stop trying to seem so intelligent and so smart and listen to what I'm saying. What I'm saying
Mhm.
is you bought your Bible from Christian.com. Your Bible was literally authorized by the Catholic Church.
Right.
Like like you don't understand that. Yeah, of course, Christianity was spreading before there was a Bible, but it was spreading because of the Catholic Church.
Right. Yeah.
It was authorized by the government and the Catholic Church. And he tried to bring up the Edict of Milan, and he basically debunked himself when he brought that up, because when I looked it up, what it says is that the Edict of Milan was basically them giving the Christians permission to be Christians.
Right.
It was the Catholic Church. It was the government and the Catholic Church saying, okay, y'all can have, instead of y'all being under our Christianity, y'all can
Right.
have y'all's Christianity. We'll
Right.
allow y'all to be Christians. We'll allow y'all to say y'all Christians. But whatever y'all do, it still has to come through us. So they had to get their Bible. They
Right.
still got their Bible from the Catholic Church. Like
Right.
even Martin Luther
Mm.
had a Christian, had a Catholic Bible.
Right. For sure. Yeah. Yeah. For sure.
So it's
It's
just
crazy.
it's funny because it's crazy because I'm we was having a conversation, and it's like
Mhm.
I try to tell them, when you have a real debate, you have to study. You don't just pop up on a live on Facebook and have a serious debate. We were trying to have a discussion, but he was prepared for a debate. I wasn't prepared for a debate. I hadn't did my homework, because a lot of the knowledge I just be like, well, I know this stuff. So we went on live, and a lot of the things I didn't have in the back of my mind. So he started asking me all these
Mm.
questions, and I'm like, man, I
Mm.
don't know. What are you talking about? Like,
Mm.
what are we talking about here? You know?
Mm.
But
Mm.
at the end of the day, he still couldn't touch me, because at the end of the day, I'm rocking with the truth, bro. You got a book
Yeah.
that you got from the Catholic Church.
Mm. Well, this is what I was saying to you before. This is what I said when you went away. When you went for the 2 minute, and I was talking a bit. I was talking about this as well. I was saying that the truth, in a way, in essence, the truth can never really be written anyway, man. Because anything that's written is not, it's his perspective, isn't it?
Right. It's an opinion.
Whoever's wrote it has put their twist on it. You cannot say that, so it's not. It can't be the absolute truth, can it? You know
Right.
what I mean? Like, because somebody's put their spin on
You
it.
always got to take it with a grain of salt.
Everything,
You always got to
every
take it
piece of
to.
writing.
You always got to consider the
Yeah.
source.
Right.
So that's why I always ask people. So where did you get that from? You know what I mean?
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Because you have to look into your own embodiment will tell you your own path. You know what I'm trying to say? You don't have to read it in a book. That's just what we've been conditioned to believe. We conditioned to believe that we have to read something to guide us, but we don't need to read anything to guide us. Like, to be honest,
Right.
like we
Don't.
read things to get knowledge and stuff. That's cool, but in terms of guiding us through our life, we don't need spiritual guidance like that from
You
an
don't need a
external source.
spiritual. You don't need
You don't need it.
us. You don't need these guys.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you don't need them. That's for sure. Yeah.
Straight up, you do not need these dudes, man.
The crucifixion applied to many.
Like they are literally on Wikipedia looking up what a
Yeah,
crucifixion is. Like you can do that yourself.
exactly, man. It's crazy. I know. It's really crazy. Actually.
Pole sites.
On the other one,
Carried away.
he was beaten so bad he couldn't make the journey on his own. They had to have was it Simon? Another guy had to help him out, carry it. Go ahead.
But the crossbeam would not be quite as burdensome, weighing around 45 kilos, 100 pounds, had it for the
We know.
crucifixion of slaves. Rome considered the Israelites their slaves, and as we read on,
Right.
say that.
The person executed may have been attached to the cross by rope. Though nails are mentioned in a passage by the Judean
You said
historian.
you was gonna say something?
Yeah, the thing that doesn't make sense about what he's saying is that it's tight. Like if these guys are trying to say that the Israelites were black people, and then he's talking about the Romans enslaving Israelites, which is what I was talking about earlier with the Romans invading Judea. There's many depictions on the walls and paintings and stuff, and of the Romans taking the Israelites to Egypt. You know, not to Egypt, sorry, to Rome, right? Yeah, okay. And when they take them to Rome, like they don't look black. They look like Middle Eastern people. Do you know what I mean? Like it's literally there. You can search it up, and there's loads of it. But what they'll try to say, oh no, that's a whitewashed photo or something like that. You know, that's what they'll say. You know, they'll say something like that instead. You know, they'll always have that kind of answer.
Man, they be tripping, man. They don't be having no they don't be having a leg to stand on, man.
No,
They don't have a leg to stand on. They just, I mean, they just making it up as they go, and uh, basically they especially these this sect right here, they just Christians, bro.
yeah, for sure, 100% Christian. These ones.
Amulets with perceived medicinal qualities.
What I want us to see out of that 70 AD, we know that Rome sacked Jerusalem, but we don't realize what they did to those that they caught. In Josephus as to Rome. You see,
Hold on.
They did to that.
See what I'm saying?
We know that in Josephus, thousands of Israelites were crucified. They caught in Josephus, thousands of Israelites were crucified. In Josephus, thousands of Israelites were crucified. In Josephus, thousands of Israelites.
I'm sorry, man. I'm just like,
told
bro.
you.
A lot of times people think only Christ in the.
We just said that. We just said that,
Yep.
and now he's debunking everything he just had this dude read that he kept saying. Well,
Yeah.
this happened to Christ. That happened to Christ. That
Yeah.
happened to Christ. Now he's saying thousands of people were crucified.
Right. And he's also talking about the Israelites being brought as slaves, which is what I'm saying. I have I have some material about this, man, where it's just this will just completely debunk everything he says, isn't it? Basically, but it's fine. Anyway, let him carry on talking.
Thieves crucified. No. That's the same way they used to hang us in the South. Rome used to use the cross, and and Josephus says he could see thousands. Imagine what kind of and Josephus says he could see.
They really use this imagery a lot, don't they?
And Josephus says he could see thousands. Imagine what kind of bloody scene that must have been. Thousands of your people hung up on crosses. A lot of times we always a bloody
So
scene.
which one of them died? Which one of them was hung up and crucified for our sins?
Bloody scene that must have been. Thousands of your people hung up on crosses. A lot of times we always only Christ on the cross. No, it wasn't just him.
Yeah, bro. That's what we've been telling you the whole time.
Yeah, man. I see. He's totally like for anyone that actually has is thinking. Like this guy is literally digging a deeper hole every time he talks.
This is why I was doing this, bro. Because I'm like, man, come on, man. People got to see this foolishness, man. We've been telling you this the whole time. Now here you come back and saying you think Jesus was the only one that this happened to. But the whole time you've been saying that Jesus was the only one this happened to. He said Jesus was the only one that had his hands pierced.
Yeah.
Come on,
bro. Wow.
See, but the people that's sitting there and the men, so-called men that's sitting around him, they just nodding their head. They ain't even thinking.
Nah.
And even if a thought do come, if one of these people do have the mental fortitude to muster up the thought to say, but wait a minute, didn't you just say
contradict yourself?
They ain't got the balls to stand up to him.
Yeah, nah.
Because see, I would be like, excuse me, sir. Didn't you just say 5 minutes ago that Jesus was the only person that all of these other things happened to that was lashed and beaten and all of this, had his back turned, all of this other stuff that you said that only Jesus happened. Now you telling me that this happened to thousands of other people? And even in the story, it tells you that it's two other people up alongside him. So you got three people that was being crucified at that time. So how are you telling me that these so-called prophecies only fit Jesus? Like, come on,
Right.
bro.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, it's the same
They-
thing they use. It's the same thing they use in Deuteronomy. I don't know if we'll get onto that, but the Deuteronomy is the one where they really these guys really trip themselves up on Deuteronomy because
oh yeah.
Deuteronomy, just like they tried to say that they're the only people that fit the curse of Deuteronomy, and it's like, nah,
Not even
nah,
close,
not
bro.
even close,
Not
man.
even close. I'm like, dude, do
Those
you know
curses
how
are
many? And then I try to break it down to a brother.
yeah,
Like, why would they have to go into Egypt with ships?
right, exactly.
You
You know what
ain't
I'm trying
going
to
into
say?
Egypt with no ships.
Yeah, and they tried to tell you, and then they also actually, it's interesting you're bringing this up now. They also talk about because there's a Deuteronomy where it says the eagle will swoop down on the nation, right? Yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah, and that one's one of their
They try to
favorite
say
ones.
that's America.
Yeah, yeah, but what they don't realize is the Romans on every single military uniform they had, there was an eagle because the eagle was a symbol of Rome, not America, long before America even existed, right?
They don't know. They don't know
So
that.
so
But
yeah,
they a lot of these people don't know like history. You know what I mean? They
nah,
just
nah. You
they
don't.
don't know history. They don't know, like I
Mm,
was talking about earlier, all these other studies that you
mhm.
know. Man, look at here.
Yes, Jonah, come on.
Saying there's a, as you say that, there's a scene in Game of Thrones the last season where they
Oh
show that,
God, now we on
and
Game of
that
Thrones.
now I'm realizing that's where they got it from. Spartacus saying there's a,
So let's
So somebody got somebody actually had a chance to get up and say something, and this is what the fuck they came up. This is what I mean by the people that they talking to.
Yeah,
Dude ain't even trying to think for himself. He talking about he trying to put even this brother looked at
no,
him
it's
like,
only
man, if you
Christ on
don't
the
sit
cross.
your
No, what?
dumb
saying
ass
there's
down.
a, as you say that, there's a scene in Game of Thrones the last season where they show that, and that
He look Game of Thrones. What the fuck you talking about?
they got it from.
Look, he just nodding his head. He thinking to himself, man, sit your dumb ass down. This ain't got nothing to do with no Game of Thrones.
yeah,
Yeah.
Look, somebody said Spartacus.
And Spartacus. So if you ever see Spartacus, or was it in Game of Thrones?
Yeah, it's a Game of
Look, he ain't never seen no damn Game of Thrones.
Thrones.
Oh, so both of them, they show you thousands of people being crucified.
Yeah, because it was a normal way for them to execute people, to
uh-huh.
torture people in antiquity. Like, come on, bro.
So it's not just Christ and the two thieves.
No, we've been telling you that for 37 minutes, bro.
But he's still saying it.
Just Christ. No, not just Christ.
Right. In some of the records, they tell you that
Right. He's still standing on what he said earlier that all these verses was just talking about Christ.
Romans
Right.
used to use crosses to crucify anyone whenever they had a
But see now, when I say this exact same thing what they're saying,
Uh,
I'm a reprobate. I'm a reprobate. I'm a heathen. I'm a devil. I'm a demon. I'm an evil spirit.
mm,
But they can say it, and it's all good. And everything else they said, it just stands.
mm,
You got men. Look, you surrounded by all these grown ass men that they ain't gonna, they don't gonna think for themselves. They're just gonna roll with what they call it. They call it sticking to the code.
mm.
problem of putting people to death. That was what they used to use. They used to use the cross on everybody.
So they said it again. Nah, this guy just says this guy just seems like he just like sort of just like repeats what the other
Yeah,
guy says.
he's a yes
Basically.
man. He's a yes
Yeah,
man.
yeah. He doesn't seem like he's got really much character. He's just
Yeah,
repeating what the other guy says.
and that's why he's there. That's why he's right
Yeah.
there on his right hand side. That's his right hand man.
Of putting people to death. That was what they used to use. They used to use the cross on everybody.
They just be debunking
Of putting people
themselves.
to death. That was what they used to use. They used to use the cross on everybody.
Let's read on.
While they
They just debunked their whole lesson, bro.
It's crazy.
And they still going on about a cross. We done fast forwarded through the whole crucifixion shit. And they still talking about the cross.
naked.
So there was no loincloth on the cross. It was a humiliating thing. You were naked on the cross. Go ahead.
Writings by Seneca the Younger state some victims suffered a stick forced upwards through their
You
groin.
see how Rome did us? Y'all see how Rome did us? Come on.
Despite its frequent use by the Romans, the horrors of crucifixion did not escape mention by some of their eminent orators. Cicero, for example, described crucifixion as a most cruel and disgusting punishment and suggested that the very mention of the cross should be far removed not only from a Roman citizen's body, but from his mind, his eyes, his ears.
And you have black and Latin people that walk around with crosses like it's some honorable thing. It was a humiliating thing. Yes, it was meant to redeem us back to the Father, but that's like walking around with a noose on your neck talking about, I'm remembering my ancestors. You dummy.
You know, as I was reading about, go back to the part where it says about that they forced the stick.
Right
Yeah,
there.
that groin part. Where's that
This
part?
is writings by
The groin part.
some victims suffered
That
a
stuck
stick
with him, huh?
forced upward through their groin.
Y'all hear that? When y'all hear that, thing, you're like, oh my goodness, because a lot of times we put our minds on the Caesar Borgia picture. And we don't think about it. You think he was all clothed and all of that. No, we're reading about what happened to him. These are the kinds of things that they would do. Now, to show you that it's not so far-fetched, when they used to hang us in this country, hell, they still do. When they used to hang us in this country, didn't y'all remember when they said they do things like cut off the genital areas and stuff like that, cut out the scrotums and use them as sacks for, use them as pouches and all that stuff? Well, what makes
that is sick.
that they're us over here, the same race of people, so you can understand.
It's a word for what they're doing, and it's called I can't think of the word. It's a big word, so it escapes me. But there's a word for what they're doing, how they're using,
This imagery,
yeah, and they're using
for sure.
the plight of the black the American in order to make their points. I can't think of it, but it's a term that basically means they're being deceitful, and they're really being snakish. But that's what they do. That's why I be coming on here.
Manipulative.
Yeah,
Manipulative. No, it might not be the word, but that's the one that
they're
stands out.
definitely being manipulative. But it's something else. It's like I can't think of the word.
That dealt with Christ back there like this.
Read on.
Frequently, the legs of the person executed were broken or shattered with an iron club. An act called crephagium, which was also frequently applied without crucifixion to slaves. This act hastened the death of the person, but was also meant to deter those who observed the crucifixion from committing.
Bro, we know what
One of them
crucifixion
is broken.
Right. So his bones were not broken. Them
Hold up.
One of them
were not broken. Give me that.
Psalms 34, verse 20. He keepeth all his bones, not one of them is broken.
Right. So his bones were not broken. Remember, they stabbed him with a javelin to make sure he was dead. Let's go
No,
down.
that's not why they stabbed him.
I mean, up. No, you know what I mean. Yes. Go ahead. Now they discuss various Rome used different shapes of the cross. This one talks about wait, go back. I want to show both pictures. Y'all see this one was just like a pole. That was one type that Rome used, and now get the other one, the next one. And this was the other one. So you get Jehovah's Witnesses that be arguing with people about the shape of the.
Remember, the title of this teaching that he's doing is that Jesus died a black man's death. What is any of this? They're talking about Roman crucifixion and how Rome used to crucify all types of people. They just literally just said they were killing everybody like this, not just black people. So they just, oh my God, they just completely debunked their entire teaching by saying that. Like they don't even understand. Like,
yeah, and the Romans and the Egyptians depicted the Israelites, and they didn't depict them as dark-skinned people. Ultimately, So, I'm not saying they were white. They were not white people, but they weren't African people or black people. You know what I mean? So You
it's
know.
just wild to me. It's like I they literally just killed their whole argument. Like they just
Yep.
killed. They just and then now what they're doing is they're filibustering. They ain't talking about shit. They've been talking about crucifixion for the last five, 6 minutes of this video, and they ain't talking about shit.
It's rambling.
Let's read that sentence right
Wasting
there.
people
Give it.
time.
The gibbet on which crucifixion was carried out could be of many shapes.
So remember the cross. Crucifixion was a
Josephus was a Greek. Josephus worked for the Roman government. He was a freaking. He was known as a sellout. He sold his people out, and they keep going on and on and on about Josephus this, Josephus that, as
Yeah,
if
of course. Yeah.
like it's
Well,
just like
because yeah, it's interesting because the Greeks tried to Hellenize the Jews. You see, what happened is the Greeks
hmm
they tried to see what it was is the Romans and the Greeks, especially both of them, they were obviously polytheistic people. They believed in lots of different gods. So when the Hebrews or the Jews or the Israelites, whatever you want to call them, they believed in one God, right? So that caused a clash between them theologically,
right.
so so all this stuff is kind of like what you're saying. Yeah, Josephus was a known traitor. So I don't know why they use his words as a sort of like verifiable
They try to
fact.
make it
You know what I mean?
yeah, they make
You
him
know?
seem like some type of credible historian
Yeah,
and authority on the
yeah,
history and the historicity of the Hebrews, and they
yeah,
try to say that he was a Hebrew.
yeah,
So I mean, this is
yeah,
it's it's like when you know. If you don't know, you're just gonna follow all of this stuff like it's nothing.
yeah.
But it's so funny. Like what I want to show people is, you see how this word Josephus is blue. When you
Mm-hmm,
see that, that means you can click on it.
mm-hmm.
And when you click on it, you learn about who this person was and what they did and what they stood for, when
Right,
they came about, what they wrote, so on and so forth. You learn
right,
about this stuff. I'm just showing this to people
right.
because some people just might not know this, or some people just might not do
Mm-hmm,
it. They might see that it's blue, but
mm-hmm.
they ain't gonna, but
I might not do the research.
right.
Mm,
And they be, but see, a lot of times I talk to a lot of people, and a lot of times they don't like. Okay,
mm,
for instance, I did a post earlier today or yesterday that was talking about how God gave Moses the commandment not to kill. Right, thou
right.
shalt not kill. But then when Moses came down off the mountain, he ordered the Levites to kill a bunch of people, and they ended up killing like 3,000 people.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And
Right.
somebody came on the post and was like, I ain't see that in the Bible. Show me that in the Bible. And it's
Mm-hmm,
like, damn, it's like, instead of you going to, you know what I mean? Instead of you going to the Bible and reading it for yourself, you're going to come to me and ask me
uh,
to find it for you.
right. Yeah.
So
That's
that's
true.
why I'll be stopping and trying to show people how the research gets done
Right.
a lot of times.
Right.
Look, the gibbet. You don't know what a gibbet is? Click on it and learn.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
You know what I mean?
mm-hmm.
Siege of Jerusalem. Click on it. Find out what they're talking about.
Yeah, 70 AD, that one, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And actually, there's a place as well there where, you can go and the Romans, there was a, actually, I'll tell you something quite interesting. There's another Hebrew Israelite sect. They're called Sicarii. I don't know if you've seen
I
them.
know about them.
Yeah, so the Sicaris were Hebrew assassins, Israelite assassins that fought against the Romans, and they were like the most hardcore of
Yeah.
them. So they never surrendered. So they actually all committed mass suicide when the Romans finally got to them. They all drank poison together,
Mm,
and they all died. But it's funny how I find it strange how they use the name Sicari, like
right.
when they don't. I don't know if maybe they do know what they are, or maybe they're just like saw it in
This is something cool.
saw it in the Bible or something, you know, and like,
Yeah,
yeah, that's a
it's
cool
just
name,
it's
you know.
just
Yeah,
you know, it's a
yeah,
gimmick. You know,
yeah,
Sakari. You know what I mean? We
yeah,
the Sakari.
yeah,
You know,
yeah,
it's nothing behind. It's like these guys.
yeah,
You know, it's another gimmick, man.
Down to the ground.
So they crucified some Israelites upside down with their head down and their feet in the air.
yeah.
What? Not Jesus?
You see that part where it says Titus crucified the rebels? Who are the rebels? Israelites. So again, like we were saying earlier about those crosses, they were doing that all over the place with Israel.
Bro, these guys are
I
lost.
thought
innit?
it was just Jesus, bro. You said he died a black man death.
Come on.
Some impale their private parts. Others stretch out their arms on the gibbet.
Okay, let's go down. Scroll, scroll, scroll.
Yeah, we're gonna scroll with
Let
you.
me close out of that. So when we read stuff like this, so that sister's poem was very, very inspirational. You always
Bet
make
it
a
was.
statement that the Negro was made in America in a laboratory because the Negro mindset. When I say Negro, I'm talking about the Latino also. The Negro mindset is created. It's not. It was not born. It was manufactured. Okay. The
That's another thing that the Hebrews like to do. They like to include the Latino into the
Right.
Negro
I've seen
American's
this. Yeah,
experience,
yeah.
and I can't respect that, man. I mean, I don't have no problem with Latinos. I speak a little Spanish. I love I love their culture because you know they're about family and about sticking together.
Yeah,
But at the end of the day, we had our own experience in America, and
for sure.
I'm gonna say this to black people that until we learn how to come together with ourselves,
For
we
sure.
can't come together with nobody else.
That's a fair point.
They need to understand that the
Mm.
Latino man can walk into doors that we can't simply because they have pale skin and we don't. That's a
Right.
fact.
Yeah, no, even in my case, man, I understand how it is, bro. You know what I mean? Because I can get into certain places, you know, and people might think I'm Latino or something. You know what I mean?
You see what
They
I'm
don't
saying?
know they don't know that I'm African, you know, but they might think I'm like Brazilian or Colombian or something. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
You
They're
know?
not gonna look at you. They're not gonna
No,
look at you like no
no,
nigga.
no, not
You
really.
know what I'm
No,
saying?
you
Because
know?
when this dude walk in the door, they're gonna be like,
Yeah.
nigga, please.
Jeremiah 21.
Especially with them damn leather arm guards he got on.
Yeah, man.
That
It's
shit
just
is
like
that shit
so
is like for ancient wars, bro. Like what the fuck are you doing, bro?
weird, isn't it?
It's like the theatrics. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah, for sure.
why you putting
You
on
got
this it's called
yeah,
peacocking. Why are you peacocking so hard? Like, come on, bro.
yeah. Nah, for sure, man. It's like it's very it's elaborate, but to the point of it looks funny, isn't it?
Man,
Yeah, you know.
goofy
Jeremiah
ass shit.
chapter 2, verse 21. Yet I had planted thee a noble vine.
I hate the way they be reading this shit.
The Lord planted the nation of Israel as a noble vine. Good.
Holy, a right seed.
Holy, a righteous seed. Come on.
How then art thou turned into the degenerate plant of a strange vine unto me?
That's what our people have become today. A degenerate plant.
You see,
Yeah.
I wanted to. This is where the part where I wanted y'all to see where where these people view black people. This is their worldview of black people. A degenerate vine. We're degenerates to them. He views you as a degenerate in himself.
Mm,
So he has a negative overall worldview of himself.
yeah.
The Lord
And
says, how did this happen? I planted you noble. I planted you holy. I planted you right in your right frame of mind. But now have you become degenerate?
And it's not God's fault. So what he's saying, what he's reading and saying is that God said, you know, I planted you this, I did this. It's not my fault that you went astray. Well, damn God, you could have presented yourself to the people in a way that they understood you.
mm,
You could have, you know, you supposed to be God. You can't even communicate with your own creation.
Uh,
But it's not God's fault. It's our fault. So we should be paying for
We have our people. We don't realize we are a degenerate people.
yeah, he said it again there, no?
it. Does anybody need to hear that again?
Just look at TV. We our people. We don't realize we are a degenerate people. Just we have our people. We don't realize we are a degenerate people. Degenerate. We have our people.
The thing is, he doesn't even say like, he doesn't even say like our mindset is degenerate. That would be better. You know what I mean? Then I could understand it.
It
But
don't say some people. He don't say
he
some of
says,
our people. He
yeah,
don't say, we have a culture. He
yeah,
said
exactly.
our people. So
Yeah.
and so people don't what people don't understand is that in these people's mindset, what whether you think you're a Hebrew or not, they view you as a Hebrew because of
Yeah,
all of this stuff that they saying. So
yeah,
regardless of how you feel, these people view you as a Hebrew. So what
right.
he's saying is that our people
Just
are
look at
degenerate.
TV. We are a degenerate people. You might not want to hear the truth.
He calling this the truth. This is the truth. So when they tell you that they're telling you the truth, this is the truth that he's trying to tell you.
Just
You're a
look at
degenerate
TV.
people.
We are a degenerate people. You might not want to hear the truth. We are a degenerate people. This
Bro, where in the hell?
are a degenerate people. You might not want to hear the truth. We are a degenerate people.
Black people ain't no degenerate people. Do you know that everything you see, feel, touch, everything you experience today is based off of black ingenuity? Are you serious? Do you know how many black inventors there are? From, I mean, everything you experience today, and even the stuff that black people don't get credit for, was invented by black people in America.
Well, like, bro, at the end of the day, man, Homo sapiens, man, the Homo sapiens were black people, bro. So
But we're degenerates though.
they're the original people, Black people are the original people, really, before, That's true. I think that's true.
That's some wild shit, bro.
And he's not even talking about like all the crazy civilizations they were all over the world in Africa and stuff like that. That's what's also disingenuous about this. Is like it pisses off a lot of people from Africa when people talk like this, because it acts like in Africa we never had nothing great, where we had some really big civilizations, really, really, you know what I mean?
Right.
We had some
Man,
really,
look over, man, bro. We be seeing, I be seeing like all these posts about all
yeah,
these African people that are like creating these, um, create like these freaking mastermind engineers that are creating these,
yeah,
uh, 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 uh,
yeah,
eco-friendly ways to use, like
yeah,
using
for sure,
water to
for
use
sure,
for jet propelled propulsion and all this other stuff
yeah, you're
that
right.
they won't use
Yeah.
because they don't understand how to
They're not even,
capitalize off of it. And once
yeah,
they do start learning how to capitalize off it, then we'll be on to that.
yeah, exactly. But he doesn't talk about none of that stuff. He
But
wants to
we're
focus.
but we're degenerate
Yeah,
people though.
yeah.
What is a degenerate?
It's to focus on the negative side of everything. Basically, is what he's doing. He doesn't
He's
want to.
talking he's
You know,
talking about people that will beat down, batter. He's showing images that
yeah,
if you were
yeah,
smart, if you were a smart black man, if you stood up here, they would hang you, chop off your nuts, and stick them in your mouth.
yeah, exactly. So how
But
is it?
we're the degenerates though, not the motherfuckers that did that to us.
Right,
Not the
right,
motherfuckers that benefit
right.
off of those policies and
Exactly.
those laws.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. It's true. And ultimately, I find with a lot of these guys as well, they seem to direct their anger towards like Jews and stuff like that, but I never see them really directing their anger towards like white Christians. You know what I'm saying?
No, remember they so their whole ideology is that the white man,
Yeah.
um the white man is gonna get his in heaven, or the white man's gonna get his
he's gonna get his consequences or whatever.
You know what I mean? He's gonna get his in the afterlife.
Yeah, right. Okay. So they don't have to do anything now. Basically, it's just an
Right.
excuse.
So
Yeah.
right now the white man just get a pass. And remember the basis of their whole theology is that really the white man is their brother.
Right. Yeah.
And remember also, it's not the white man's fault. It was ordained by God.
Right.
So it's not the white man's fault, but they hate the African, they hate the Jew,
Yeah.
and they
Is that?
hate you. They hate the truth teller.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Doesn't make sense, man. Doesn't make sense at all. Very, very weird shit. But yeah. Anyway, let's listen to what he has to say next.
This way people don't like the Bible. Because when you tell people Jesus is black, he's our people go, oh, that's good. Then they start to read like what we just read, that we are degenerate. Oh, some people don't like to be told about themselves. No, don't tell me the truth about myself. I don't want to hear. Tell me I am women. Tell me I'm the queen of heaven. Oh, tell me I'm the black. What they say them some things.
Black woman is God.
Tell me that the black woman is God.
The black woman is God because she is the highest form of intelligence on this planet. She. First of all, you came out of a black woman. So how can you? Every species of animal, they view their mother as God. When in the animal kingdom, when a mother gives birth, when a mother when a mother in any other animal kingdom gives birth, that that baby don't go with their daddy. They stay.
No, with the mother.
You know what I mean? So in any other animal kingdom, that mama is their God. They depend on her for food. They depend on her for guidance. They depend on her to learn how to live and survive in this life. Even in the human, even as humans growing up, most people tend to cleave to their mother's side of the family and not their father's side of the family.
In my case, for sure.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
like, I got a daughter. She stay with her mama. She don't stay with me. It's just like the natural order thing. My daughter could come stay with me. But it's just like the natural order of things
Of
for her
course.
to be with her mother.
When you want to get nurtured, you don't want to go to a man, do you? You go to a woman. You go to a woman. That's natural.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Yeah.
When a baby is born, the mother has natural nourishment that comes from her body.
Right.
And then what people don't understand is, especially these Hebrew Israelites, that's another video, but what they don't understand is a baby in a mother's womb, a mother is born with all the eggs she'll ever carry for her life. And she sheds them month to month.
Right.
Right? So those eggs then come and get fertilized by the father. She was born with those eggs. She was born with them in her womb. So she carried you from the moment she was formed in her mother's womb. So this is, I got a study that I did on this because I didn't want to be talking like this and not have facts to back it up. Right? I can show you this in the Bible. I can show you this in sacred geometry. I can show you this in biology. I can show you this in several different ways, right? To where it's not, I'm just not saying some jingoistic shit. I'm not trying to pump up the black woman's mind and make her think she's something that she's not. I'm just speaking the facts, and the fact is that just like the black man, the black woman has also been, you know what I mean? Her mind has been run down by the system that we all question down on. The whole man, listen, bro. I don't want to go off on no tangent, but I just wanted to say the black woman is God. Y'all can hate all y'all want to, and I do got a video coming out about that. Trying to take us. Okay, so here we go. Let's listen to it. Let's listen to their hate on the black woman as God, because I be damn. They will be damn if you
Well, they is before we continue, just they say from what I know that these guys they say that for instance, I'll give you an example. Like in my case, the my mother's side of my family, so my grandmother was African, right? Yeah, and so they'll say to me that I'm not African because my father isn't. You see what I'm saying?
right.
Because they won't see it through the mother's seed. However, in South Africa, in my country, the woman is the most important. You see, the woman is it's the matriarchy. It's not patriarchy. You know, does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean,
So yeah.
it makes
So
sense to me, but over here in America, they be damn if you talk that matri. I mean, even the women go against you talking that matriarchy shit.
yeah,
They even the women feel like
yeah.
you're just trying to feed them some bullshit. You know what I mean?
Nah, yeah. But the matriarchy shit doesn't mean that the woman don't take care of the home and take care of the child. It just means that ultimately, you come from a mother, so you gotta respect your mums, bro. You know what I mean?
Straight up. You
You
came
know?
straight out. You came out your mama, man. You ain't come out your daddy, but they teach you came out your daddy.
Right, exactly. So it's the fathers, it's the
They don't
seed.
have see that kind of like I said, man. It just prompted me to do those studies
Right,
and find out, where did we come from, and
right,
when you look it up and you
right,
study the biology of the situation, the human anatomy, the
right.
female anatomy, the male anatomy, so on and so forth, man. You
Mm-hmm,
came at your mama, man. You
mm-hmm,
know, your daddy came in and fertilized you, but you came at your mama regardless. You could say, you were not the sperm,
mm-hmm,
regardless. Even if you say, well, the sperm just, without the sperm, this and that, but you were not that sperm, right?
mm-hmm.
You may not have been that egg, right? But you came out your mama as a living, breathing, sentient human being.
Right.
Period.
You grew
You,
inside her.
you can't deny that. You can't get around that. You could say, well, you wasn't the egg or you wasn't the sperm. We could say that, but you was that baby that came out your mama though,
Right.
and
Exactly.
that's a fact.
Exactly. And the first food you have comes from your mom.
You know what I mean?
And the first.
She has the nourishments and the nutrients that you need to feed you for the first 5 years of your life.
Right. Uh-huh.
That's a fact.
They want to hear that foolishness. No, she's degenerate. You're
This is what they teaching the black people, man. We
That's
cannot
crazy.
have this shit, bro. This is what we need this shit for. She's degenerate. You're degenerate. We
woman
all
is God.
degenerates.
They want to hear that foolishness. No, she's degenerate. You're degenerate. We're all degenerate.
Bro, where the fuck they find these dudes at, man?
No, she's degenerate.
Dude, if the black woman is God, that would make the black man the son of God. Why y'all hating on that?
Black woman is God. They want to hear that foolishness. No, she's degenerate. You're degenerate. We're all degenerate. I don't want to hear.
And then here's another huge misconception that they get. When you say the black woman is God, they thinking of a woman that they will marry. We're talking about your mama, fool.
Uh-huh.
We're not talking about your wife.
Exactly.
We're talking about your mama.
Uh-huh.
That's your God.
Yeah, for sure.
I want to hear that. So, I'm going to tell you what it's like. I'm going to give you a movie example.
They love movies when it fit their narrative.
When before I get to the movie, though, I'm going to show you how degenerate, tell you how degenerate the black man. Before
we degenerate. I love when they.
How many times have you said that word?
They want to hear that foolishness. No, she's degenerate.
He want to make sure we know that we some. Now see now. Okay, now I'm gonna take this to the next level, right? Okay. See, what a lot of people don't realize is that when you talk like this, okay, this shit has power.
Yeah, for sure.
He's telling people who have submitted their spiritual
right
life
Right.
unto him. So
Right.
everything he says, every word they say that he says, they embrace it. They take it on. And what he's telling them is that they are degenerate. And he keeps
Wow.
repeating it.
Yep.
So
Subliminally getting into their mind.
right, it's a hypnosis, is what it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's degenerate, you're degenerate, we're all degenerates.
He's even
So
including. He's even
so
including
so the
himself.
people, right. So
Yeah.
the people that are listening to him, they're repeating, we're degenerates. I'm degenerate. My wife is degenerate. My children are degenerate. What in the fuck is going on?
It's crazy, man. And the fact that these guys are so big is it's a bit worrying, isn't
I
it? Really.
don't understand it, bro. I
Yeah.
don't understand it, bro.
Uh,
A lie. What's that saying goes that a lie will travel around the world before the truth. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like a lie will travel around the world before the truth hits the front door or some shit like that.
mm.
Or before the truth gets out of bed, the
But
lie has.
for you, but the thing is, you've got a lot of these. What was that guy? I can't remember his name. There's that basketball player. He was talking about this stuff as well. Was it Kyrie Irving or
Uh,
something?
yeah,
Yeah,
Kyrie Irving.
yeah,
Like you got all of these famous people
yeah,
like
yeah. It's talking
giving
about it,
this. Yeah, they're
immense
giving this.
credibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So
weird.
that's how these things tend to grow. And
Yeah,
so, you got when he said that, I don't even honestly, I didn't even listen to what he said
yeah,
because I don't got time for that shit. I didn't listen to what Kanye said. I heard him say something like, the Jews is black or some shit like that. But
yeah,
and I will. I'm gonna go listen to it because I do want to do a video on it. But at
yeah,
the same time, I
yeah.
don't have time to sit up there and listen to this bullshit. And I seen these,
Mm.
all these Hebrew groups. I think
Yeah,
IUIC was one of them that was like, "That's our brother," this and that, blah blah blah.
yeah, it's
They try
crazy.
to,
Yeah,
link
yeah,
themselves up with him. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Because he's famous. So now
yeah,
bro. Oh yeah, they did. It was them that came out and they marched at Staples Center.
yeah. It was these guys. Yeah, it
It
was. I
was
remember.
them.
It's the purple robes. I remember. I
You know
saw
what
them.
I'm saying? So
They,
it's like, bro, it's like,
these guys are easy to identify.
you know what I'm saying? And they showed up and showed out, and they blocked the whole damn street
Yeah,
with about 500 people
yeah, for sure.
sitting up there screaming at Israelite shit. And it's
Yeah,
wild because it's like, man, you even got these dudes got all the money in the world, and they sitting up here peddling this bullshit. Like, dude, you can afford any book in the world.
uh-huh,
You know what I mean? You got Bibles out there that cost $1,500. You can go buy that shit and
mhm.
read how different shit is in that Bible than the one you've been buying for $29.99 off Christian.com.
Right.
Degenerate. We're all hear that foolishness. No, she's degenerate. You're degenerate. We're all degenerate. I don't want to hear that.
Why you yelling?
Isn't it? Always fucking talking so loudly.
Why you gotta yell that shit? And you yelling that shit into the ears of the people. You're degenerate. Your woman is degenerate. Your kids is degenerate. I'm a degenerate. So you shouldn't even be listening to me right now. You a fucking degenerate. How the fuck am I listening and following you? You a degenerate. You just told me you was a degenerate. So if I called you a degenerate, I'm being disrespectful. But from here on out, I'm
You
gonna
just
refer to these dudes as degenerates.
so they just call themselves degenerates.
You know what I mean? So y'all better not ever try to come for me. Don't ever come for me, because I'm gonna make you mad. Because you said you was a degenerate. And I slip this up, cut this up, and have it for you, have it ready for you.
I want to hear that. So
You don't want to
tell you
hear.
what it's like. I'm gonna
Hold
give
on.
you a movie.
You don't want to hear that we're God. You want to hear that we're degenerates. You don't want me to tell you that your mother is God and you are the son of God. You don't want me to tell you that.
Right.
You want me to tell you you a degenerate.
Right.
And I'm a degenerate. And your mother's a degenerate. And your daddy's a degenerate. And your daughter's a degenerate. And your wife is a degenerate. You want me to tell you that. This is some wild shit.
Before I get to the movie though, I'm gonna show you how degenerate. Tell you how degenerate the black man is. He's so degenerate.
Do you hear this shit?
Jeez, he's really, really getting into this, isn't he? He's really getting into this shit.
Jesus was a black man who it was prophesied that he would die on the cross for your degenerate ass.
Uh huh.
This is their message.
Strange.
He will put his satisfaction of his penis in front of all common sense. As long as
What are you talking about, bro? The black man ain't like that, bro. The
Mm,
black man ain't like that. Just because you got a few people with tender dick, you just characterize all black men as like that.
exactly. It's just he's generalizing so much as well. It's just like
Off of a
you know,
small percentage of us.
e-
2% of black men may be like that in the
yeah,
whole world. Maybe 1%.
exactly. He's not.
A very, very small fraction of black people are degenerate, as he would say.
Exactly. Yeah. No, for sure. That's what I'm trying to say. He's talking the most lot of bullshit ever. You know what I mean? If you think about it, it's even in Africa, man. Like, it's so many like kings and
You know
royalties
what I mean, bro? We
and
got a
different
whole
shits like that.
whole continent. Look,
You know?
even in America, you calling us degenerate, bro? We ain't like that, bro. Most black men are family men. Most black men are good,
Sure.
upstanding citizens, bro.
Sure.
What
Sure.
are you talking about? He calling himself a degenerate, and I don't even. He's not a degenerate. He look like a good family man. Look like a man who loves
Exactly.
his wife, loves his kids,
Don't look
comes
like
home every day, works
don't
hard.
look like a gangbanger, does he?
But he calling himself a degenerate.
Why?
he
I
can
don't
get
get
his
it.
rocks off, he don't care about his mother, his father, his sister, his brother, and guess
So the black man don't care about his mother, his father, his sister, his brother. But didn't Jesus tell to leave your brother, your mother, your sister, and your father and follow him?
Mm,
But now the
uh-huh.
contradictions
what?
is be
His wife or children. As long as he
Crazy.
gets sexual satisfaction someplace else. What, like y'all?
bro. Most black men don't cheat on their wives, bro. What are you talking about?
Mm.
This is some wild shit.
Come on.
Yeah, can I read that 21st verse again?
Yet I had planted thee a noble vine, holy, a right seed.
Go ahead.
How then art thou turned into the degenerate plant of a strange vine unto me?
I want to focus on that word strange vine. The Most High is the one that made us, right? So he knows how we ought to act. But we're acting so crazy, the Lord don't recognize us anymore.
I'm not talking about you, bro. That verse is not talking about you. What are you talking about? Why are y'all going back into ancient texts and personalizing this shit to you today? That shit is not
Exactly.
talking about you.
How is it talking about now? It's not talking about fucking
That's what he said.
3,000 years ago.
Know what I mean? This
You
shit
know what I'm
from
saying?
old. You going to pull up some
Yeah.
shit from the old ass testament, from an
Yeah.
old ass story that's saying that this is what God said, from another man telling you what God said, and you saying this is
Mm.
us today.
Strange. In other words, you're looking at your creation and you don't recognize. You said, did I make them? You make Christ marvel. You make the Most High marvel. That's what it means when it's strange. It's unrecognizable. I could not. This is
Duh.
not my creation. Go
I'm gonna
ahead. That
show you
was
what
it.
it's like.
Thank you, Mr. Yes Man, for telling us what strange means.
There's
Now go sit your ass down
the
somewhere.
joke. Well, Deacon Yawns always talks about us how we were made in a laboratory, and the white man made a movie. He made a movie about Frankenstein. Now, Frankenstein, if you didn't know, it's
Oh shit, more fairy tales.
There we go.
about not it wasn't a comedy, but it's about how the white man created and manufactured a man from dead parts. I'm gonna hit you with a secret. That Frankenstein monster is us.
This is how they view the black.
What?
This is how they view the black man.
This
This is
insane.
this is IUIC's message to black people. The black woman not God. The black man not the son of God. We are degenerate,
Degenerate.
bastardized zombies. This is
Yeah.
the black. This is how they view you, right? And they only have respect for you if you agree with what they say.
Uh-huh.
If you listen to anything else in the world, in the whole entire world, other than what they say,
Uh-huh.
this is what they look at you as.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Well, you know, yeah, it's interesting. Go on, carry on.
Shit is wild, bro. You go ahead and say what you gotta say.
Nah, it's just I had a friend from America, who's a Jewish guy. He's Jewish, but he's black as well. Yeah, he's a black American, but he's a Jewish guy, and he gets a lot of hatred from these guys because they call him a fake Jew. He's not a real Jew. He's this, that. You know what I mean? He
That's
gets
what
a
they
lot.
do.
He gets a lot of abuse from these people. It's quite fucked up actually, man. And he's just a normal guy. You know what I mean? He does believe in the religion and God and stuff, but he's not trying to push it onto anyone else. He just does his own thing. You know what I mean? And when people do that, I don't have a problem with it. You know what I mean? I just don't
Right.
like it when they keep trying to fucking push it onto me like I have to believe it. You know what I'm saying?
Man, that's what they do, bro.
The-
They preach hate.
eh,
What they
yeah.
preach and what they teach, everything that they
Mm,
are about, it's about hatred. It's not
mm,
even about love for black
mm,
people. Now,
no.
I've been accused of saying of preaching hatred because I believe in black people sticking together
Mm,
first
yeah.
before we try to link up. Like I tell white people, like I've had white people try to help me.
All right.
I tell them, no, we need to do this ourselves because this is how we got into the position we are now because we thought we needed y'all help and y'all helped us right into Jim Crow. Y'all helped us right into gentrification and it's still gentrifying our neighborhoods, so on and so forth. But
All right.
we ain't getting no kickback from it. So we need
Right.
to build for us
Right.
because I can't connect with another people if I can't connect with my people.
Yeah.
But they call that hate. But here these motherfuckers is saying we're degenerates.
For real.
It don't get no wilder than this, man. I don't understand, bro.
Sheesh.
I don't know why this thing is doing this. Let's go, baby. Because I did the full screen, y'all.
Yeah. I guess for me it's a little bit different because I have mixed ancestry. You see what I'm saying? So I have like different cultures in my blood. You know.
Bro, it's
So I
like,
can't. It's not so polarized where I come from in a way. You
and
know.
that, and that's something that I'm always, humble and open to, as well as understanding that too, like coming from where you're coming from,
Yeah.
it's a more it's a more open environment.
Yeah. It
Like
is.
so, put it to you like this. When I was growing up, we couldn't even walk down the street.
I can imagine.
You know what I mean? And before I came along, you literally could not walk down the street. But we would walk down the street and get harassed. But back before I came along, they would get killed just for walking down the wrong street.
Yeah. That's
And they
fucked up.
still do that to this day.
Yeah.
They
Uh,
just catch the right ones. But I can remember being 11, 12 years old, just being stopped by the cops and asked, "What are you doing here? We live here. Where do you live?
okay.
We live over there."
Okay.
You
So
know
they. Yeah. No, I
why?
get.
And when we ask questions, why are you messing with us? Are you getting smart? You want to go to jail? Like, what
Mm-hmm.
you mean go to jail? I didn't do nothing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so many black people get killed that way
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
just for standing up. So that's why I said when y'all come over here, they will do anything they can to either get y'all to be on their side
Yeah.
or to show y'all that, hey, you still a nigga and
Yeah.
put
For
you in your
sure.
place.
Yeah. For sure.
You
I
know what
get
I
what you
mean?
mean. I
Like
get what you mean.
I've never seen you, so I don't really know how light skinned you are, or how your persona is. You sound like a black man, you know what I mean? But
Yeah.
what I'm saying is, um, it depends because we got light skinned black brothers here with the smooth silky hair and so on and so forth, and you
Yeah.
know, but a lot
That's
of
like
times
me. I'm like that basically. Yeah. I'm
a
like
lot
that.
of times
Yeah.
even I was just about to say a lot
Yeah.
of times even brothers like that
Yeah.
get checked. Now you might have doors open for you, or you might be given a little bit more privilege, but at the same time, if
No, for sure.
you step out of line, I guarantee you they're gonna
No.
show you the difference.
Yeah.
You
No.
know, you
No.
want the black experience, especially if you come over here talking about you black.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. No, but
And
the thing is, all I'm saying is, in my case, I'm not trying to, no matter whether, even if I can pass it or whatever you want to call that word, I'm not trying to like relinquish it, man. Because I love my history, bro. I love being African, innit? So you know,
yeah, for
they
sure.
can. I'm not gonna fucking go and just pretend, innit? I'm gonna tell them go fuck themselves,
Yeah, real
you
talk,
know,
man.
you know,
Yeah, real talk.
you know.
And another thing too, because I got a lot of brothers too who like they might have black and white in them.
Like me, yeah.
Yeah, and these white people out here, they view that as like they view that as degeneracy.
Oh yeah, yeah. Nah.
You know what I'm saying?
I read about, I actually read about the one drop rule or something in America. It's called one drop
Yeah,
rule. And
yeah,
yeah, so if you have even like, if you have like a black grandparent or something, then you're
yeah.
not white. It don't matter
Right.
what you look like.
One drop.
Yeah, one drop. That's crazy. Nah, see, yeah, that's a whole different ball game, man.
Like look at Barack Obama.
Yeah.
This man got a white mama and a black daddy. Black African ass daddy.
Uh
Not
huh.
just a black American daddy. His
Yeah.
daddy is African.
Uh huh. Uh
And his mama is Anglo-Saxon white.
huh.
Shit. They said shit, that ain't her baby. They said she lying. Man, why is this thing not playing? It's really bugging out. I'm gonna be real with you, like really I really wanted to at least get to that part tonight because I really wanted to that point, man, when he said that, man, I couldn't take no more, man. I was like, man, these dudes is they really off the deep end.
For the degeneracy point.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, for real.
She's
That's
a
the
degenerate. You're a degenerate. We're all degenerates. Bro, you
yeah,
really think that's something, even if you felt that way, like you really think that's something you ought to be saying?
yeah,
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
even if you felt that way, like the way we think is, even if I felt that way, I don't speak that out. I actually speak the positive.
yeah,
You know what I mean? I'm smart. I'm kind. I'm intelligent. I can think for myself. I can learn. I
right.
can grow. I can do this. I can be anything I put my mind to.
Mm-hmm. And that's it. That's it. Exactly. It's just, it's like exactly what you're saying, bro. And also, like, you know, they're the thing that really disturbs me about what they're saying there is that they're acting like, I know, like in like like the way that black people have been treated in America, but there's still like a lot of beautiful culture in the Black American culture. You know what I'm trying to say?
Man,
So
they
for
love our culture.
so for
We're
them to
they
for
love
them
us as long as we're entertaining them.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is like you don't have to see that as degeneracy. Like I see a lot of these guys like talking about rappers destroying the communities and all this shit. Like the communities weren't destroyed before.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's not like rap came along and destroyed the community, is it? It's like
Right.
this is a and rap, stuff like that is good because it
Listen,
depends on what
man.
it
Ice
depends.
Cube,
Yeah,
Tupac, Ice Cube and Tupac told us in the 80s,
yeah,
hip hop is not for black people. It's not for you to consume. The same thing with Jordan told us the same thing too. This shit is not for you to buy. This shit is not for you.
yeah.
It's for white people.
Uh huh.
It's
Uh-huh.
for their entertainment and consumption. Do not consume this.
Mm-hmm.
But what we did, we consumed it, we embraced it, and we took it. We 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 consumed it and we embraced it, and we
Mm-hmm.
took it on as a persona.
Right.
And
Yeah.
that was not what hip hop, rap music, trap music, none of that, none of this shit was meant for us to consume.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But when you start talking like that, then that's when you start losing black people. But we supposed to be reading. We supposed to be writing books. We supposed to be seeking higher education, learning. And I'm not talking about going to college. I'm just talking about learning. Just learning. Like people be amazed at me because I can do a lot of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's just like, hey man, if I want to do something, I just go on YouTube and look it up. Or I go on Google and I learn it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Simple. You know what taught me that? The first Matrix.
Okay, Neo
Yeah.
and
When they
Morpheus.
right.
Yeah,
They would just tap in and just download the information into their brains and then they would do it.
yeah,
That's what YouTube is. That's what Google is.
yeah.
You just tap into you just tap into the system and you just download the information. Now in real life it's going to take you a whole lot longer to master this shit because we're not talking about a movie, right? But you can go
Mm,
on YouTube and learn just about anything, how to fix a car, how to build a car, how to build a house, how to fix anything, how to do anything.
true. It's
How to
there.
start a business, how to
Mm,
get your credit right, how to everything you need to know is right here. So all you gotta do is just tap in, type it in. This is what I want to do. How like what the scene the scene that comes to my mind that gave me that idea was what's her name? Felicity or the lady. You know, right? The lady in the Matrix when she said, I don't know how to fly a helicopter, and they just downloaded it into her head. She's like, okay, now I
yeah,
do. And she
yeah,
just
yeah,
took off flying
yeah,
in the helicopter.
yeah, 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 for real.
Shit is
Nah,
wild. But in real life, what would
yeah.
you do? You go on there, you say how to fly a helicopter. You watch the video. Then boom, you go enroll in the school. You pay for the class, you learn how to fly a helicopter. Boom, it's the same shit.
Mhm.
But we're fucking degenerates though. So a degenerate ain't gonna do that.
Exactly. So I'm saying, so it's limiting, limiting the possibilities, ain't it?
Man, this
You
thing
know.
is really froze up. I don't even know why.
S- Yeah, that's all good anyway. We know what he said, so yeah,
Yeah, we're
you know,
degenerates. So
yeah, like. But yeah, that's an interesting video. At the end of the day, this they really went off the deep end on some shit and that, didn't they? Yeah.
man, he said I just I guess in reality I shouldn't be listening to that, but it's
As long as you know within what you are, then it doesn't really matter what he
like
says. You know?
no, the black woman ain't God. She's a degenerate,
Yeah, it's
and her
crazy.
son is a degenerate, and his kids are degenerate, and I'm a degenerate, and my mama's a degenerate. It's like, bro,
Hmm.
calm down, bro. Like, bro,
Hmm.
do you understand the power? Now, that same dude will give you a whole sermon about the power of the spoken word.
Right. Yeah, which is it's true. Sometimes you think that these guys are like, they kind of talk the same way as like Christian evangelists, you know what I mean, or like KKK fundamentalists or shit like that. You know what I mean?
They do, and that's what I'm saying. That's why
Yeah.
see what he said about us being degenerates.
Uh-huh.
That's why they get no problem from the black man. I mean, from the white man.
Yeah, because they agree with it. Well, not all of them, but some of those kind of people. Yeah, for sure. You know what I mean? They're doing what they want. They're doing what they want. They're filling a role. They're obviously like makes you think about who's funding these people.
And that's where I was going. They
Yeah,
are funded by the government. They
yeah,
are supported by the government. Remember, I told you when they do those
yeah.
marches, they have police escorts.
It's weird, though, isn't it?
Now, you knowing what you know about America, when in the hell in history did police escort black people around, speaking empowerment to black people?
To keep them safe.
To keep them safe. Keep them
Usually the
safe.
opposite.
Who are they protecting them from? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, who are they protecting them from is a big question, isn't it?
Brother Gaspar said it sounded like so much general Christian stuff for several hours, at least to my it was, bro. But you said you were saying that you had an Israelite that was saying that um, you know, Israelites don't believe in Jesus. Well, I mean, you just
Those
heard
those
you
ones
just
do.
right.
Mhm.
See that, and I spoke about that too in a live a few days ago or a few weeks ago, where I was talking about how these people have so many different sects that they don't agree with each other. So why come you got a problem with me when I say I don't agree with your doctrine when it's people who they believe in this book and they don't agree with your doctrine. They disagree with you. Y'all don't agree with each other. So why the hell would I agree with jump on one of y'all side?
Yeah, but I think you have to. I mean, if you research like how this whole movement started, it was like some guy called, what's his name? I forgot his name, Cherry or something like that. Am I right? Have you researched that? There's
The start of the Hebrew Israelites,
yeah, his name was like William Cherry or something, and he's
man,
from
that's some old
yeah,
research. I just remember them. I just remember
yeah,
they did a prophecy
yeah.
that
That's it. That's it.
that
Yeah.
failed miserably.
Yeah. He made a prophecy all of a sudden to think that, and then that guy. What's the guy that made that movie Hebrews to Negroes? What's the guy's name? I forgot his name. Dalton or something. Something Dalton. You know, if you watch that movie, you'll understand. I watched it because
Uh,
one of my friends was getting into the Hebrew Israelite stuff because I got American friends. You know what I mean? And one of them was
yeah.
getting into the Hebrew Israelite stuff, and he sent me this movie
Hmm.
and I watched it. I was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna watch it. I'm not gonna judge. I'm gonna watch it open minded and see what I see." And it was
Hmm.
about all this stuff, and everything in it was like they were literally. You could tell that this movie is made to incite people's feelings. It hits you right in your emotions. You know what I mean? So
Straight
you think,
propaganda.
you wants to hit you right in your heart. Not so you think you feel that pain. You know what I mean? So it's like like I feel that pain, like even coming from South Africa, I like some of the things they're saying, I could understand, like, yeah, man, like my grandmother, she went through this shit that I can see in a movie, you know what I mean? You know?
Yeah.
So it's like I can feel it. Like so but it's weird, man. It's at the same
Shit
time,
is wild.
it's not an impartial documentary. That's the problem with this that movie is that they bring it across all these guys, all these Hebrew Israelite people. They act like this movie is a impartial documentary, but if you watch the documentary, it's not impartial. It's totally partial, and any documentary that's partial is not really a documentary. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because
Right. It's
to make
propaganda.
a yeah, because to make a good documentary, it has to be impartial, right? It has to give an objective view. It can't be like belong to a side or an agenda. Then it's not really a documentary. It's just like you said, it's a propaganda. You know what I'm saying? You know, and
It's
it's
bullshit
crazy.
is what it is, man. Especially when the brother gonna come out his big mouth, big fat mouth, and say
Mm.
we are degenerates. The black man is a degenerate. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to chop that up, man. I'm gonna have to pull that and chop
Mhm.
that up. But Gaspar, I'm gonna make sure I send you that. I'm gonna make sure I figure out how to send you that in the messenger, in Facebook Messenger, if you got it. So
Mhm.
be looking out for my message because sometimes they'll send new like somebody send you a message for the first time. They'll send it into the message request because I went in the message request and seen messages from a year ago, and I'm like, damn, I ain't even respond. They probably thinking I'm being an asshole. I ain't even see this message.
Mhm.
So just be looking out. But yeah, on that note, brother, I'm gonna have to shut it down, man. Give me something to eat.
All good. Yeah. All
No,
right, man.
that's right. You found them already. That's right. I forgot you. That was the whole purpose of you finding that link because I'm
Oh,
sure they got plenty of that bullshit out over the airwaves.
for sure.
But man, I appreciate you stopping through Complex, man.
Yes.
You got any type of plugs you want to put in, man? Your YouTube channel or
Nah,
anything,
nah,
website?
nah, not even, bro. I'm not even mad on it like that, bro. I just done it because we connected and shit in it. I don't usually use these kind of things. This is the first time I've ever done this in my life.
Hey, you already know I'm new to this live, but
Yeah,
like I said, man, I just downloaded the information. We on now, baby.
yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. All right,
So
man.
you know what it
Respect, yeah.
is. Hey, what time is it there right now?
Fucking morning time, bro. Like late, like 3 in the
Like,
morning or something.
damn, it's 3:30 in the morning there. three thirty
Yeah,
six in the morning.
yeah. 3:30.
So y'all see the brother on a whole nother time zone, man. And we still
Yeah,
was able to link up. I'm glad you came in. My boy said, "Yo," I'm like, "Hell yeah, I got a tag
yeah.
team partner in here."
For real.
Appreciate everybody for stopping through. We got a couple people who came through. Make sure y'all like the
Cool.
video, subscribe,
All right.
Appreciate all the love, man. Gaspar says great live, man. I appreciate that,
Yeah.
man. For the
Yeah,
first.
man. All right, man. Take care, yeah?
Everybody take care, man. Peace and light to the world.
Yeah, man. Bless.
100.